The medical bay's stark lighting reflected off Nicholas Thompson's tear-streaked face as he stared at the small Ithorian child curled in the sterile bed, tubes and monitors creating a technological cocoon around her frail form. The last alien specialist had just left, their final prognosis hanging in the air like a death sentence: terminal cellular degradation, no known treatment, estimated survival of less than a week. Nicholas pressed his palm against the quarantine glass, his lips proceeding with a dedication that defied the clinical certainty of the alien experts. "Not today," he whispered. "I am not losing you today, Lita." The words fogged the glass between them, dissipating as quickly as the Ithorian doctor's hope had. Behind him, the hiss of the medical bay's air circulation system seemed to mock his defiance. Proxima Station's advanced xenobiology wing had treated conditions that would baffle Earth's best physicians, yet here they stood, surrendering to statistical certainty, while a child's life ebbed away behind quarantine barriers. The monitoring array pulsed with Lita's deteriorating vital signs. Her normally vibrant green skin had faded to a sickly olive, stretched too tight across her elongated Ithorian features. The hammock-like medical suspension cradle, designed specifically for her species' unique physiology, now seemed less like advanced medical technology and more like a premature funeral shroud. Nicholas's fingers traced the edge of his station credentials where they hung from his neck. The holographic display embedded in the quarantine glass activated at his touch, scrolling through Lita's complete medical history. The clinical text flowed past his eyes. Orphaned at age 5 when her researcher parents died in a laboratory accident on Proxima's lower levels. No surviving clan connections. 3 foster placements before Nicholas. First symptoms appearing 2 weeks ago with rapid acceleration. Behind the scrolling data, Lita's chest rose and fell in shallow, labored breaths. 3 months. He'd been her foster father for only 3 months, but in that time, she had transformed his sterile station quarters into a home with her curious questions about Earth and her drawings of impossible creatures that combined features from a dozen different species. The medical bay doors slid open with a pneumatic sigh. Dr. Varek's footsteps clicked against the polished floor, the senior Ithorian physician's stride as precise as his diagnoses. 2 station security officers flanked him, their expressions carefully neutral beneath their regulatio doctor apps. "Dr. Thompson." Varek's voice emerged from the speech synthesizer at his throat, the artificial tone failing to disguise his impatience. "Your presence is no longer required. Lita's case has been classified as terminal palliative care only. Station resources must be redirected to viable patients per Proxima Medical Protocols Section 47B. Nicholas didn't turn around. "I'm not leaving her. This is not a request." Varek's synthesized voice couldn't convey emotion, but his elongated fingers tapped a rapid, irritated rhythm against the datapad in his hands. "Security will escort you to your quarters if necessary." Now Nicholas turned, drawing himself to his full height. At 6 feet, he stood eye level with the Ithorian's shoulder ridge, but he met Varek's gaze without flinching. "I'm a board-certified pediatric immunologist with specialization in cross-species applications." Nicholas's voice remained steady despite the tremor in his hands. "And I am Lita's registered foster parent under Proxima Station's Orphan Placement Initiative. Section 23C of those same protocols, you're so fond of quoting guarantees my right to remain with her." The security officers exchanged uncomfortable glances. The taller one, a broad-shouldered Centaurian with mottled blue skin, shifted his weight and looked away. They hadn't expected resistance backed by legal standing. "The situation is unfortunate," Varek conceded, his elongated head tilting slightly. "But the diagnosis is certain. 17 similar cases in the past decade. 100% mortality rate. Your presence cannot alter cellular degradation at the quantum level." Nicholas's wedding band caught the light as he clenched his fist. For an instant, he was back in a different hospital room, holding Sarah's hand as Earth doctors delivered their own version of "Nothing More We Can Do." The memory of her final breath, taken 5 years ago in a sterile room much like this one, burned through him like acid. "They said the same thing about my wife." The words escaped before he could stop them, raw and ragged. "Right before I watched her die from Kessler's syndrome. Nothing, doctor, or we can do, Dr. Thompson. That's when I decided to specialize in xenobiology and take this posting. Because nothing more we can do is never acceptable when it comes to a child." Across the medical bay, movement caught Nicholas's eye. Young nurse Thalia, her Ithorian features more delicate than Varek's, bent over her console with deliberate concentration. Her slender fingers moved across the interface with practiced precision, but her eyes darted toward Nicholas when she thought no one was watching. The restricted database access light on her console flashed briefly before returning to standard green. The medical bay doors opened again, admitting a towering figure that had to duck to clear the entryway. Administrator Crowell's crest of bony ridges nearly scraped the ceiling as the Centaurian straightened to his full height. His ceremonial station administrator's sash stretched across his massive torso, the fabric shimmering with Dr. Deed's status indicators. "Dr. Thompson." Crowell's deep voice resonated through Doctor. "The medical bay. I've received Dr. Varek's report. Station regulations are quite clear. Experimental treatments require approval from 3 senior specialists, all of whom have reviewed and declined Lida's case. With respect, Administrator," Nicholas said, struggling to keep his tone professional, "I believe they've missed something crucial." Nicholas stepped back to Lida's quarantine window, pulling up yesterday's neural scans alongside today's on the holographic display. "Look at these activity patterns in her limbic system equivalent. These spikes occurred at 14:22, 16:55, and 21:40 yesterday, and again at 9:37 today." He tapped each spike in sequence. The Ithorian medical algorithms classified these as random fluctuations, but they're not random at all. They correspond exactly to the times I sat with her, reading Earth stories. The last one was when I told her about elephants. Varek made a dismiss doctor, gesture. "Correlation is not causation, Dr. Thompson. Terminal patients often experience neural fluctuations as systems begin to fail." "These aren't failure patterns," Nicholas insisted. There, a soft sound from the quarantine room cut through their argument. Lida's large, expressive eyes had opened, focusing with visible effort on Nicholas through the glass. Her 4-fingered hand lifted slightly from the bedding, reaching toward him. "Nicholas." Her voice, translated through the room speakers, sounded painfully small. "Am I going to join my parents among the stars?" The question shattered Nicholas's professional composure. His throat constricted as he pressed both hands against the glass as if he could push through it by sheer force of will. "No, sweetheart." He forced steadiness into his voice. "You're staying right here with me. We still have that trip to Earth to plan, remember? You wanted to see real elephants." Lida's eyes drifted closed again, her hand falling back to the bed as the monitors registered another decline in her vital signs. Nicholas turned to find Varek and Crowell watching him, the former with clinical detachment, the latter with what might have been a flicker of sympathy. 12 hours, Nicholas pleaded. "Give me 12 hours to find another approach." "Station protocols," Crowell began. "To hell with your protocols." Nicholas's voice echoed off the medical bay's curved ceiling. "She's a child, not a statistic." The tense standoff was interrupted Dr. D by the medical bay doors sliding open once more. Dr. Ileana Reyes strode in, her lab coat bearing the Xenobiology Research Division insignia. Her dark hair was pulled back in a severe bun, her expression all business as she nodded Dr. TLY to Administrator Crowell. "Administrator, I need to borrow Dr. Thompson for an urgent consultation regarding the Ganymede samples." She held up her security badge. Level 8 clearance matter. Kral's Ridge Crest Flat DRED Doctor, GHTLY in deference to the security classification. Of course, Dr. Ray's, but Dr. Thompson should understand that Lita's status remains unchanged. As they walked from the medical bay, Ileana leaned close to Nicholas. "There are no Ganymede samples," she whispered, "but I can get you access to the research archives, 12 hours before Kral notices the security override." In the corridor, safely out of earshot, she pressed a data chip into his palm. "What are you looking for?" "Ithorian biological archives," Nicholas said, his mind racing. "Specifically, clan structures and developmental markers." While reviewing Thelia's data on similar cases, a pattern had emerged: all affected Ithorians were orphans or separated from their clan groups. Something about that correlation nagged at him, a half-remembered detail from his xenobiology training. 30 minutes later, in the dim light of the research archives, Nicholas found it. His hands trembled as he expanded the holographic model of Ithorian cellular development. "That's it," he breathed. "Healthy Ithorian children receive specific biological markers from clan members during development. Markers Lita lacks as an orphan with no clan contact since her parents' death." Ileana studied the display, her expression shifting from skepticism to cautious interest. "But without clan members, there's no source for those markers." Nicholas was already moving toward the door. "Maybe there doesn't have to be." The alarms began wailing the moment Nicholas broke the quarantine seal. Red warning lights bathed the medical bay in crimson as he rushed to Lita's bedside, ignoring Nurse Thelia's shocked cry. The security system's automated voice announced the protocol violation as Nicholas gently took Lita's arm, pressing a collection vial against her skin to gather cellular samples. "Nicholas Thompson, you are in violation of Quarantine Protocol 15A, the station's security system announced. "Security personnel have been dispatched. Please remain where you are." Nicholas pressed the collection vial to his own arm next, drawing a blood sample before securing both vials in his pocket. He brushed a hand over Lita's forehead, feeling the unnatural heat of her skin. "I'm coming back for you," he promised. "Hold on just a little longer." He was through the medical bay doors before security arrived, Ileana falling into step beside him as they raced toward the auxiliary research lab 3 levels below. The sound of pursuit echoed through the corridors behind them. "This is insane," Ileana gasped as they sealed the lab doors behind them. "What exactly are you hoping to find?" Nicholas was already loading the samples into the analysis chamber, his fingers flying across the controls. Ithorians evolved as clan-based collectives. Their immune systems and cellular structures depend on biological markers exchanged between clan members. Without those markers, orphaned Ithorians develop cellular instabilities, exactly what we're seeing in Lita. The analysis chamber hummed to life, projecting a 3-dimensional model of the cellular interaction between Nicholas's human sample and Lita's Ithorian cells. According to every xenobiological principle, they should have been incompatible, like mixing oil and water. But as the simulation progressed, Nicholas and Ileana watched in stunned silence as the human and Ithorian cells didn't just coexist, they formed connections. Microscopic bridges developed between cellular structures that should have been fundamentally incompatible. "That's impossible," Ileana whispered, leaning closer to the display. "Human and Ithorian cellular structures can't integrate like that. It contradicts everything we know about cross-species biology." A heavy thud against the lab doors interrupted their discovery. The security override had begun, metal cutters slicing through the sealed entrance. They had minutes at most. Nicholas stared at the cellular interaction model, his mind racing ahead to possibilities that defied conventional xenobiology. "Not impossible," he said, a fragile hope building in his voice. "Just unprecedented." The doors began to give way as the security team cut through the final seal, but Nicholas barely noticed. His eyes remained fixed on the display where human and Ithorian cells continued their impossible dance of compatibility, and with it, the first real chance to save Lita's life. The security forces burst through the auxiliary lab door with "We Doctor" S drawn, Proxima stations, blue uniformed guards forming a semicircle around Nicholas, Dr. Reyes, and their makeshift research station. Nicholas instinctively stepped in front of the incubation chamber containing Lita's TIS doctor samples, his body a human shield for what might be her last hope. "DRP away from the equipment, Dr. Thompson," the lead officer ordered, his hand hovering over his stun baton. Dr. Varric pushed through the security line, mandibles clicking in agitation. "What is the meaning of this unauthorized?" The Ithorian physician froze mid-sentence, his elongated head tilting as his 4 eyes fixed on the cellular interaction display. The holographic projection showed a time lapse of Nicholas's human microbiome samples interacting with Lita's degrading Ithorian cells. Where the cells had been dissolving into formless matter minutes before, they now pulsed with renewed stab-DRTY, their membranes regaining integrity as they absorbed compounds from the human biological material. "Impossible," Dr. Varric whispered, his voice a rasp through his translator. He moved closer to the doctor play, all thoughts of security protocols momentarily forgotten. "This contradicts every established principle of xenobiology." Dr. Reyes seized the moment, her hands flying across the interface as she pulled up comparative scans. "It's the lactobacillus and bifidobacterium from Nicholas's digestive microbiome," she explained, words tumbling out in her excitement. "They're producing compounds structurally similar to the biological markers Ithorian children normally receive from clan members during development." She highlighted a molecular comparison on the screen. "See this protein chain? It's a near-perfect analog to the Ithorian familial immunity factors." This could explain why Lita's neural activity spiked during Nicholas's visits. Her body was responding to biological signals it desperately needed. Administrator Crow pushed through the door, his thin frame vibrating with almost unchecked fury. His skin, the pale gray of all Centaurians, seemed almost white under the L-Doctor, Rattery lights. "What you're seeing is desperate human emotionalism disguised as science," he snapped, not even glancing at the display. "Dr. Thompson has repeatedly violated station Dr. Takals, endangered a patient, and now he's manipulating data to justify his obsession with this child." Crow turned to the security team. "Confine Dr. Thompson to quarters immediately. The Ithorian child will be transferred to palliative care where she can die with dignity instead of being subjected to these primitive experiments." Nicholas lunged forward, Dr. P-ped only by a security officer's restraining grip. "She doesn't need to die at all. Look at the data. We've found something your precious protocols missed." Doctor Varric had not moved from the display, his 4 eyes blinking in sequence, a sign of deep thought among Ithorians. "These results are unexpected," he finally said, "and while likely meaningless, they are also curious." He straight DRD to his full height, towering over Crow. "I request a 24-hour research extension to verify these findings." The administrator's mouth opened in protest, but Dr. Varric continued. "As Chief Medical Officer, I am permitted this discretion in cases presenting unique research value. These results, while almost certainly anomalous, are impossible, and impossibilities merit investigation." Nicholas twisted Doctor against the security officer's grip. 24 hours of research while Lita deteriorates. "Every minute counts. She needs treatment now, not more tests." The lab fell silent. Dr. veered Doctor. Mandibles clicked Doctor, softly as he studied Nicholas, seeing not the disruptive human who had challenged every protocol but a desperate foster parent fighting for his child. "A compromise," Dr. Varric finally offered. "Dr. Thompson may develop a prototype treatment under SDR Doctor. Supervision while we validate these findings. I will personally oversee the process. Crowell's face contorted. This is highly irregular, Doctor, is a human microbiome stabilizing Ithorian cellular structures, Dr. Varric interrupted. I am invoking medical authority in this matter, Administrator. As the security team reluctantly released him, Nicholas caught Dr. Ray's eye. She gave him a barely perceptible nod. They had 24 hours, not much, but perhaps enough. Nurse Thelia's hands trembled as she accessed the restricted medical archives. The terminal required her authentication every 30 seconds, a security measure she was circumventing by using her legitimate credentials for illegitimate purposes. Her heart pounded against her chest wall, its rhythm audible through her breathing apparatus. The search parameters were specific: Ithorian orphans, cellular degradation, failed conventional treatments. She expected perhaps one previous case. Lita's condition was supposedly extremely rare. The system returned three Ithorian children, all orphans without clan connections, all with nearly identical symptoms to Lita's, all dead after conventional treatments failed. Thelia downloaded the files to her personal device, her breath catching as she noticed a buried notation in the oldest case file. Patient T-427 showed unusual temporary stabilization when exposed to non-Ithorian organic material during standard xenobiological testing. Finding deemed irrelevant to treatment protocol. Irrelevant. A child had died, and a potential lead had been dismissed as irrelevant because it didn't fit established treatment paradigms. Thelia closed the terminal and hurried down the corridor, the stolen files burning a hole in her consciousness. She had been raised to respect authority, to doctor the precise, logical methods of Ithorian medicine. But now she wondered how many irrelevant observations had been discarded over the years, and how many patients had died as a result. In the main medical lab, Nicholas and Dr. Ray's worked with frantic precision. They had converted a standard immunodoctor, ICL support framework originally designed for human Andorian genetic therapies into a delivery system for the synthesized compounds from Nicholas's microbiome. The bacterial cultures are producing the compounds at an acceptable rate, Dr. Ray's reported, checking the bioreactor's output. But we need to ensure they survive long enough in Lita's system to have effect. Nicholas nodded, not looking up from the molecular simulator where he was testing delivery methods. We DRD a protective encapsulation that her immune system won't immediately attack. His fingers flew across the interface, discarding failed models and refining promising ones. Something that mimics the outer membrane of Ithorian probiotic bacteria. Dr. Varric observed from the periphery, Dr. Skepticism gradually giving way to reluctant fascination. Your approach is unorthodox, he noted, but not entirely without merit. Nicholas glanced up, dark circles under his eyes. Sometimes unorthodox is all you have left when orthodox has failed. Doctor. Varric's mandibles clicked, the Ithorian equivalent of a thoughtful hum. Indeed. In his private office, Administrator Crowell initiated a secure quantum communication. The face that appeared on his screen belonged to a human woman with steel-gray hair and eyes that calculated profit margins with every glance. Director Chambers, Crowell greeted her. We have a situation with potential implications for Galactic Pharmaceuticals' interests on Proxima Station. The woman's expression remained neutral. Explain. A human doctor has developed an alternative treatment approach for an Ithorian orphan suffering from familial immunity degradation. The approach involves. Crowell hesitated, knowing how ridiculous it would sound. Human biological components, specifically synthesized compounds from human digestive bacteria. Director Chambers' eyes narrowed. Outside our patented protocols, completely, and preliminary results show. Another hesitation. Promise, I see. The words fell like ice. And this treatment would be what? A bacterial culture. something patients could potentially cultivate themselves without proprietary pharmaceuticals. Crowell nodded uncomfortably. Unacceptable, Chambers stated flatly. Our FID treatment protocols generate 6 billion credits annually across Ithorian space. I'm dispatching a representative immediately. Contain this situation, Administrator. The screen went dark. Crowell stared at the blank display, wondering when he had become the kind of person who valued profit margins over a child's life. He couldn't remember the exact moment, only that it had happened so gradually he'd barely noticed. Lida's monitoring equipment beeped steadily as Nicholas administered the first treatment. The synthesized compounds, encapsulated in modified Ithorian probiotic membranes, flowed through the delivery system into her bloodstream. Nicholas held his breath, watching the R-Doctor, time cellular scans for any response. For 30 agonizing seconds, nothing changed. Then, almost imperceptibly at first, the degrading cells began to stabilize. The rate of deterioration slowed, then stopped entirely in the monitored tissue sample. Doctor. It's working, Dr. Reyes whispered, her voice tight with cautious excitement. Nicholas couldn't speak. After weeks of watching Lida deteriorate, of being told nothing could be done, of fighting against an entire medical establishment, they were seeing actual improvement. Even Dr. Varek leaned forward, his 4 eyes fixed on the display. Remarkable, he admitted. The cellular structures are not only stabilizing but showing early signs of regeneration. He turned to Nicholas. Doctor may have been too dismissive of unconventional approaches. Neural activity monitors began showing increased patterns. Lida, who had been largely unresponsive for days, shifted slightly beneath the medical covers. Can I see her? Nicholas asked, his voice raw. Just for a moment. Dr. Varek hesitated, then nodded. 5 minutes, no more, and with full monitoring. Nicholas approached Lida's bedside, taking her small hand in his. Her skin, normally a vibrant blue-green, had faded to a dull gray during her illness, but now he could swear there was a hint of color returning to her cheeks. Her 4 eyes fluttered open, focusing slowly on his face. Nicholas, she whispered, her voice barely audible even through her translator. I'm here, kiddo, he said, squeezing her hand gently. Her fingers weakly returned the pressure. Am I getting better like you promised? She asked in their private communication pattern, a mix of standard language and small gestures they had developed during their months together. Nick Dras doctor allowed hard. We're working on it. You just rest and let the medicine do its job. Sensors around the bed recorded every aspect of their interaction: heart rates, neural patterns, biochemical responses. Data that would later prove crucial, though Nicholas couldn't know that yet. Time's up, Dr. Thompson, Dr. Varek said quietly. Nicholas nodded, giving Lida's hand one final squeeze before stepping away. I'll be back soon, he promised. 6 hours after treatment, everything fell apart. Neural activity dropping, Dr. Medical Technician reported. Cellular degradation resuming at accelerated rates. Nicholas stared in horror at the displays. Not only had the improvement plateaued, but Lida's condition was now deteriorating faster than before the intervention. The treatment hadn't just failed, it had somehow made things worse. Dr. Varek reviewed the data with clinical detachment that barely masked his sad doctor. It meant the human microbiome compounds were initially accepted, then aggressively rejected by the patient's immune system, he concluded. The subsequent inflammatory response has accelerated the underlying condition. He turned to Nicholas, his voice gentler than it had ever been. I regret that our experiment has failed, Dr. Thompson. The outcome confirms our original assessment. The condition is untreatable with current medical knowledge. Nicholas stood frozen, staring at the monitors as Lida's life signs weakened. After coming so close, after seeing actual improvement, to have it all collapse seemed like a particularly cruel joke from the universe. But something nagged at him, something in the timing. When exactly did the rejection response begin? He asked, moving to the data terminal. The technician checked the logs. Approximately 5-7 hours post-treatment, when we began reducing the artificial support systems as per standard protocol. Nicholas frowned. Show me the environmental logs for that time period. The display filled with readings: atmospheric composition, temperature, Doctor, azation field intensity, gravity adjustments. Standard Ithorian medical protocols optimized for their physiology. There, Nicholas said, pointing to a specific reading. The sterilization field intensity increased at exactly the same time we reduced life support. Standard procedure to prevent infection when a patient weakens, right? Dr. Varek nodded. Of course, increased vulnerability requires increased protection. But what if that protection is exactly what's killing her? Nicholas asked, his mind racing. The treatment was working until we amped up the sterilization field. What if it's destroying the beneficial compounds before they can properly integrate with her system? Dr. Varek's mandibles clicked rapidly, a sign of agitation or intense thought. That would contradict every established protocol for Ithorian medical care. Maybe that's the point, Nicholas argued. Those protocols were designed for Ithorians with clan connections with Dr. Miley members providing the biological markers Lita lacks. She needs something different. Administrator Kral had been observing silently from the doorway. Now he stepped forward, his expression cold. This has gone far enough. The experiment has failed, endangering the patient in the process. He nodded to security personnel who had appeared behind him. Dr. Thompson's access to the patient and medical facilities is hereby revoked. Custody termination proceedings will beg Doctor immediately on grounds of reckless endangerment. Nicholas lunged toward Lita's bed, but security officers caught his arms. You can't do this. She needs me. What she needs is proper palliative care, not more dangerous experiments, Kral replied. Take him to detention pending deportation proceedings. As they dragged him from the room, Nicholas locked eyes with Dr. Varek. Check the environmental controls, he called out desperately. It's not the treatment that failed, it's the environment. The doors closed behind Dr. M, cutting off his view of Lita's frail form growing more distant. Hours later, Nicholas paced his quarters, now a detention cell with locked doors and disabled communications. Security had been thorough, confiscating his medical equipment and restricting his terminal access to basic functions only. A soft knock at the door froze him mid-stride. The door slid open to reveal Dr. Reyes, her expression tense but determined. I have 10 minutes before security realizes I've overridden the lock, she said, quickly entering and closing the door behind her. From her lab coat she produced a small container. Tissue samples and treatment components. I couldn't get much. Nicholas grabbed his personal analyzer, a basic medical tool security had overlooked, and began examining the samples. How's Lita? Dr. Reyes' face fell. Not good. The deterioration is accelerating. They've moved her to palliative care. Nicholas worked frantically, testing different environmental conditions on the samples. There has to be something we missed. The analyzer beeped, displaying results that made Nicholas's breath catch. Look at this, he said, pointing to the readout. The compounds are breaking down almost instantly under standard Ithorian environmental settings. He adjusted parameters, reducing the sterilization FDRD intensity and modifying the atmospheric composition to match his quarters rather than the medical bay. The compound stabilized immediately. It's the environmental controls, he said, excitement building in his voice. The sterilization field, the atmospheric composition, they're actively destroying the beneficial compounds before they can properly integrate with her system. He looked up at Dr. Reyes, a new understanding dawning. Lita doesn't need a medical intervention. She needs sustained environmental exposure to human biological elements. She needs what was happening unconsciously during our 3 months together before her hospitalization. You mean? She needs to come home with me, Nicholas said. Not as a patient receiving TR, doctor meant, but as a child sharing living space with family, exactly how Ithorian clan biology naturally works. Dr. Reyes looked skeptical. Crowl will never approve that. Then we need T-doctorand another way. The security team arrived precisely on schedule to transfer Nicholas to the detention center. The lead officer, a burly human with regulation-perfect posture, recited the charges in a monotone voice. "Step outside, Dr. Thompson. Keep your hands visible at all times." Nicholas complied, his shoulders slumped in apparent defeat. But as they led him into the corridor, an unexpected figure blocked their path. Dr. Varric stood with Dris hands clasped before him, Nurse Thalia at his side. "A moment, officers," he asked Doctor. Formally, the security lead frowned. "We have orders to transfer the prisoner immediately." "I am invoking Ithorian Medical Statute 47B, Dr. Varric stated, the provision for terminal paid doctor comfort." Nicholas looked up sharply. "Ithorian tradition permits terminal patients, doctor, spend their final days in their preferred environment for psychological comfort, doctor." Varric explained. "The child Lita has, through translator, expressed her wish to return to Dr. Thompson's care for her remaining time." The security officer hesitated. "Administrator Crowl has ordered. Administrator Crowl is bound by the interspecies medical treaties that govern this station, Doctor," Varric interrupted. "I have filed the necessary documentation. The child will be released to Dr. Thompson's quarters under medical monitoring for her fin-doctor days." Nicholas stared at the Ithorian physician, hardly daring to believe what he was hearing. "You found the other cases," he said quietly to Thalia, who nodded almost imperceptibly. "3 previous instances," she whispered, "all with notes about unusual responses to non-doctor, Horian organic material that were never investigated." "Doctor." Varric's mandibles clicked softly. "I have been reconsidering certain medical assumptions," he said carefully. "And while I remain skeptical of your theories, Dr. Thompson, I cannot in good conscience doctor a dying child her final request, especially when conventional approaches have definitively failed." Administrator Crowl paced his office, his thin frame rigid with tension. "You authorized what? A compassionate release under Statute 47B, Dr. Varric repeated calmly. "The child has days, perhaps hours to live. Let her spend them in familiar surroundings." Crowl's eyes narrowed. "And if Thompson attempts further unauthorized treatments, any such attempt will result in immediate separation and criminal charges," Dr. Varric assured him. "The quarters will be monitored, doctor, continuously." After a long moment, Crowl nodded stiffly. "Very well, but on your responsibility, doctor." As soon as Varric left, Crowl opened a secure channel to Director Chambers. "The situation has developed," he reported. "The Ithorian physician has invoked a compassionate release statute." The director's expression hardened. "Containment is failing. I'm already en route to Proxima Station. Maintain surveillance and prepare a full briefing for my arrival." Nicholas transformed his small quarters with frantic efficiency. Dr. Reyes and Nurse Thalia helped him reconfigure the environmental systems, strategically disabling certain sterilization fields while modifying others to create conditions that would optimize human doctor and biological exchange through their shared atmosphere. "The corporate medical protocols call for complete environmental isolation," Thalia explained as she adjusted settings. "But traditional Ithorian healing involves close clan proximity, sharing air, food, even sleeping spaces." Nicholas nodded, understanding finally clicking into place. Modern medicine separated Lita from exactly what she needed, the biological markers that come from close contact with family. And somehow, your human biology is providing a viable substitute, doctor. Reyes added, checking readings on her scanner. "It's unprecedented, but the cellular response is undeniable." A soft chime announced a medical transport at the door. Nicholas's heart leaped into his throat as the door slid open to reveal Lita on a hovering stretcher, looking smaller and more fragile than ever. Her skin had faded to an ashen gray, and the monitors surrounding her beeped with concerning irregularity. With gentle care, Nicholas lifted her from the stretcher, cradling her against his chest. The medical technicians transferred the monitoring equipment, their expressions making it clear they expected to return very soon to collect a body. As the door closed behind them, Nicholas carried Lita to the small sleeping area he had prepared, a nest of soft blankets arranged on his bed. As he settled her against the pillows, he noticed something on the monitors, a subtle but definite strengthening of her vital signs. "Nicholas." Her voice was barely a whisper, her 4 eyes struggling to focus on his face. "I've got you, kiddo," he said, his own voice thick with emotion. "You're home now." Outside the station, a sleek corporate shuttle adjusted its trajectory for final approach, its sole passenger reviewing files on the human doctor who had dared to challenge a billion-credit treatment protocol with something as simple and unprofitable as shared living space and a foster father's love. Nicholas stared at the monitoring equipment, his bloodshot eyes tracking every subtle change in the scrolling data. The soft blue glow of the screens cast shadows across his unshaven face as he leaned forward, barely daring to believe what he was seeing. After just 1 night in his quarters, Lita's cellular degradation rate had slowed by 6%. It wasn't much, wouldn't even register as statistically significant in most clinical trials, but compared to the relentless decline at the hospital, it might as well have been a miracle. He reached out, fingers hovering over the brainwave patterns displayed on the secondary monitor. The rhythmic waves showed deeper, more restful sleep than Lita had experienced since her hospitalization began. Nicholas had seen enough neural patterns to recognize the difference between the fitful, pain-filled sleep she'd had at the medical facility and this something approaching peace. "Keep fighting, little one," he whispered, allowing himself the first flicker of hope in weeks. Morning light filtered through the adjustable opacity windows as Nicholas conducted his routine examination of Lita. He froze when he noticed a faint yellowish tinge on her skin where her arm had been in contact with the blanket he'd brought from his bedroom. His heart hammered against his ribs as he gently turned her arm, examining the discoloration. "Computer, microscopic analysis of epidermal anomaly, please," he said, his voice tight with concern. The medical scanner hummed "Doctor" awfully as it processed the request. Nicholas held his breath until the results appeared on his datapad. What he saw made him blink in surprise. Rather than signs of infection or toxicity, the scan showed Ithorian epidermal cells actively absorbing and integrating bacteria from his environment, from his blankets, his clothing, from him. "They're not fighting it," he murmured, enlarging the cellular imagery. "They're incorporating it." The door chime interrupted his thoughts, its standard tone filled with 3 short pulses, the signal he and Dr. Reyes had arranged. Nicholas quickly unlocked the door, glancing Doctor Usley down the corridor before ushering her inside. "You shouldn't be here," he said, though the relief in his voice betrayed his true feelings. "If Crowell finds out, then Crowell finds out," Ileana Reyes replied, setting down a case of portable equipment. Dark circles under her eyes suggested she'd been up all night, but her movements were precise as she began unpacking her gear. "How is she?" "Better. 6% decrease in degradation rate." And something else, Nicholas led her to Lita's bedside, showing her the yellowish patches on the child's skin. Dr. Reyes' eyebrows shot up as she scanned the affected areas. "Fascinating," she whispered, Doctor, adjusting settings to delve deeper into the cellular activity. "This isn't just surface contact. These cells are actively seeking out and integrating beneficial bacteria from your environment." She looked up, eyes bright with scientific excitement. "Nicholas, this mimics the way Ithorian clan members naturally exchange biological markers through shared living spaces. Her body is treating your bacterial signature as family," Nicholas finished, the weight of the realization settling over him. This isn't happening because of direct medical intervention, Doctor. Reyes said, scanning other areas of Lita's body. It's passive environmental exposure, something the hospital's sterile environments would have prevented entirely. She shook her head. No wonder the treatments weren't working. We've been approaching this all wrong. A sharp series of tones from Nicholas's comm unit interrupted them. He frowned, checking the message. Security protocols are being tightened across the station, he said, scanning the alert. All medical personnel are required to attend an emergency briefing at 900. That's in Doctor Standard procedure, Dr. Reyes said, already packing up her equipment. Something's happening. They didn't have to wait long to discover what. By midday, the station's information network was buzzing with news of the arrival of Valeria Koss, senior representative of Galactic Pharmaceutical Conglomerate. Security drones patrolled the corridors with decreased frequency, and Nicholas received a formal notice that Lita's case had been scheduled for review, citing contract provisions giving GPC authority over experimental treatment protocols. They're moving faster than I expected, Dr. Reyes said over a secured comm channel later that day. Koss doesn't usually handle individual cases unless there's significant corporate interest involved. Nicholas paced his small kitchen area, keeping his voice low though Lita was asleep in the adjacent room. I need more time. We're just starting to see improvement. Then find ways to accelerate it, Dr. Reyes replied. Document everything. They'll use every regulation in the book against you. After ending the call, Nicholas stood in his kitchen, gaze drifting over the collection of earth spices and herbs he'd brought to make his sterile station quarters feel more like home. Beside them sat the small pot of Ithorian healing herbs he'd been cultivating, a project started when he first took Lita in, more for cultural connection than medicinal purpose. An idea formed as he looked between them. Nicholas had read enough about traditional Ithorian healing practices to know they often used aromatic compounds to stimulate immune response. With careful movements, he began selecting ingredients: earth cinnamon and cloves, Ithorian cella root and basil leaves. He worked methodically, grinding and mixing, heating water to create a fragrant steam that filled his quarters with a complex, earthy aroma tinged with sweetness. When the preparation was complete, Nicholas gently carried the steaming bowl to Lita's bedside, arranging it so the DROR would drift over her. Almost immediately, her breathing pattern changed. The slight whistle that had concerned him for days eased, and the rapid flutter of her ocular membrane slowed to a more natural rhythm. That's it, he encouraged softly, adjusting the bowl's position. Breathe it in, little one. By morning, the improvement was unmistakable. The cloudy film that had developed over Ida's ocular membranes had thinned noticeably, and her respiration efficiency had improved by nearly 12%. Nicholas was documenting these changes when his door chime sounded, this time the standard tone. Doctor. Varric stood in the corridor, his elongated Ithorian features arranged in what Nicholas had come to recognize as professional disapproval. Dr. Thompson, Varric said stiffly, I am here to conduct the mandatory assessment requested by Administrator Crow. Nicholas stepped aside, allowing the Ithorian physician to enter. She's doing better, he said, unable to keep the challenge from his voice. Dr. Varric moved to Lita's bedside, his long fingers activating his medical scanner with practiced efficiency. He worked in silence, his expression revealing nothing as he methodically examined the child. The minutes stretched uncomfortably before he finally spoke. There is improvement in peripheral systems, he acknowledged, his tone suggesting the admission cost him something. Respiratory function has increased and epidermal cellular cohesion has stabilized. He adjusted his scanner, focusing on Lita's cranial region. However, the degradation continues in her neural tissue. More slowly, yes, but it continues. He looked directly at Nicholas, his large eyes unblinking. You have perhaps 2 weeks before irreversible damage occurs, unless a more comprehensive treatment is developed. Nicholas absorbed this information, his eyes sharpening. 2 weeks is better than the 3 days you gave her at the hospital. Something flickered across Varick's features, perhaps respect, perhaps simply acknowledgement. Indeed, I will include these findings in my report. He paused at the door. The aromatic compound you've created, it contains Dr. Azzy, does it not? Nicholas nodded. An interesting choice, Varick said carefully. Not one our medical protocols would have considered compatible with non-Ithorian elements. With that cryptic comment, he departed. Across the station in the administrative section, Valeria Koss reviewed Lida's medical file with Administrator Crow. Her sleek corporate attire and perfectly arranged silver hair contrasted sharply with Crow's rumpled uniform. "This file is incomplete," she said, her voice carrying the precise enunciation of someone accustomed to every word being recorded. "There are gaps in the treatment documentation. Dr. Thompson has been inconsistent in his reporting," Crow replied, wiping perspiration from his forehead. "But I assure you, we're monitoring the situation closely." "Are you?" Koss fixed him with a penetrating stare. "Because what I see is unauthorized biological intervention creating potential treatments outside GPC's patent portfolio." She closed the file with a decisive gesture. "This arrangement violates at least 7 safety protocols. I want Thompson's custody terminated immediately." "There are procedures," Crow began, "which you should have followed from the beginning," Koss cut him off. "Fix this, Administrator, today." That evening, Nicholas was adjusting Lida's medication when her eyes fluttered open, truly open, for the first time in weeks. He froze, hardly daring to move as her gaze focused on him. "Nicholas," she said, her voice weak but clear, "I had strange dreams." He knelt beside her bed, emotion tightening his throat. "What kind of dreams, little star?" "I was swimming," she said, her speech more fluid and complex than it had been since before her collapse. "Swimming in warm, golden light. It was all around me, inside me." Her 3-fingered hand reached for his. It felt like belonging. Nicholas held her hand gently, his mind racing. The description wasn't just poetic, it was potentially crucial information about how her system was perceiving the beneficial human biological compounds. "That sounds beautiful," he said, recording her words with his free hand. "Can you tell me more about this light?" She spoke for nearly 10 minutes before drifting back to sleep, each description providing insights that medical scans couldn't capture. When she finally rested again, Nicholas turned to his personal terminal, pulling up files he hadn't accessed in years, his late wife's immunology research. Sarah had been studying cross-species immunological responses before her illness had overtaken her. Nicholas scanned through her notes, stopping when he found what he was looking for: her documentation on how human stress hormones accelerated bacterial adaptation. According to her research, bacteria exposed to human cortisol and adrenaline showed remarkably increased rates of adaptive mutation, sometimes developing beneficial traits in days rather than generations. "That's it," he whispered, the pieces falling into place. His stress response while caring for Lida wasn't just an emotional reaction, it might be actively contributing to the beneficial adaptation of his microbiome to her system. Nicholas set up monitoring equipment to capture and analyze his own biochemical responses while caring for Lida, focusing particularly on moments of heightened concern or protective instinct. The data began flowing immediately, correlating with subtle changes in Lida's condition. A soft knock at his door the following morning revealed Nurse Thalia, her posture tense with nervous energy. "I shouldn't be here," she said, slipping inside, "but there's something you need to know." She glanced toward Lida before continuing in a hushed voice. "This isn't the first case like hers. There was another Ithorian orphan 3 years ago who doctored similar symptoms." Nicholas stilled. "What happened?" Temporary improvement occurred. Doctor. The child formed an attachment to an alien caretaker, a Brakiri nurse who spent extra time with him. But when hospital protocols detected the unusual cellular changes, they removed the nurse from the case, citing non-standard biological influence. Her Dr. Rice wavered. The child's condition deteriorated rapidly after separation. He didn't survive. And this information was deliberately omitted from official records, Nicholas said, the pieces clicking into place. Thalia nodded. GPC classified the case. I only know because I assisted Dr. Varek with the final palliative care. She met his eyes. They're going to try to take Lita from you, Dr. Thompson, soon. As if summoned by her warning, Nicholas's door chime sounded less than an hour later. Administrator Crowell stood in the corridor, flanked by 2 security officers. His expression was a mixture of bureaucratic persistence and personal discomfort. Dr. Thompson, he said formally, I have termination papers ordering Lita's immediate return to the medical facility. He held out a datapad. Please sign to acknowledge receipt. Nicholas didn't reach for the pad. She's not stable enough to move. That tenacity is not yours to make, Crowell replied, gesturing to the security officers. We're authorized to assist with the transfer. As the officers stepped forward, Lita's monitoring equipment erupted with alarms. Her vital signs plummeted, heart rate spiking dangerously while cellular stability readings dropped sharply. The security officers froze, looking uncertainly between Crowell and the distressed child. What's happening? Crowell demanded. Stress response, Nicholas said, moving to Lita's side and blocking their approach. Her system perceives separation as a threat. He turned to face Crowell. Move her now, and you'll be directly responsible for accelerating her condition. Is that really what you want in your report to Valeria Koss? Crowell's face paled as he looked at DRE medical readouts. The legal implications were clear. Forcing a transfer that caused immediate medical deterioration would create liability even GPC couldn't easily dismiss. This isn't over, Thompson, he said, backing toward the door. You'll be hearing from us very soon. After they departed, Nicholas ran a full medical scan, confirming what he already suspected: the stress of potential separation had indeed accelerated cellular degradation in Lita's system. They'd gained time, but at a cost. The reprieve lasted less than a day. Nicholas was adjusting Lita's treatment when his door chimed again. This time, Valeria Koss herself stood in the corridor alone. Dr. Thompson, she said with a thin smile, may I come in? I believe we have matters to discuss. Nicholas reluctantly allowed her entry, positioning himself between her and Lita. Koss surveyed his quarters with clinical interest, noting the medical equipment, the aromatic compounds, the carefully controlled environment. Impressive improvisation, she said. GPC values that kind of innovative thinking. What do you want? Nicholas asked bluntly. To offer you an opportunity. She gestured to Lita. If your treatment works and early results suggest it would represent a significant advancement in xenopediatric care. Her voice remained pleasant, reasonable. Unfortunately, it would also undermine our established long-term management protocols for Ithorian orphan care, which represent a substantial revenue stream for GPC. Understanding dawned on Nicholas. So you're here to shut me down. On the contrary, I'm here to offer you a position within our research division, full funding, state-of-the-art facilities, and a very generous compensation package. Her smile didn't reach her eyes. All we require is that you transfer your research to corporate control, allowing us to determine how and when treatments are implemented. And Lita would receive the best care our facilities can provide while the treatment protocol is refined and properly monetized. Nicholas stared at her, disgust rising in his throat. You mean while you feed doctor out how to parse it into ongoing treatment instead of a cure? He shook his head. I'm not interested. Koss's expression hardened. Consider carefully, doctor. You're one man with limited resources. GPC has the power to ensure you never practice medicine again. You're suppressing research, Nicholas said, watching her reaction carefully. You've known about the connection between clan biological markers and orphan health for years, haven't you? But you buried it because your symptom management medications are more profitable than actual cures. The slight widening of her eyes confirmed his suspicion before she controlled her expression. That's a serious accusation, Dr. Thompson, one you couldn't possibly prove. We'll see about that, Nicholas replied. After Koss left, Nicholas noticed concern in Dr. Yu readings on Lita's monitors. Her temperature had risen 2 degrees, and inflammation markers were elevated throughout her system. Closer examination revealed the cause. Her body was incorporating human biological elements too rapidly, overwhelming her system's ability to integrate the foreign material. Too much, too fast, Nicholas murmured, adjusting the environmental controls to reduce his biological presence in the room. The delicate balance had shifted. What had been healing was now becoming harmful through overexposure. For the next 12 hours, Nicholas doctorcade frantically to stabilize Lita's condition, carefully balancing exposure against her body's adaptive capacity. Dr. Reyes arrived during this critical period, her expertise proving invaluable as they fought to control the inflammatory response. "Wait," she said suddenly, staring at the cellular analysis on her scanner. "This isn't just acceptance of foreign material. Look at these receptor configurations." Nicholas examined the readings, his exhaustion momentarily forgotten. Lita's cells weren't simply incorporating human biological elements, they were actively restructuring themselves, creating hybrid receptors unlike anything in standard xenobiology databases. "This is revolutionary," Dr. Reyes whispered. "If we can stabilize this process, it could transform our understanding of cross-species medical treatment. First, we need to keep her alive," Nicholas reminded her, though he shared her academic excitement. "Her system can't handle continuous exposure at this level." Inspiration struck as he surveyed his quarters. With quick, decisive movements, Nicholas began rearranging the living space, creating distinct microenvironments with varying levels of human biological exposure. The bathroom became a low-exposure zone with filtered air and minimal human trace elements. The main living area maintained moderate exposure levels, while a small section near his desk was left with higher concentrations of his biological markers. "She needs to be able to retreat to safer areas when integration becomes too intense," he explained to Dr. Reyes as they carefully moved Lita's bed to the center of the variable environment. Cycles of exposure and recovery rather than continuous integration. The strategy showed immediate promise, with Lita's inflammation markers decreasing as her system adjusted to the controlled exposure cycles. But her fever remained dangerously high, resistant to standard medications. Nicholas sat beside her bed, cooling her forehead with a damp cloth, when a memory surfaced: his grandmother applying diluted peppermint oil to bring down his childhood fevers. The sharp, clean scent had always made him feel better, the cooling sensation providing Dr. If when medications couldn't. "Worth a try," he murmured, searching through his collection of earth botanicals until he found the small vial of peppermint oil. He diluted it carefully, testing it on his own skin before applying a small amount to Lita's arm, watching closely for any adverse reaction. To his surprise, the effect was almost immediate. The oil interacted with Lita's semi-perm Dr. E's skin in a way he hadn't anticipated, creating a cooling effect that spread through her system more effectively than it would have in a human patient. Within an hour, her temperature had dropped to safer levels, and the readings showed reduced stress on her system. Nicholas was documenting this unexpected success when Dr. Reyes' urgent message came through. Valeria Koss had lamented her contingency plan, filing emergency medical intervention orders based on Nishalaster, sea of dangerous folk remedies. A specialized GPC medical team had been authorized to remove Lita regardless of separation stress, with the extraction scheduled to occur in 6 hours. "They're claiming your treatments are experimental and unsafe," Dr. Reyes reported, her voice tight with anger. "They've got all the proper authorizations. I tried to fight it through official channels, but CAS has too much influence." Nicholas looked at Lita, at the promising readings on her monitors, at the evidence of cellular regeneration that was just beginning to stabilize. 6 hours wasn't enough time. "Get here as quickly as you can," he told Dr. Reyes, "and contact Nurse Thalia. We need to document everything before they arrive." To his surprise, Dr. Varric arrived with Thalia less than an hour later. "Your methods are unorthodox and potentially dangerous," the Ithorian physician said by way of greeting. "But they are also producing results that our standard protocols failed to achieve." He set down his medical case. "I have seen enough corporate interference, Dr. Medical Care. How can I assist?" With iron will, the unlikely allies barricaded themselves in Nicholas's quarters, racing to document and analyze the promising hybrid cellular structures forming in Lita's system. Each scan, each test, each piece of data might be the evidence they needed to legally prevent separation. As Nicholas calibrated the molecular scanner for another series of tests, he glanced at the chronometer. 4 hours remaining before the GPC team arrived. Outside his quarters, he could hear increased security presence in the corridor, CAS taking no chances on losing her prize. Inside, Lita slept peacefully, unaware of the battle being waged around her. The yellowish tinge on her skin had spread in beautiful, symmetrical patterns that Dr. Varric identified as following traditional Ithorian clan markings, her body mapping the integration of human biological elements along culturally significant pathways. "It's as if her cellular memory is recognizing you as clan," he explained, his scientific curiosity momentarily overcoming his professional reserve. "I have never seen such a response." Nicholas nodded, hope and fear warring within him as the clock continued its relentless countdown. The evidence was mounting, the treatment showing clear promise, but would it be enough to stop the corporate machine already in motion? And even if they documented everything perfectly, would Lita's fragile system survive the legal battles ahead? He pushed these thoughts aside, focusing instead on the next test, the next scan, the next piece of evidence. They had 4 hours to build an irrefutable case for keeping Lita in his care. 4 hours to potentially revolutionize cross-species medical treatment. 4 hours to save one small child who had somehow become the center of his world. Nicholas straightened his shoulders and turned to his allies. "Let's get back to work. We're not losing her today." "Not while I still have breath in my body," Nicholas growled, fingers flying across his datapad. The 6-hour countdown timer blinked to life on every screen in his quarters, its red digits casting an ominous glow across Doctor's pale, mottled skin. "They want to take her. They'll have to answer to more than just me." He initiated an emergency protocol of his own design, one he'd prepared during those sleepless nights when Lita's condition had seemed most hopeless. With a series of encrypted commands, Nicholas transmitted their complete medical findings, every scan, every data point, every treatment log to a network of independent xenobiologists across 3 systems. Simultaneously, he filed an emergency hearing request with the Proxima Judicial Council, citing new evidence of medical malpractice by galactic pharmaceutical conglomerate. "Scatter the data wide enough, and they can't bury it all," he muttered, watching confirmation receipts flash across his screen. Across the room, Dr. Varric hunched over the laboratory-grade microscanner, his elongated fingers making minute adjustments to the magnification. The Ithorian physician had been studying the latest tissue samples for nearly an hour, his initial skepticism gradually giving way to what Nicholas recognized as professional fascination. Thompson, Varric called, his voice resonating through the dual mouth structures on either side of his hammer-shaped head. You need to see this. Nicholas crossed the room, the fatigue of 36 sleepless hours momentarily forgotten. On the display, hybrid cellular structures pulsed with life-human bacterial colonies intertwined with Ithorian cells in patterns that defied conventional xenobiology. The integration, it's not random, Varric said, adjusting the three-dimensional model. Look at the distribution pattern. The human Ithorian cellular integration is creating protective mechanisms specifically around neural tissue. Her body is prioritizing brain protection over other systems. Nicholas leaned closer, his reflection ghost-like in the polished surface of the scanner. That's not in any medical literature I've read. Because it's not in any medical literature, period, Varric replied, his tone caught between professional disbelief and reluctant admiration. This is an entirely undocumented biological response. A soft sound from the bed drew their attention. Lita's large, expressive eyes flickered open, more alert than they'd been in days. Nicholas was at her side in an instant, his hand gently cradling her elongated head. "Nicholas," she whispered, her voice barely audible. "I can feel them." "Feel what, sweetheart?" he asked, adjusting the biomagneto doctor, bove her bed with his free hand. "Golden threads," she said, her gaze distant yet somehow focused inward, weaving through dark places, connecting what was broken. Nicholas and Varric exchanged startled glances. The Ithorian doctor quickly pulled up the latest neural scans, manipulating the holographic display with PR Doctor, iced precision. There, illuminated in false color imaging, were exactly what Lita had described: filamentous structures of human bacterial colonies creating networks between damaged Ithorian neural clusters, glowing gold against the darker tissue. "How could she possibly, doctor, now?" Varric whispered. Before Nicholas could respond, the door chime sounded 3 short bursts followed by a continuous tone that overrode the standard settings. "Security protocol. Dr. Thompson," a voice announced through the intercom. "This is station security. We have executive orders signed by Administrator Kral O'Doctor, rising immediate entry to these quarters and removal of the Ithorian minor designated Lita. Compliance is mandatory. Lethal force has been authorized if necessary." Nicholas's mind focused. "Dr. Reyes, help me with this," he said, already moving toward the heavy diagnostic equipment near the door. Together, they dragged the massive scanner against the entrance, barricading it while Nurse Thelia quickly disconnected it from the wall to prevent remote override. "This is Dr. Nicholas Thompson," he called through the intercom. "I have 3 medical professionals in here monitoring a patient in critical condition. Forced entry could destabilize delicate medical equipment and endanger the child's life. I'm requesting a direct communication with Administrator Kral." As he spoke, he gestured urgently to Dr. Reyes, who was already analyzing the latest cellular samples. Her dark eyes narrowed in concentration as she compared multiple datasets. "Nicholas," she said quietly, motioning him over while the security team continued making demands through the door. "Look at this molecular signature." On her screen, a complex biochemical compound rotated slowly, its structure highlighted in vivid detail. "These hybrid cells are producing something remarkable," she continued. "It's minute in quantity, but the molecular structure is nearly identical to the clan-specific biological markers that healthy Ithorian children naturally receive from family members." Nicholas stared at the display, connections forming rapidly in his mind. "It's creating an artificial clan connection," he breathed. "That's what's stabilizing her cellular deterioration." He turned to Varric, whose posture had stiffened with the implications. "It's not just medical care they're lacking, is it? Orphaned Ithorians suffer from fundamental biological isolation. Without clan members, they don't receive essential biological markers that are exchanged through shared living, eating, physical contact." Varek's normally impassive features showed rare emotion. Such a theory would be considered radical, even heretical among traditional Ithorian medical practitioners. "But you know I'm right," Nicholas pressed. Before Varek could respond, the environmental alert on Nicholas's datapad began pulsing. The atmospheric readings for the corridor outside were changing, oxygen levels dropping systematically. "They're trying to smoke us out," Nicholas realized. "Atmospheric manipulation reduce oxygen levels until we're forced to surrender without direct confrontation. Minimal corporate liability." He moved with renewed purpose, gathering components from around the room. "Thalia, I need the filtration unit from the nutrient synthesizer. Rays, get me the compression valve from the secondary oxygen supply." As they worked, Nicholas's hands moved with practiced efficiency, disassembling kitchen appliances and medical equipment, reconfiguring them into an improvised air filtration system. Years of emergency field medicine during colony outbreaks had taught him to work with whatever materials were available. "Nicholas," Nurse Thalia called, her voice tight with urgency. She held up her personal datapad, its screen displaying an encrypted message. "I've received communication from another Ithorian medical worker. There have been 5 previously undocumented cases where orphaned Ithorians improved dramatically informally, adopted by alien caretakers." "GPC knew?" Nicholas asked, connecting filtration tubes while maintaining eye contact with Thalia. She nodded, her hammer-shaped head moving in a distinctly human gesture she'd adopted during their work together. All records were subsequently classified by GPC as statistical anomalies. None of the children remained with their adoptive families. Nicholas cursed under his breath, securing the final connection on his makeshift air system as it hummed to life. A moment later, the room's internal displays confirmed stable oxygen levels despite the corridor's continuing depletion. The main communication screen flickered, overriding their security protocols. Valeria Kasa's sharp features filled the display, her corporate smile never reaching her calculating eyes. "Dr. Thompson," she began, her voice precisely modulated to project reasonable concern. "This situation has escalated unnecessarily. I've taken the liberty of informing you that GPC has acquired legal custody of 6 other orphaned Ithorians, currently responding to early-stage cellular degradation." The camera panned to show a sterile medical ward where 6 small Ithorian children lay in monitored beds, their conditions visibly similar to Lita's early symptoms. "These children require proper corporate treatment protocols," Kas continued, "protocols that your interference is preventing us from perfecting. I trust you understand the implications." The threat was clear. Surrender Lita or these children would suffer without the treatment Nicholas was pioneering. Before he could formulate a response, a sharp electronic wail erupted from Lita's biomonitors. Nicholas spun around to see her small body arching against the bed, limbs rigid and trembling. "Seizure!" he shouted, rushing to her side. The neural integration was accelerating too rapidly, overwhelming her system. The monitor showed chaotic patterns of electrical activity cascading through her brain. Nicholas faced an impossible choice: slow the integration process and risk cellular degradation resuming, or allow the painful but potentially healing integration to continue at its current pace. "Varek, what's your assessment?" he demanded, already administering anti-seizure compounds calibrated for Ithorian physiology. The Ithorian doctor studied the neural patterns with grave concentration. Slowing the integration might prevent immediate neural damage, but it would likely allow cellular degradation to resume in peripheral systems. The integration appears to be following logical progression, despite its intensity. Nicholas made his decision. "We maintain the integration but manage the symptoms." He adjusted Lita's position, supporting her head gently. I need something to modulate her neural activity without suppressing the integration process. Drawing on his knowledge of both human and Ithorian healing tradition, Nicholas began guiding Lita through synchronized breathing patterns, combining human meditation techniques with traditional Ithorian harmonic healing songs. His voice dropped to a low, rhythmic chant, while his fingers monitored pulse points specific to Ithorian neurology. "Match your breathing to mine, Lita," he murmured. "Feel the rhythm. Let it stabilize you." The biomonitor gradually showed decreasing chaotic patterns as Lita's breathing synchronized with Nicholas's. Dr. Reyes adjusted the environmental controls to match frequencies known to promote neural stability in Ithorians, while Thalia administered minute doses of stabilizing compounds at Nicholas's direction. After several tense minutes, Lita's seizure subsided. Her breathing steadied, and the monitors showed neural activity organizing into more coherent patterns. Dr. Varric had observed the entire process with increasing amazement. "I've never seen such an approach," he finally admitted, his professional reserve cracking. This unorthodox integration of human and Ithorian healing methods is achieving what conventional Ithorian medicine couldn't. He moved to a secure terminal, eye-doctor-teeing his senior credentials. "I'm accessing classified medical archives to search for historical precedents of cross-species medical symbiosis. There must be cases that were documented before corporate interests buried them." Nicholas nodded gratefully, continuing his gentle monitoring of Lita while checking the countdown timer. 4 hours remaining. His datapad chimed with an alert from the Judicial Council. The emergency hearing request had been denied. 3 council members had recused themselves, citing conflict of interest. Nicholas's teeth clenched as a secondary alert revealed all 3 were major shareholders in GPC subsidiaries. "We've lost legal recourse," he informed the others grimly. Through the barricaded door, they could hear the extraction team preparing specialized medical suspension units for Lita's forced transfer. Dr. Reyes called their attention to the latest neural scans. "Look at this," she said, her voice tight with controlled excitement. Areas of Lita's brain previously showing severe cellular degradation are displaying evidence of regeneration. The hybrid cells aren't just preventing further damage, they're creating new neural pathways around damaged sections. "Functional recovery," Nicholas breathed, studying the scans. "Not just stabilization." A high-pitched whine suddenly penetrated the room, rapidly increasing in frequency until it passed beyond human hearing range. Nicholas felt nothing, but both Lita and Nurse Thalia cried out in pain, their hands moving instinctively to cover the sides of their hammer-shaped heads. "Sonic disruptors," Varric shouted, also wincing though less severely affected. "They specifically target Ithorian auditory membranes while bypassing human nervous systems. Doctor, porate extraction teams use them to minimize liability while incapacitating Ithorian resistance." Nicholas's mind raced, watching Lita curl into a fetal position, her pain evident despite the inaudible attack. Then a memory surfaced, his wife's research on frequency modulation for pain management. "Raise the ultrasonic imaging equipment," he called, already moving toward the diagnostic array. "We can reprogram it to generate cancellation waves." Working frantically, Nicholas reprogrammed the medical equipment to analyze the sonic attack pattern and generate precisely calibrated counter frequencies. Using principles adapted from human noise cancellation technology, he created patches of sonic neutrality around Lita and Thalia. "It WDRT hold for long," he warned as the 2 Ithorians gradually recovered. "They'll adjust their attack frequencies." Dr. Varric suddenly straightened at his terminal, his eyes widening. "I found something," he announced. "A century-old case study. An Ithorian child stranded with human colonists for 3 years developed unprecedented resilience to conditions fatal to other Ithorians." He transferred the data to the main screen. The research was subsequently purchased and classified by Meridian Pharmaceuticals, one of GPC's founding corporations. Nicholas immediately understood the implications. "They've known all along," he said, his voice hardening. "They've known that human-Ithorian biological interaction could cure these children, but treatment would mean losing them as research subjects and pharmaceutical consumers." With decisive gesture, he broadcast Dr. Varick's findings to all medical staff on Proxima Station, along with their own research and Lita's improving scans. "Everyone needs to see this," he said as the transmission completed. The effect was immediate. Communications channels erupted with chatter as Ithorian medical workers throughout the station received and reviewed the data. Security channels reported staff abandoning posts, converging on their location not to assist the extraction team, but to witness Lita's condition firsthand. The barricaded door suddenly hissed open, security overrides finally breaching their defenses. Valeria Koss stepped through, flanked by armed security personnel. Her immaculate corporate attire contrasted sharply with the medical chaos of the room. In her hand, she held a final extraction authorization tablet. "This has gone quite far enough, Doctor." "Thompson," she began, her practiced corporate tone unchanged despite the situation. "Your interference has," she faltered, her rehearsed speech dying as her gaze Dr. L on Lita. The child was now sitting upright, alert and responsive, her large eyes focused and aware. As they watched, she formed words in a halting but clear voice, alternating between Ithorian harmonic speech and basic human language, a development GPC had deemed biologically impossible for an Ithorian child her age, particularly one with her medical history. "Stay with Nicholas," Lita said, her dual-toned voice strengthening with each word. "My family now." Koss's composed expression cracked, genuine uncertainty flashing across her features for the first time. Before she could recover, the station's emergency broadcast system activated, overriding all communications with the formal insignia of the Ithorian Homeworld Medical Council. "At Dr. Ion Proxima Station," announced the grave voice of the council's senior medical director. In response to evidence submitted by Dr. Varick regarding hybrid cellular regeneration in the Ithorian minor designated Lita, the council hereby imposes an immediate injunction on any removal or transfer of said minor pending formal investigation. The transmission continued, detailing the launch of comprehensive probes into GPC's management of orphaned Ithorians across the system. As the implications became clear, Valeria Koss's confident posture collapsed, her corporate authority evaporating under the weight of homeworld intervention. Nicholas moved to stand beside Lita's bed, his hand gently resting on her shoulder. The timer on his screen showed the extraction deadline had passed, replaced by a new countdown, the arrival time of the Ithorian Medical Council's investigative team. "It appears," Dr. Varick said with quiet satisfaction, "that conventional wisdom has been overturned today. Perhaps there is something to be said for human stubbornness after all." Nicholas smiled wearily, feeling the accumulated exhaustion of days without proper sleep. "Not stubbornness," he corrected, doctoring Lita's eyes drift closed in peaceful sleep rather than medical distress. "Just love. Sometimes that's the medicine that works when nothing else will." The door to Nicholas's quarters hissed open as the Ithorian Homeworld Medical Council's injunction flashed across every screen in the room. 3 GPC security officers froze in the doorway, their neural disruptors half raised, expressions caught between duty and uncertainty. "Stand by for clarification," the lead officer muttered into his comm unit, eyes darting be Dr. Nicholas and the frail Ithorian child on the medical bed. Nicholas didn't hesitate. Seizing the moment of confusion, he lunged for the treatment console, fingers dancing across the interface with practiced precision. The synthesizer hummed to life, combining the emerald-tinted human immune boosters with the pearlescent Ithorian neural S-Doctor, a lasers he'd prepared hours earlier. "Dr. Varek, I need baseline readings," Nicholas called out, not looking up from the delicate calibration. The Ithorian physician moved with surprising speed for his species, his elongated neck bending over Lita's prone form as he pressed a diagnostic array against her mottled skin. Cellular degradation at 63%, neural pathways showing intermittent stability, autonomous functions declining. His voice carried no emotion, but his four-fingered hand trembled slightly against the scanner. "Documenting all responses," Dr. Varek added more quietly. "This approach violates 17 standard protocols." Nicholas's lips quirked into a grim smile as he extracted the completed mixture from the synthesizer. "Only 17. I'm losing my touch." The security officers remained frozen in the doorway as Nicholas approached Lita's bedside with the iridescent solution. He met Dr. Varek's eyes over her small form. "You can still walk away. This is my responsibility." The Ithorian's breathing slits fluttered their equivalent of a sigh. "I have already compromised my professional standing by allowing this far. I will document everything, for better or worse." Nicholas nodded once, then inserted the delivery capsule into Lita's primary IV port. The solution flowed into her system, glimmering beneath her translucent skin like liquid starlight. Valeria Koss marched through the station's executive level, her tailored GPC uniform drawing deferential nods from staffers who quickly found reasons to be elsewhere. The corporation's senior xenobiological administrator had cultivated her reputation for cold efficiency with meticulous care. Today, that reputation was in jeopardy. She pressed her palm against the scanner outside the private communication hub, then stepped into the soundproof chamber as the door sealed behind her. The quantum-encrypted connection took precisely 3 seconds to establish, 3 seconds during which she composed her features into professional neutrality. The holographic display flickered, revealing Director Samuel's sharp features. Even through the projection, his displeasure radiated like physical heat. "Explain how a human medic with basic xenobiology training has managed to circumvent our entire legal framework," he said without preamble. Koss straightened her spine. The Ithorian Medical Council's intervention was unexpected. "Their injunction temporarily supersedes our authority until I'm aware of the legal mechanics," Samuels cut in. "What concerns the board is how this situation progressed to the point where external authorities became involved at all. Thompson should have been removed from the station 48 hours ago. The delay was a failure I expect you to rectify." Samuels leaned forward, his holographic form seeming to push into her physical space. "You will maintain presence on station while our legal division deploys countermeasures. The injunction will be challenged in 3 separate jurisdictions within the hour." Koss nodded, but Samuels wasn't finished. "What you may not fully appreciate, Administrator, is what's at stake. If Thompson's methods prove viable, it invalidates our entire treatment protocol for orphaned Ithorians. Do you understand what that means financially? The cellular maintenance program generates approximately $8 billion in annual revenue," Samuels finished, "with projected growth to $12 billion over the next 5 years. All from a treatment that manages symptoms without addressing the underlying condition." His expression hardened. "A condition we've understood for decades but found more profitable to treat than cure." Koss felt a chill that had nothing to do with the hub's temperature. "I understand, Director." "Good. Then understand this as well. Thompson and his treatment records need Dr. Isapir. How you accomplish this is your concern, but it must appear to be within regulatory boundaries." The connection terminated, leaving Koss alone with the weight of unspoken orders. "N. Nicholas." The voice was so faint that Nicholas nearly missed it over the hum of medical equipment. He spun toward the bed where Lita lay, her large eyes blinking slowly as they focused on him. "Doctor, I'm here," he said, moving to her side and taking her hand, a gesture that had scandalized the Ithorian medical staff when he'd first arrived. Their species considered direct contact during illness inappropriate, even dangerous, but Nicholas had never been able to separate healing from touch. "The lights are dancing," Lita said, her voice shifting mid-sentence from Ithorian vibrational patterns to human phonetics and back again, something she'd never done before. Inside, they're fixing the broken paths. Nicholas exchanged a startled glance with Dr. Varek, who was monitoring her neural activity. "What do the dancing lights look like, Lita?" She closed her eyes, concentrating. "Blue-silver, they find dark spots and make bridges. Some bridges break, they make new ones." Nicholas felt his pulse quicken. "The scans show cellular integration, but they can't show us how it feels. She's described, Doctor, the neural repair process from the inside." Dr. Varek adjusted his scanner. "Impossible. The conscious mind cannot perceive cellular activity." "Maybe not normally," Nicholas agreed, "but we're creating something entirely new here. The human stem cells are integrating with her neural tissue in ways we don't fully understand." Lita's grip on his hand tightened. "The broken parts don't hurt now, but some lights are going to the wrong places." Nicholas frowned. "What do you mean, wrong places?" "They like my words, my memories." Her B-doctor thing quickened. "Not fixing the quiet parts that work without thinking." Nicholas turned to the neural scan display, eyes darting across the complex patterns. There, in the language centers and memory formation regions, activity was intensifying, while the autonomous nervous system showed minimal improvement. "Damn it," he muttered. "The hybrid cells are prioritizing cognitive functions over autonomous systems." Dr. Varek moved beside him, his normally impassive features showing concern. "If this continues, her higher functions will improve while basic life support systems fail. A consciousness trapped in a failing body." Nicholas ran a hand through his hair, mind racing. "We need to redirect the cellular regeneration without disrupting the beneficial neural integration." He began adjusting the treatment parameters on the console. "I need to modify the signaling proteins to redirect the stem cell's focus." "Such an adjustment has never been attempted," Dr. Varek noted. "Nigh doctor, Loss didn't look up. Then we'll be the first." The arrival of the Ithorian medical delegation caused more disruption than their dignified bearing suggested. 3 senior practitioners, their ceremonial medical vestments stark against the utilitarian station corridors, moved with purpose toward Nicholas's quarters despite the GPC security personnel attempting to escort them elsewhere. "Our authority in this matter derives from the Ithorian Homeworld Medical Council," stated the eldest, Healer Morath, his translator rendering his vibrational speech into precisely modulated standard. "Your corporate protocols are irrelevant." Nicholas watched their approach on the security feed, a mixture of hope and apprehension tightening his chest. These practitioners represented the highest medical authority among Ithorians. Their assessment could legitimize his treatment or end it entirely. His data pad chimed with an incoming priority message. The sender identification read, Dr. Alina Zhang, Interspecies Medical Ethics Committee. Nicholas felt a surge of emotion seeing his former mentor's name. He hadn't spoken to Alina in nearly 2 years, not since. He pushed the thought aside and opened the message. "Nicholas." Alina's familiar face appeared, lines of concern etched more deeply than he remembered. "I've been monitoring the situation with your Ithorian patient. What you've attempted is either brilliant or reckless, possibly both, knowing you. The GPC is filing motions to gain custody of the child and all research materials. I'm formally classifying Lita's case as an unprecedented xenobiological emergence under Article 7 of the Galactic Treaty. This grants you 48 hours of protected status while the Ethics Committee reviews the case. Use that time wisely. And Nicholas, be careful. GPC doesn't respond well to threats to their revenue streams." The message ended as the door announced the arrival of the Ithorian delegation. Nicholas straightened his rumpled clothing, acutely aware of having been awake for nearly 38 hours straight. The door slid open to reveal the 3 Ithorian healers, their imposing height made more dramatic by the ceremonial headdresses that added another half-meter to their already tall frames. Healer Morath, Nicholas inclined his head in the traditional Ithorian greeting. Your presence honors us. Your treatment protocols concern us, Morath replied without preamble. We will examine the child. Dr. Varric stepped forward. Healer Morath, I have been documenting all procedures and outcomes. The human's methods are unorthodox, but we will examine the child, Morath repeated, moving toward Lita's bedside with the other healers following in formation. Nicholas moved to stand protectively near Lita, but didn't interfere as the healers began their assessment, their specialized instruments humming softly as they passed over her small form. You have integrated human cellular material with Ithorian neural tissue, stated the youngest healer, her tone making it sound like an accusation. Yes, Nicholas replied simply. Lita's condition left no alternative. There are always alternatives to xenogenetic modification, said the third healer, not looking up from his scanner. Nicholas felt his patience fraying, such as watching her die WDRE following protocol. Healer Morath's head turned sharply toward Nicholas. Your emotional investment clouds your judgment, human. My emotional investment is why Lita isn't doctor. Alive, Nicholas countered. I didn't have the luxury of academic debate while her cells were degrading by the hour. Before Morath could respond, Nicholas's data pad chimed again, multiple incoming files from various sources throughout the station. He glanced down to see medical records flooding his secure server, all bearing similar classification codes: orphan doctor, Ithorian juveniles, all diagnosed with species-specific terminal decline. What is this? He murmured, opening one file at random. A young Ithorian, perhaps a year older than Lita, with identical cellular degradation patterns but less advanced. Treatment listed as palliative care only with a GPC protocol number. Another file, same diagnosis, same protocol, another, and another. They knew, Nicholas said, his voice hardening as he looked up at Dr. Varric. GPC has been documenting these cases across multiple stations and colonies. They've been classifying it as an inevitable terminal condition rather than a treatable deficiency. Doctor. Varric moved to view the files, his breathing slits fluttering rapidly, a sign of distress. These children could have been saved. Who sent these files? Healer Morath demanded. Nicholas checked the transmission sources. Station medical staff, multiple departments. He looked up, meeting the elder healer's gaze. It seems not everyone at GPC values protocols over lives. Doctor. Varric's access to the sealed genetic archives triggered 3 separate security alerts, all of which he methodically overrode using his emergency medical authority codes. The Ithorian physician had maintained Professio Doctor distance from Nicholas's unorthodox methods for weeks, but the evidence of GPC's systematic misdiagnosis of orphaned Ithorians had shattered his clinical detachment. If your theory is correct, he said as the archive's encryption yielded to his credentials, Doctor, then Ithorian clan structures are not merely social constructs but biological necessities. Nicholas nodded, watching as ancient genetic data filled the display. The degradation patterns are consistent with symbiotic dependency. Lita's cells aren't failing because of a disease, they're failing because they're missing essential biological components that would normally be provided by clan members. The archives confirmed Nicholas's hypothesis in stark detail. Ithorian clans weren't just families, they were biological collectives, sharing specialized microorganisms through their communal living spaces. These microorganisms provided essential genetic material that enabled cellular maintenance throughout their lives, an orphaned Ithorian without clan exposure. Dr. Varric began. Is missing critical biological components, Nicholas finished. And GPC's treatment protocol provides just enough synthetic substitutes to slow the degradation without stopping it. Because a permanent cure would eliminate recurring treatment revenue, Dr. Varric concluded, his normally modulated voice carrying an edge Nicholas had never heard before. Nicholas turned to the Ithorian healers, who had been reviewing the evidence in silence. This is why my approach is working. Human microbiome elements, properly prepared, can substitute for the missing Ithorian clan markers. Not perfectly, but effectively enough to halt the degradation while Lida's system adapts. Healer Moreth studied Nicholas with an intensity that seemed to peer into his very cells. You will demonstrate this process. Nicholas didn't hesitate. He reached for a sterile implement, then deliberately drew it across his palm. Blood welled from the shallow cut, bright red against his skin. Human blood contains components of our microbiome, he explained, allowing a sample to be lected in a medical analyzer. When properly prepared, these components bind with Ithorian cellular structures, providing the missing markers that signal healthy cell division and maintenance. The analyzer displayed the complex interaction between Nicholas's blood sample and a sample of Lida's tissue. The Ithorian healers watched in silence as human cellular components merged with Ithorian structures, creating stable hybrid patterns. This is what's happening inside Lida right now, Nicholas continued. My stem cells are providing templates that her body is adapting to replace the missing clan markers. It's not a perfect match, which is why we're seeing unusual neural development patterns, but it's stopping the degradation. The youngest healer leaned closer to the display. The integration patterns are unlike anything in our medical literature. Because GPC has been systematically acquiring and classifying all research related to Ithorian human biological compatibility, Nicholas said, gesturing to another screen showing the evidence Dr. Varric had uncovered. They've known this was possible for decades. A series of sharp tones interrupted the demonstration as emergency quarantine warnings flashed across every screen. The station's automated voice announced Biohazard Containment Doctor. Activated in Residential Section 7G, all personnel must remain in place until further notice. Nicholas exchanged knowing looks with Dr. Varric. Residential Section 7G contained only his quarters. GPC can't stop the Medical Council's injunction legally, Nicholas said, so they're using quarantine protocols to isolate us physically. A notification appeared on Nicholas's console. Emergency motion filed. Thompson, N versus Galactic Pharmaceutical Conglomerate, alleged unauthorized xenogenetic modification case 7729XB. And they're attacking through the legal system simultaneously, he added grimly. 3 different jurisdictions, I'd guess. Healer Moreth turned to his colleagues, their postures shifting in the subtle body language Nicholas had learned to interpret during his time with Lida. After a moment of silent communication, Moreth faced Nicholas again. We require individual biological scans, he stated. Nicholas frowned in confusion. For what purpose? Verification, Moreth replied simply, extending his arm toward Dr. Varric's scanner. Understanding dawned as Dr. Varric performed the scan, revealing what Nicholas had hypothesized. The Ithorian healers' bodies naturally produced the clan markers that Lida lacked. You're offering to donate, Nicholas said, a new hope rising in his chest. We are offering to participate in an approved medical procedure, Moreth corrected, though the distinction seemed semantic rather than substantive. The combination of traditional Ithorian biological components with your human approach may yield optimal results. For the first time in weeks, Nicholas felt the crushing weight of responsibility lighten fractionally. Thank you. The eldest healer inclined his head slightly. Do not mistake this for approval of your methods, human. This is for the child. Nicholas smiled tiredly. That's all it's ever been for. Nurse Thelia's hands trembled as she decrypted the final fragments of Lida's original medical assessment. She had risked her position, possibly her freedom, by accessing these restricted files, but the patterns Nicholas had identified in the orphaned Ithorians' cases demanded further investigation. The decryption algorithm completed its work, revealing data that had been deliberately obscured in the official records. Thelia's breath caught as she read the research notes attached to Lida's initial examination. Subject demonstrates classic markers of clan marker deficiency, consistent with Dr. Search findings from Project Symbiosis. See classified reference XB-117. Another section, partially corrupted but still legible. Synthetic substitute CMS5 provides 43% effectiveness compared to natural clan markers. Cost-benefit analysis indicates this is SUF Doctor, ent to maintain patent viability while maximizing treatment duration and revenue potential. Full biological replacement deemed Doctor economically non-viable. They had known. From the moment Lida arrived at the facility, GPC had known exactly what was causing her condition. They had developed a synthetic substitute that was just effective enough to keep her alive, but not enough to cure her because Doctor managed chronic condition was more profitable than a cure. Thelia copied the evidence to a secure data crystal, then carefully covered her digital tracks. Nicholas needed to see this. Nicholas's legs buckled beneath him as he attempted to prepare Anot Doctor. Treatment dose. 30 hours without sleep, combined with the biological strain of multiple blood and stem cell donations, had finally overwhelmed even his stubborn persistence. Dr. Varric moved with surprising speed, catching Nicholas before he hit the floor. "You have exceeded your physiological limits," the Ithorian physician stated, his tone somewhere between accusation and concern. "Lida needs another treatment cycle," Nicholas Doctor tested weakly as Dr. Varric helped him to a chair. "The neural integration is at a critical stage, and you will be of no use to her unconscious or dead," Dr. Varric replied. He reached for an Ithorian medical device. Nicholas didn't recognize a slender rod with bioluminescent elements that pulsed in complex pattern. "Doctor, what is that?" Nicholas asked, eyeing the device warily. "Ithorian healing technique, adapted for human physiology," Dr. Varric explained, positioning the rod near Nicholas's temple. "It will stimulate cellular reg, Doctor, ration and neural recovery without the side effects of your human stimulants." Nicholas raised an eyebrow. "Adapted for human physiology? When did you develop that?" Dr. Varric's breathing slits fluttered in what Nicholas had come to recognize as Doctor, Thorian equivalent of embarrassment. "I began modifications to our traditional techniques shortly after your arrival. Your methods, while chaotic and intuitive rather than properly structured, have demonstrated merit." Nicholas smiled weakly. "That might be the closest thing to a compliment you've ever given me." "It is an acknowledgement of empirical results," Dr. Varric corrected, activating the device. "Nothing more." A warm sensation spread from Nicholas's temple through his body, bringing with it a clarity he hadn't felt in days. The bone-deep exhaustion receded, replaced by a renewed focus. "That's remarkable," Nicholas admitted, straightening in his chair. "It is Dr. Pereri," Dr. Varric warned. "Your body still requires proper rest and recovery, but it will sustain you through the next treatment cycle." A sudden alarm from Lida's biomonitors cut through the moment. Nicholas was on his feet instantly, Dr. Varric close behind. Lida's body convulsed once, then went rigid. The monitors showed cascading failures across multiple Ustoms as her immune system began attacking the hybrid cellular structures that had been stabilizing her condition. "Rejection cascade, Doctor," Varric announced, his clin doctor, tone belied by the speed of his movements as he administered emergency countermeasures. "Her immune system is identifying the integrated cells as foreign bodies." Nicholas scanned the readings, mind racing. This isn't a simple rejection. Look at the pattern, it's partial. Some areas are being rejected while others are being fully incorporated. He pulled up the cellular imaging, confirming his suspicion. We've reached the integration threshold. Her body is at the point where it must either fully accept or fully reject the new cellular patterns. Standard procedure would be to suppress the rejection response and gradually withdraw the foreign elements, Dr. Varric stated. Nicholas shook his head. That would reverse all our progress. She'd return to terminal decline. He studied the patterns again, seeing the critical decision point with perfect clarity despite his exhaustion. We need to go the other direction, accelerate the integration beyond the rejection threshold. That violates every xenomedical safety protocol, Dr. Varric objected. The cellular stress could kill her immediately. And withdrawal will kill her slowly, Dr. Las countered. At least acceleration gives her a chance. Before Dr. Varric could respond, the lights in Nicholas's quarters dimmed momentarily, then shifted to the red hue of emergency power. The environmental systems fell silent. Life support to residential section 7G has been terminated for emergency maintenance, announced the station's automated system. Temporary life support measures have been activated. Estimated duration, 30 minutes. Nicholas's doctor, Reshan, hardened. They're trying to force us out or worse. The communication system crackled to life unexpectedly. Medical quarters, this is engineering. We've rerouted essential services through emergency medical priority circuits. You've got full life support and communications blackout from GPC monitoring. Can't say how long we can maintain it, though. Doctor, thank you, engineering, Nicholas replied, surprised by the unsolicited help. Just fix that kid, Doc, came the reply before the channel closed. Nicholas turned back to Lita's readings, which were deteriorating by the minute. I need to make a decision now. At that moment, a secure quantum channel activated on Nicholas's medical console, bypassing the station's normal communication protocols. Dr. Alina Zhang's face appeared, her expression grave but determined. Nicholas, I've established a direct connection to your medical equipment. The ethics committee needs to witness and document Lita's treatment in real time. Her eyes widened as she saw the readings. You're at integration threshold already. Yes, and GPC is trying to shut us down, Nicholas repelled Doctor. Quickly. Alina, I need to accelerate the integration beyond safety parameters. It's her only chance. Dr. Zhang studied the data streaming to her console. The cellular stress will be extreme. What's your integration vector? I'm combining my stem cells with the Ithorian healer's donated clan markers, Nicholas explained, already preparing the treatment. The Dr. Man cells provide neuroplasticity while the Ithorian markers provide cellular stability. A risky synthesis, Dr. Zhang noted, but the preliminary results support your approach. She nodded decisively. Proceed, Nicholas. We're documenting everything. Nicholas loaded the treatment into the delivery system, his hands steady despite everything. Doctor, accelerated integration commencing. The solution flowed into Lita's system, glowing with an intensity that illuminated her small form from within. For several agonizing moments, her readings continued to deteriorate, the rejection cascade gaining momentum. Then, gradually, the patterns began to shift. Areas of rejection stabilized, then began to reverse as the concentrated treatment overwhelmed her immune response. New cellular structures formed at an unprecedented rate, particularly in her neural tissue. The integration is succeeding, Doctor reported, his normally impassive voice tinged with disbelief. Her neural tissue is forming entirely new connection patterns. Nicholas leaned closer to the neural imaging, fascinated despite the crisis. It's not just accepting the human neuroplasticity, it's combining it with Ithorian distributed consciousness structures. Creating a hybrid cognitive architecture, Dr. Zhang added from the quantum channel. This is unprecedented in xenobiology. As they watched, Lida's neural network continued its remarkable transformation, human-like neural plasticity merging with Ithorian distributed processing in patterns never before documented. Her vital signs stabilized, then strengthened as the new cellular structures took hold. Dr. Varek moved to a different console, accessing historical records with his medical authority. Nicholas, you should see this. The display showed a systematic pattern of research acquisition spanning decades. GPC had methodically purchased, classified, and restricted all research related to Ithorian human biological compatibility. They've been suppressing this knowledge deliberately, Nicholas said, anger rising through his exhaustion. They knew cross-species medical approaches could work. Such approaches would threaten their treatment monopolies, Dr. Varek noted. A corporation values profit above healing. A priority alert flashed on Nicholas's security monitor. Valeria Koss was accessing the executive override system, authorizing a security protocol labeled simply Redaction. What is THA, Doctor? Nicholas wondered aloud, trying to access details of the protocol. The information was heavily restricted, but one fragment appeared: targeted neural disruption for selective memory modification without physical evidence. They're sending teams to erase our memories, Nicholas realized with growing horror. They can't legally stop us anymore, so they're planning to make us forget what we've discovered while maintaining the appearance of ethical conduct. Before he could process this new threat, a strange sensation bloomed in his mind, a presence that wasn't his own consciousness. Startled, he turned toward Lida's bed. Her eyes were open, glowing with an inner light that matched the hybrid cells now flowing through her system. When she spoke, her voice seemed to resonate directly in Nicholas's thoughts. Wraith Dr. Hand through the air. They're coming. 3 teams. Neural disruptors designed to target memory centers without leaving evidence. Nicholas stared at her in shock. Lida, how are you? The new pathways. I can see, feel, know your thoughts. Their thoughts too, approaching. Her mental voice was stronger than her physical one had ever been, tinged with wonder and fear in equal measure. They want to take away what we've learned, what we've become. Nicholas exchanged alarmed glances with Dr. Varek and the Ithorian healers. Can you all hear her? Their expressions confirmed they could not. Only you. Lita's thoughts continued. The connection formed through your cells, your blood. We are linked. Nicholas moved to her bedside, taking her small hand in his. Then we'll face this together. Can you show me what you're sensing? Images flooded his mind. Security teams moving through the station corridors, specialized equipment designed, Doctor. Look like standard medical scanners but modified to disrupt specific neural pathways associated with memory formation. They were 8 minutes away, using service tunnels to avoid detection. We need to prepare, Nicholas said aloud to the others. GPC is sending teams with neural disruptors to erase doctor memories of the treatment. They'll be here in less than 8 minutes. Dr. Zhang's face hardened on the quantum channel. I'm notifying interspecies authority enforcement, but they won't arrive in time. You need to secure Lida and the treatment data. Nicholas nodded, mind racing. Lida's recovery was still fragile, vulnerable to any disruption. The approaching teams represented not just a threat to their knowledge, but to her very survival. We can stop them, Lida's thoughts whispered in his mind. Together, Nicholas looked down at the small Ithorian child whose life he had fought so hard to save, now connected to his mind in ways he couldn't fully comprehend. Her purpose matched his own, a reflection of the stubborn human spirit that had refused to accept her death sentence. Together, he agreed, squeezing her hand gently as he turned to face the others. Here's what we're going to do. The electromagnetic pulse generator whined to life under Nicholas's hands, its cobalt light casting sharp shadows across Dr. Varek's determined face. The Ithorian physician's neck membranes vibrated, Dr. D with tension as he rapidly calibrated the medical array. 57 seconds until they breached the outer perimeter, Nicholas said, fingers dancing across the control interface. "You're sure this frequency won't harm her?" "It will not." Dr. Varek's dual-toned voice was clipped with concentration. The pattern Lita described matches precisely with Ithorian neural harmonic safeguards. The disruptor's GPC deploys will attempt to target her hybrid neural architecture, but will be broadcasting electromagnetic interference at exactly the right frequency to scramble their targeting. Nicholas completed the thought, a grim smile touching his lips. Hiding a diamond in a field of broken glass. The makeshift assembly of medical scanners, neural monitors, and repurposed communication arrays looked nothing like standard equipment. No Ithorian medical practitioner would have conceived of this configuration, just as no human doctor would have understood the precise vibrational frequencies needed. Yet together, they'd created something new in minutes rather than months. Lita lay motionless on the medical platform, her delicate Ithorian-featured doctor, easeful despite the chaos around them. Her telepathic warning had come just in time, a fractured, urgent message about neural disruptors and memory extraction teams. "Calibration complete," Dr. Varek announced. "Activating now." The array hummed, emitting waves of invisible energy that made the fine hairs on Nicholas's arm stand on end. The air seemed to thicken, pressure building against his eardrums. On the security monitor, 6 figures in GPC tactical gear appeared at the medical quarter entrance. Their movements were precise, professional corporate enforcers with military-grade training. The lead operative placed an override module against the security panel. "T-Doctor, reusing executive codes," Nicholas muttered. "Someone high up authorized this." The doors slid open, but as the team entered the electromagnetic field, their equipment began to malfunction. Neural disruptors sparked in their hands. Targeting systems flashed error messages. Communication implants squealed with feedback. The team leader signaled a retreat, face contorted with frustration behind his tactical visor. "That won't hold them long," Nicholas said, already moving to the secure terminal. "They'll adapt their equipment or switch to conventional weapons. We need to get the data out now." His fingers flew across the interface, establishing a quantum-encrypted channel to Dr. Alina Zhang's secure servers on Europa Station. The treatment protocols, Lita's neural scans, the cellular adaptation algorithms, everything compressed into a data package too valuable to measure in mere credits. "Transmission complete," he exhaled, watching the confirmation flash across the screen. "Even if they take the station, the knowledge is safe." A soft gasp from Lita drew their attention. Her body had gone rigid, back arched slightly off the platform. The neural monitors displayed patterns Nicholas had never seen before, rapid oscillations across all frequencies, energy cascading through pathways that shouldn't have been connected. "Her consciousness is separating, Doctor," Varek whispered, a note of awe in his normally clinical voice. "I've only read about this in ancient texts, the ancestral meditation of Ithorian elders, but this is different." Nicholas watched in astonishment as Lita's vital signs stabilized in a pattern he'd never seen before. Her brain activity suggested she was simultaneously in deep meditation and heightened alertness. "The human neural pathways we've incorporated there, allowing her to extend her consciousness in ways pure Ithorians cannot," Nicholas said, understanding dawning. "She's not just meditating, she's interfacing." The station lights flickered. Nearby monitors flashed with information too rapid to read. "She's in the system," Nicholas breathed. "Somehow, she's accessing the station network through the electrical field we created." Valeria Koss stood rigid in her executive office, the holographic projection of GPC's chairman hovering before her like an accusation. "This situation has become unacceptable, Director Koss." The chairman's voice was arctic. "Our monitoring systems have detected data packages leaving the station. 3 competitors have already filed preliminary PDRN, Doctor, based on fragmentary information." Valeria maintained her composure with practiced discipline. Sir, we're implementing containment protocols as we speak. The Thompson situation. The Thompson situation should have been dedication days ago. The chairman's projection flickered with his anger. Do you understand what's at stake? Our Ithorian medical treatment monopoly spans 17 systems, trillions in projected revenue over the next decade. I understand completely, sir. Then understand this. The board has authorized extreme containment measures. You have 4 hours to purpose this situation, or we will implement Protocol Zero. DRHE projection vanished, leaving Valeria alone with the implicit threat. Protocol Zero meant destroying the station to protect corporate interests, a catastrophic reactor failure that would be mourned as a tragic accident while ensuring no competitive data survey doctor. She pressed her palm against the window, looking out at the medical sector where Nicholas Thompson continued his defiance of corporate interests, medical convention, and apparently biological limitations. Her secure terminal chimed with an incoming message, the latest biometric data on Thompson. What she saw made her breath catch. Nicholas stumbled, catching himself against the medical console. The room spun, colors BL Doctor, inked together like watercolors in rain. Dr. Thompson. Dr. Varric was at his side instantly, scanner in hand. Your cellular structure is showing unusual activity. The scanner's readout confirmed what Nicholas already felt: something fundamental was changing within him. The repeated biological donations to Leda blood, stem cells, microbiome samples had created a reverse pathway. Ithorian biochemical markers were integrating into his system, altering his cellular function in subtle but accelerating ways. The connection goes both ways, Nicholas said, voice rough with realization. I've been so focused on how human biology affects Leda that I never considered that Ithorian biology would affect you, Dr. Varric completed. Fascinating. The neural compatibility we established has created a biological bridge. Nicholas's vision blurred, then sharpened to painful. See Dr. Idy. For a moment, he could see the individual dust particles floating in the air. Count the minute SDRES on Dr. Varric's skin. I can feel her, Nicholas whispered. Not just empathy, I can actually feel Leda's consciousness. Across the room, the 3 visiting Ithorian medical practitioners had formed a triangle around Leda's platform. Their neck membranes vibrated in Dr. Arfect harmony, creating sound waves just below human hearing, but that Nicholas could now somehow perceive as color and texture in his mind. They're establishing communion, Dr. Varric explained, watching Nicholas's reaction carefully. A traditional vibrational harmonic meant to reach comatose patients, but they seem surprised. Indeed, the Ithorian practitioners had fallen out of harmony, their vibrations discordant with shock. The eldest among them, Master Healer Thune, turned toward Nicholas with all 4 eyes wide. Impossible. Thune's voice resonated directly in Nicholas's mind rather than his ears. The orphan accesses clan memories. All clans. Memories no single Ithorian should possess. Nicholas moved to Leda's side, drawn by an instinct he couldn't name. Her hybrid neural architecture, it must allow her to interface with your ancestral memory structures differently. Not differently, Thune corrected, neck membranes quivering. Completely. She accesses memories across clan boundaries. This violates all understanding of our species. Dr. Varric had moved to the analysis station, where he studied the cellular samples from Leda's earlier treatment. Dr. Thompson, he called, excitement breaking THR Dr. H, his usual reserve. The cellular rejection we observed wasn't failure. Nicholas joined him, forcing his newly enhanced vision to focus on the microscopic imagery. The hybrid system was selectively purging damaged structures, Dr. Varric continued. Look at the pattern, it's not random rejection. It targeted excision of compromised cellular material while retaining beneficial components. Adaptive selective integration, Nicholas murmured. Neither human nor Ithorian systems can do that alone. The station lights flickered again, more dramatically this time. The secure door to the medical quarter slid open, then closed, then open again. Environmental controls surged, the temperature dropping then rising sharply. She's affecting station systems, Nicholas realized. Her consciousness is interacting with core protocols. On the security monitors, they could see confusion spreading through the station. Security doors opened and closed unpredictably. Life support fluctuated in corporate sectors. Every display screen on the station now showed ancient Ithorian symbols scrolling in hypnotic patterns. "She's creating cover for us," Nicholas said. Unintentionally, but effectively. A spike of pain shot through Nicholas's temple, dropping him to one knee. Fragmented images flashed through his mind, engineering schematics he'd never seen, med-DRL procedures he'd never studied, faces of Ithorians he'd never met. "Your neural patterns are destabilizing," Dr. Varek's Psy-Doctor scanner hovering over Nicholas's head. "The Ithorian neural architecture is integrating improperly with your existing structures." Another wave of pain crashed through Nicholas's consciousness. He felt himself fracturing, pieces of his mind scattering like stars. "Help me," he gasped, reaching for Dr. Varek. "I'm losing cohesion." Master Healer Thune approached, neck membranes vibrating with concern. "His mind cannot integrate our patterns without guidance. He requires the communion." Through the haze of pain, Nicholas became aware of Nurse Thelia's voice broadcasting throughout the station, calm and clear despite the chaos. "Attention, all medical practitioners. This is an Doctor, Psy-Medical broadcast on all channels. I am transmitting comprehensive scans and treatment protocols for the condition affecting orphaned Ithorians across 3 sectors. This information is being transmitted under Interspecies Medical Emergency Provision 47B, which supersedes all corporate confidentiality protocols." Nicholas felt a surge of pride through his pain. Brave, brilliant Thelia, using medical emergency channels that bypass GPC's communication restrict DRS. Thousands of practitioners would receive the data before GPC could shut it down. The pain intensified, and Nicholas felt consciousness slipping away. The last thing he saw before darkness claimed him was Dr. Varek and the 3 Ithorian healers moving into position around him, their neck membranes beginning to vibrate in Dr. Lex patterns. Dr. Alina Zhang stood before the Interspecies Medical Ethics Committee, her posture perfect despite her exhaustion. Behind her, a wall of holographic displays showed Nicholas's treatment data, alongside historical records of GPC's research suppression. "The evidence is unequivocal," she stated, her voice carrying through the chamber. "Galactic Pharmaceutical Corporation has systematically buried research into Ithorian human medical compatibility for 27 years. They have maintained their monopoly on Ithorian treatments not through innovation, but through suppression." The committee members representing 12 species from across known space murmured among themselves. "Most damning, Doctor." Zhang continued, "Is this internal memo from GPC's research division, dated 15 years ago, acknowledging that human biological markers could potentially substitute for clan markers in orphaned Ithorians, but recommending against further research due to catastrophic revenue implications for existing treatment lines." The committee chair, a venerable Arcturian with silvered scales, leaned forward. "And you are certain of this data's authenticity?" "Absolutely certain," Dr. Zhang replied. "It bears quantum verification signatures from GPC's own systems." The committee deliberated for precisely 7 minutes before the chair spoke again. "This committee hereby issues an emergency injunction, freezing all GPC patents related to Ithorian medical treatments pending full investigation. Furthermore, we classify Dr. Nicholas Thompson's treatment protocols as critical medical knowledge, to be freely shared across all systems. On financial networks across the galaxy, GPC stock value began a precipitous decline." Aboard Proxima Station, GPC executives huddled in the secure command center. The station's chief of security, a former military commander named Drayson, delivered the news without emotion. "We've lost control of the situation. Thompson's data doctor spreading across 3 sectors. The ethics committee has frozen our patents. And now the alien practitioners are performing some kind of ritual with Thompson himself." Valeria Koss watched the executive director's face harden into drive. "Initiate Protocol Sigma," he ordered. "Full station quarantine. Cite xenobiological contamination concerns." "Sir," Valeria interjected, "Protocol Sigma will trap over 4,000 personnel on this station, including our own people." "A regrettable necessity to contain this situation," the director replied coldly. "Implement immediately." Throughout the station, emergency alerts blared. Blast doors sealed all docking bays. Communication arrays retracted into armored housings. Automated security systems deployed with lethal authorization protocols. Valeria returned to her office, hand pressed against her personal medical implant. The diagnostic data about her daughter Myra showing genetic markers that matched patterns in Lita's case burned in her mind. The treatment GPC was so desperate to suppress might be her daughter's only hope. In the medical quarter, Nicholas floated in darkness. Consciousness returned gradually, like dawn creeping over a horizon. He became aware first of vibrations, ComDRX, harmonious patterns that seemed to restructure his thoughts as they resonated through him. He opened his eyes to find himself at the center of the Ithorian healing circle. Master Healer Thune and the other practitioners surrounded him, their neck membranes vibrating in perfect synchronization. Dr. Varric monitored human medical equipment that had been integrated into the ritual space. "He returns," Thune announced, all 4 eyes fixed on Nicholas. "The integration progresses." Nicholas sat up slowly, expecting pain but finding none. His mind felt, expanded. Thoughts formed with crystalline clarity. Sensory input organized itself with effortless precision. "Lita," he said, turning toward her platform. DRHE young Ithorian was sitting up, her large eyes bright with awareness. The neural monitors showed activity beyond anything Nicholas had seen before, patterns that shouldn't have been possible in either human or Ithorian brains. "Nicholas," her voice carried new harmonics, subtle vibrations that conveyed meaning beyond words. "I can see everything now, the station, the people, the patterns." She raised her hand and the medical systems responded without physical contact, displays changing to show her own neural architecture. "I can optimize the treatment," she said, manipulating the displays with thought alone. "For both of us," Nicholas felt a surge of wonder. "You're interfacing directly with the systems. And with you," she added, her gaze meeting his. "Your neural architecture is stabilizing. I'm helping guide the integration." Dr. Varric studied the displays with fascination. "Remarkable. She's processing information at speeds exceeding both human and Ithorian norms. The hybrid architecture creates capabilities neither species possesses individually." A station-wide alert interrupted them, announcing quarantine protocols and security lockdown. Automated systems warned all personnel to remain in place pending decontamination procedures. "GPC is making their move," Nicholas said, standing with new steadiness. "They're taking the entire station hostage to contain our breakthrough." The door slid open, admitting a group of station engineering crew led by Chief Engineer Riznik, a weathered human woman with calloused hands and determined eyes. "Dr. Thompson," she said without preamble, "we've implemented emergency protocols originally designed for radiation containment. Progressive sector isolations will keep GPC security from reaching you while we establish secure supply lines." Nicholas nodded gratefully. "Thank you, Chief, but we need to think beyond defense now. GPC won't stop with quarantine." "Already on it," Riznik replied. "My people are establishing direct communication with the Engineering Guild representatives off-station. This isn't just about medicine anymore, it's about corporate overreach and basic rights." As they spoke, external media outlets began broadcasting fragmentary reports about the situation. Public feeds showed growing outrage across multiple systems as the narrative spread a human doctor fighting corporate interests to save an alien orphan, now being held hostage along with thousands of others. Nicholas turned back to Lita, who sat perfectly still, eyes unfocused. "Nicholas," she said softly, "I can feel them, the others like me, orphaned, suffering across the station." The Ithorian healing circle had maintained their harmonics throughout the interruptions. Now Master Healer Thune stepped forward. "We must complete the ritual," he said, "for both your sakes." Nicholas rejoined the circle, sitting cross-legged before Lita. The Ithorian practitioners resumed their positions, their vibrational harmonics intensifying. As the resonance built around him, Nicholas felt his consciousness expanding again, not fragmenting this time, but extending with structure and purpose. His perception shifted, moving beyond normal human limitations. In this expanded state, Nicholas suddenly perceived the mathematical pattern underlying both human and Ithorian neural architecture, not as abstract concept, but as luminous structure. He saw how the two systems could interlock, complement, and enhance each other. The refined treatment protocol unfolded in his mind with perfect clarity, not just for Lita, but for all orphaned Ithorians suffering from clan marker deficiency. "I can see it," he whispered. "The complete solution." Even as this revelation crystallized, station security systems flagged unusual activity in Research Section 7, a supposedly abandoned area of the station. Nicholas's enhanced perception allowed him to interpret the data streaming across nearby monitors. "GPC is evacuating specific research sections," he realized. "They're removing evidence." Chief Engineer Riznik accessed the station schematics. Section 7 has been listed as decommissioned for decades. Power usage minimal, no registered personnel. "But look at the power fluctuations," Nicholas pointed. "Cryogenic storage systems, data servers, they've maintained secret laboratories there." Lita's eyes snapped into focus. "They've been studying human Ithorian compatibility for decades," she said with certainty. "I can see fragments in the station archives, research that would validate our approach but implicate them in ethical violations." Nicholas began implementing his refined treatment protocol, hands moving with newfound precision across the Medica doctor. Interfaces. Lita's neural patterns responded immediately, the hybrid architecture strengthening and stabilizing. As the treatment progressed, long-range sensors detected 5 approaching vessels, GPC corporate enforcement ships with military-grade weapon systems. "They're transitioning from containment to destruction of evidence," Dr. Varek observed grimly. Nicholas felt Lita's consciousness brush against his, a gentle touch of minds that conveyed both willpower and discovery. "Nicholas," she said, eyes wide with possibility, "I'm detecting energy patterns from the other orphaned Ithorians. I think I can establish contact with them through the station systems." The monitors showed unusual energy signatures emanating from Lita's neural structure pattern, reaching out towards similar signatures across the station. "A telepathic network," Nicholas breathed, "using the station's electrical system as a conduit." As the GPC vessels approached and Lita's consciousness reached out to her fellow orphans, Nicholas felt both imminent danger and unprecedented hope. Whatever came next would change everything for them, for the station, and perhaps for human Ithorian relations throughout the galaxy. Lita's consciousness surged beyond the confines of her small body, expanding through the station's neural network like water finding cracks in stone. Nicholas felt it first as a tremor in her vital signs, then as a sudden spike across all monitoring systems. Her brainwave patterns fractured, multiplied, and reconnected in configurations he'd never seen before. "She's seizing, Doctor." Varek moved to administer a neural suppressant, but Nicholas caught his wrist. "Wait," Nishola doctor whispered, watching as the monitors displayed not chaos but a strangely ordered pattern. Look at the harmonic resonance. That's not seizure activity. Across the station, 7 other orphaned Ithorian children jerked upright in their beds, eyes wide and unseeing. In the pediatric ward 3 levels down, in isolation rooms scattered throughout quarantine, in private quarters of temporary guardians, all simultaneously connected through invisible threads of consciousness. Emergency alarms blared as GPC's neural monitoring systems detected the unprecedented psychic network forming. Security officers scrambled, medical staff froze in confusion, and administrative terminals flashed urgent containment protocols. Inside Nicholas's neural interface, data streamed in impossible volumes: biological markers, genetic sequences, immune responses flowing from each connected child through Lida's consciousness and into the treatment algorithm. His eyes widened as the results confirmed what he'd only theorized. His treatment protocol would work for all of them. Each orphan's unique neural pattern validated the approach from a different angle, their collective data revealing refinements he might have spent months discovering alone. It's working, he breathed, fingers flying across the interface. They're sharing biological data. Every single, his words dissolved into a garbled moan as pain lanced through his skull. Nicholas collapsed against the medical console, neural interface still connected, as Ithorian thought patterns crashed against his human neural architecture like waves against stone. Dr. Varric moved with unexpected urgency, disconnecting the interface, doctorizing Nicholas into a chair. The Ithorian physician's elongated fingers pressed diagnostic sensors against Nicholas's temples, his normally impassive eyes widening at the readings. Your brain is attempting to process Ithorian neural patterns, Varric stated, clinical tone barely masking concern. Without clan-specific harmonic stabilization, the integration will cause permanent cognitive damage within hours. Nicholas tried to focus on Varric's face, but his vision kept sliding sideways, reality fragmenting into overlapping perceptions. Clan harmonics, a psychoacoustic resonance family groups generate to stabilize neural development in our young, Varric explained, already calibrating equipment. Your human brain lacks the structures to withstand this integration without it. Through the haze of pain, Nicholas grasped the implication. You need to adapt the clan rituals. For a human recipient, unprecedented, possibly impossible. Varric's voice hardened with professional certainty. But yes, that is what we must attempt. Outside the station's medical sector, 6 GPC enforcement vessels slid into blockade formation, their sleek hulls reflecting the distant starlight as they surrounded the station. Communication channels throughout all sectors suddenly went dead, replaced by a single broadcast on emergency frequencies. Attention Proxima Medical Station personnel. This facility is now under Galactic Pharmaceutical Corporation emergency protocols. Unauthorized research has triggered containment procedures. Prepare for terminal sanitization protocols pending central authorization. Dr. Alina Zhang's fingers flew across her secured terminal, her face illuminated by the screen's glow in her darkened office. Years of suspicion about GPC's practices had led her to prepare for this moment. She'd maintained an isolated communication array specifically designed to bypass corporate systems. Transmitting authentication codes and evidence package, she murmured, as the system confirmed connection to the Interspecies Medical Ethics Committee's emergency protocols. The data package contained everything: Nicholas's breakthrough treatment, documentation of GPC's suppression of research, evidence of their exploitation of orphaned Ithorians, and now their attempt to sanitize an entire station of witnesses. The system confirmed receipt and automatic distribution to 17 planetary governments and 3 species homeworld authorities. The message was clear. Any action against the station would now be visible to the entire galactic community. Destroying them would only confirm GPC's guilt on a scale impossible to conceal. Zhang allowed herself a grim smile as she activated her station-wide emergency channel. Attention all medical staff. Implement Protocol Nightingale. This is not a drill. Throughout the station, engineering crews who had long suspected GPC's ethics moved with practiced efficiency. Chief Engineer Tomas Rodriguez directed his teams through pre-planned emergency reconfiguration of the power grid, isolating critical systems from central control. Medical Sector A, independent power established, called a technician, rerouting connections beneath the floor panels. Pediatric isolation ward secured, confirmed another. Rodriguez watched as section after section of the station's critical infrastructure separated from main control, creating a patchwork of independent systems that GPC couldn't simply shut down remotely. Life support, medical equipment, and essential services now ran on isolated POW-doctor cells that would maintain function for at least 72 hours. They can cut main power if they want, Rodriguez muttered, watching the reconfigured grid stabilize. But they'll have to come aboard and hunt down every system manually to stop treatment now. In her private quarters, Valeria Koss, GPC station administrator, made a decision that would end her 20-year career. Her security clearance gave her access to files few others could see, and her daughter's mysterious illness had driven her to look where she shouldn't. The classified medical database opened under her executive codes, revealing years of research GPC had conducted on orphaned Ithorians. Her stomach tightened as she uncovered the truth. The corporation had known about the genetic similarities between her daughter's condition and the orphaned Ithorians for years. They developed treatments, then buried them. The profit margins on their patented symptom management medications were too valuable to sacrifice for actual cures. Tears blurred her vision as she copied the files to a secure data crystal. Her daughter could have been helped years ago. All these children could have been saved. Instead, they'd been used as research subjects while being sold expensive medications that merely managed symptoms. The decision crystallized in her mind as she pocketed the data crystal. Her loyalty to GPC died in that moment, replaced by something more primal, a parent's rage. In Medical Sector A, 3 Ithorian medical practitioners gathered around Nicholas, their elongated necks curving as they positioned themselves in traditional formation. Doctor. Varek adjusted the resonance chamber they'd hastily constructed, calibrating frequencies never before tuned for human neurophysiology. Begin harmonic sequence, Varek instructed his colleagues. Adaptive pattern following my lead. The Ithorians' doctor. Iolized vocal structures produce sounds beyond human hearing range, creating overlapping fields of acoustic resonance. Nicholas felt the vibrations before he heard anything, a physical sensation that seemed to reorganize the pain in his skull into structured patterns. As the harmonics adjusted to accommodate his human neurological patterns, Nicholas's breathing steadied. The chamber around them amplified and shaped the sound, creating a space where Ithorian tradition and human physiology could find common ground. Across the room, monitors showed Lita's neural patterns stabilizing as well. The psychic network she maintained with the other orphans strengthened, becoming more structured and stable under the influence of the modified clan harmonics. The resonance is supporting both systems, one of the Ithorian practitioners noted with surprise. The human's neural plasticity is responding to harmonic calibration more quickly than expected. Varek's expression remained unchanged, but his voice carried a hint of newfound respect. Continue adjustments. Follow the human's adaptation patterns. On the security monitoring station, Nicholas's allies watched with growing horror as footage revealed GPC's neural disruption team moving methodically through the station. Black uniformed specialists with specialized equipment located and sedated orphaned Ithorians one by one, systematically severing Lita's growing psychic network. "They've already got 3 of the 7 children," Nurse Thalia reported, her voice tight with urgency. "Pediatric Ward B was hit first. The children are under pharmaceutical neural suppression." Dr. Reyes studied the security feeds, noting the team's movements. "They're following a predetermined sequence. See how they're avoiding main corridors. They knew exactly where each child was located." The implications were clear. GPC had been tracking these orphans all along, keeping them isolated from each other by design. Whatever Lita had accidentally triggered represented exactly what the corporation had been working to prevent. Inside the resonance chamber, Nicholas experienced a sensation unlike anything in human experience. The Ithorian harmonics reorganized his neural pathways, creating new connections that accommodated the alien thought patterns while preserving his human cognitive structures. Where Ithorian minds were rigid, specialized, his human brain demonstrated remarkable plasticity, adapting and integrating in ways impossible for Ithorians themselves. Images and concepts flooded his consciousness. Ancestral memories not his own, knowledge of Ithorian biology he'd never studied, emotional resonances from a physiology fundamentally different from human experience. Yet through it all, his human identity remained intact, observing and incorporating these alien elements through the uniquely human lens of intuitive understanding. His integration rate exceeds all projected models, one of the Ithorian practitioners observed. Human neuroplasticity is allowing adaptations that would take an Ithorian months of preparation. Nicholas opened his eyes, seeing the world through transformed perception. The Ithorians' bioelectric fields were now visible to him as subtle auras, their harmonic vocalizations appearing as complex patterns in the air. Yet his human emotional responses remained concern for Lita, dedication to complete the treatment, anger at GPC's exploitation. "I can feel them," he said, his voice steady despite the profound transformation occurring in his mind. "The children. They're scared, 3 are, muted somehow, sedated." In the secured records room, Nurse Thalia worked with desperate efficiency, her access badge combined with emergency medical override codes giving her temporary access to files normally restricted to executive level. What she found confirmed their worst suspicions. GPC had been deliberately separating orphaned Ithorians from clan groups after accidents or disasters. The corporation had manipulated placement protocols, ensuring these children would be isolated from the harmonics they needed for proper development. Without clan connections, the children developed specific neural patterns that made them ideal test subjects for GPC's psychoactive pharmaceuticals, all while maintaining a public image of benevolent corporate foster care. Thalia copied evidence to secure channels, hands shaking with a mixture of horror and rage. The corporation had created these orphans suffering deliberately, then profited from treating the symptoms they'd caused. Throughout the station, environmental systems suddenly shifted without warning. Lighting adjusted to soothing spectrums, temperature controls optimized for Ithorian physiology, and communication systems momentarily overrode standard protocols. Through every speaker, in every corridor and room, the ancient harmonics of Ithorian ancestral songs resonated. Staff members froze, GPC security teams clutched their heads in disorientation, and in the medical sector, Nicholas understood immediately what was happening. Lita was coordinating a station-wide manifestation of the O-Doctorand's shared consciousness. The harmonics served multiple purposes, disorienting GPC forces unfamiliar with the psychoacoustic properties, creating a stabilizing field for the orphan's continued neural connection, and most importantly, broadcasting a powerful psychic beacon that cut through the communication blackout. The approaching Ithorian medical delegation vessel, would recognize the ancestral patterns instantly. Within the resonance chamber, Nicholas focused his newly integrated consciousness, reaching for the captured orphans. Their sedated minds were dim embers compared to the bright flames of the others, but his hybrid awareness found pathways the pharmaceuticals couldn't block. He directed Nurse Thalia to reconfigure specific medical equipment, generating precisely targeted electromagnetic pulses that resonated with the unique frequency his hybrid mind could now perceive. The pulses wouldn't wake the sedated children, but created a channel through which their suppressed consciousness could still contribute to the network. "It's working," Nicholas said, eyes closed in concentration. "They're still connected, just muted. GPC doesn't realize the suppression isn't complete." Throughout the station, life support systems began behaving in ways neither human nor Ithorian engineers had programmed. Environmental controls in sections housing vulnerable patients automatically adjusted to optimal settings. Security doors malfunctioned, blocking corridors where GPC forces attempted to advance, while creating clear paths for medical personnel evacuating patients from threatened areas. The station AI is responding to Lita, Dr. Reyes realized, watching system after system demonstrate unexpected autonomy. Her consciousness has integrated with the maintenance routines. The semi-sentient maintenance AI, designed to learn and adapt to preserve life support functions, had recognized Lita's psychic network as an extension of its primary directive, protecting the station's inhabitants. The integration created a distributed intelligence that GPC had no protocols to counter. Valeria Koss stood before the sealed doors of Medical Sector A, corporate override codes ready, data crystal containing damning evidence clutched in her hand. Through the station's monitoring systems, she had watched Lita's condition improve under Nicholas's care. Improvements GPC executives had insisted were impossible. 20 years of corporate loyalty warred with maternal instinct. Her daughter suffered from the same condition GPC had been studying in these orphans. The treatment Nicholas had developed could save not just Lita but her own child as well. She entered her override codes, decision made. As the doors opened, security alerts flashed across GPC's executive channels. The Ithorian homeworld government had issued an emergency declaration, claiming the orphaned children as living cultural heritage, protected under galactic preservation treaties. Their diplomatic vessels had altered course to intercept GPC's enforcement fleet, transforming a corporate containment operation into a potential interspecies diplomatic crisis. Inside the resonance chamber, Nicholas completed the refined treatment protocol for Lita. The procedure integrated human biological components as substitutes for the missing clan markers, creating a permanent solution rather than the continuous medication dependency GPC's business model required. As the treatment stabilized both Lita's condition and his own hybrid neural architecture, Nicholas felt the connection between them strengthen not just doctor and patient, but something new in galactic medical science. A cross-speed doctor's healing bond that challenged fundamental assumptions about biological compatibility. Station sensors detected unexpected activity in GPC's classified research sector. Automated systems had begun purging databases and specimen storage, destroying evidence of illegal experimentation. More alarmingly, the purge protocols had released untested compounds into the contained atmosphere of the research labs, where other experimental subjects remained. Nicholas faced an impossible choice: remain with Lita to ensure the treatment protocol was secured and distributed, or attempt to rescue those trapped in the research sector before the compound's doctor ched lethal concentrations. Before he could decide, the station systems displayed something unprecedented. The orphans' shared consciousness, guided by Lita's enhanced capabilities, had begun systematically accessing and copying GPC's secure research databases. Their distributed processing power multiple Ithorian minds, working in concert through the station systems broke through encryption that would have taken standard systems weeks to crack. They were preserving the evidence while simultaneously using the corporation's own research to refine Nicholas's treatment protocol, improving it beyond what even his hybrid understanding could have developed alone. But the strain on Lita was becoming critical. Medical sensors detected dangerous anomalies in her neural readings as her consciousness stretched beyond sustainable limits, maintaining connections with other orphans, interfacing with station systems, and processing massive research data simultaneously. She's risking permanent dissociation, Dr. Varric warned, the usual clinical detachment absent from his doctorice. Her consciousness has expanded beyond her physical form's capacity to maintain integration. Nicholas understood the danger immediately. Without a method to safely reintegrate her distributed awareness, Lita might save everyone else but lose herself in the process. Outside the station, the 5 GPC enforcement vessels suddenly broke formation. Their command systems experienced simultaneous failures, ship functions defaulting to emergency protocols that prevented weapons deployment. Confused communications between vessels revealed complete navigation and targeting system failures. Dr. Zhang allowed herself a small smile as she watched from the communication center. It worked, she whispered to herself. Her allies had activated dormant backdoors in GPC's military software backdoors. The corporation itself had installed for remote product updates, but never imagined could be turned against them. The enforcement fleet was neutralized, buying crucial time for Nicholas to complete Lita's treatment while external help approached. Now the race was truly against time, not against GPC forces, but against Lita's expanding consciousness, and the risk of losing her to the very connection that might save them all. The hybrid resonance chamber hummed with overlapping frequencies, human and Ithorian tones, interweaving in patterns that shouldn't have been compatible, yet somehow created something entirely new. Nicholas sat cross-legged at its center, his breathing deliberately slow and measured as perspiration beaded across his forehead. Lita's small form lay before him, her chest rising and falling in perfect synchronization with his own. Neural patterns aligning, Dr. Zhang murmured, eyes fixed on the holographic display where two tinct brainwave patterns gradually shifted toward a shared rhythm. He's actually doing it. Nicholas barely heard her. His consciousness stretched beyond the confines of his body, reaching toward the scattered fragments of Lita's overextended mind. Where Ithorian specialists had attempted to impose rigid harmonic structures to contain her, Nicholas instead created something more organic, a mental anchor point shaped by human meditation techniques he'd practiced since childhood. I'm here, Lita. Find me in the chaos. He visualized his consciousness as a lighthouse on a stormy sea, sending out pulses of familiar emotion rather than sound. Recognition, safety, home, the concepts that transcended species barriers. A flutter of awareness brushed against his mind, fragile and disoriented, but unmistakably Lita. Then another fragment and another, drawn to the stability he offered like moths to flame. Each piece carried echoes of the other orphans, station systems, environmental controls, a vast network of connections that had overwhelmed her enveloping mind. That's it. You don't have to let go of them, just organize around this point. I'll hold you steady. The first true connection formed like a bridge spanning two islands, and Nicholas gasped as alien perceptions flooded his senses. Station temperature regulation systems translated as colors, power distribution networks manifested as pressure against his skin, and the orphans each one a distinct melody intertwined with Lita's consciousness. Heart rate elevated but stable, Nurse Thelia reported, doctor voice seeming to come from miles away. Neural activity unprecedented. I've never seen integration patterns like this. Doctor. Varric leaned closer to the monitors, mandibles clicking in what Nicholas had learned was an expression of reluctant fascination. The human's intuitive approach is unorthodox, but appears to be. The alarm blared with such sudden intensity that Nicholas nearly lost his tenuous connection. On the security monitors, armored figures moved with practiced efficiency through the residential sector, where 3 of the orphans had been hiding. GPC security teams deploying neural dampeners in Section 14, Valeria Koss announced, her corporate-trained voice betraying no emotion despite the tension visible in her shoulders. They're cutting the children off from Lita's network. Nicholas felt at the moment the first dampening field activated a violent tearing sensation as connections in Lita's mind were forcibly severed. Her body arched beneath his hands, a keening wail escaping her throat. His own body convulsed in sympathetic agony, muscles spasming as the shared neural architecture experienced sudden amputation. Seizure activity. Stabilize them. Doctor. Zhang shouted, rushing forward with emergency medications. No, Nicholas gasped through clenched teeth. Don't break connection, have to maintain. Anchor point. Another orphan was cut off, and this time Nicholas felt station systems failing in cascading sequence as Lita's mind withdrew from critical infrastructure. Emergency lighting flickered on as primary illumination failed. Life support systems stuttered, atmosphere processors cycling erratically. They're going to kill everyone on board if they keep this up, Dr. Zhang muttered, administering a modified anti-seizure compound that wouldn't disrupt the neural link. Valeria checked her tactical display, expression hardening. We have to move now. GPC has the remaining children cornered in Research Sector 5. Fall Doctor, me. She led them through a maintenance hatch that Nicholas hadn't noticed before, revealing narrow service tunnels bathed in dim emergency lighting. 2 techs carried the portable resonance chamber with Nicholas and Lita inside, the equipment whirring as it struggled to maintain stable frequencies during transit. How did you know about these passages? Thelia asked, her voice tight with suspicion. Executive access, Valeria replied, pressing her palm against a hidden scanner. And because I helped design this station's security systems before I understood what GPC planned to use them for. The tunnel door sealed behind them just as alarms blared in the corridor they'd vacated. Nicholas felt the vibrations through the floor as security teams stormed the empty medical bay. They're not just trying to collect the orphans, Valeria continued as they hurried through the narrow passage. GPC has developed a compound that specifically targets and eliminates the neural patterns enabling Ithorian clan consciousness. Once administered, the children will permanently lose their ability to form mental bonds. That's genocide, Thelia whispered, her normally pale skin flushing dark with anger. It's asset acquisition, Valeria corrected bitterly. Ithorian clan consciousness is the most valuable psychic ability, Doctor. Known space. GPC wants to own it, not destroy iDoctor. They'll reshape it, make it responsive only to approved handlers. Nicholas barely registered the conversation, his consciousness still entwined with Lita's as they fought to stabilize against the continuing shocks of disconnection. Each severed link was like losing a limb, phantom pain, radiating through their shared mental space. Ahead of them, Dr. Zhang had stopped at a junction, her fingers moving with practiced precision over a small device she'd racked it from a hidden pocket, military grade by the look of it. Elena, Valeria questioned. Interstellar Medical Corps doesn't just teach you how to patch wounds, Zhang replied without looking up. 4 years emergency response during the Proxima conflict. The device in her hands emitted a series of coded pulses. Emergency transponders activated, broadcasting distress signal on secure channels Category 1 medical emergency involving endangered children. GPC has communications locked down, Valeria warned. Zhang's smile was razor sharp. These frequencies bypass standard blocks, military protocols. If there's an IMC-affiliated vessel within 3 light hours, they'll respond. Nicholas gasped suddenly, his back arching as new information cascaded through the link with Lita. Ancestral memories not his own unfurled in his hybrid consciousness like ancient scrolls. Generations of Ithorian clan bonding rituals, biological mechanisms evolved over millennia to maintain their unique form of shared consciousness. And alongside them, his own human knowledge of neurochemistry recontextualized through an Ithorian perspective. Oxytocin, he whispered, the word barely audible. Vasopressin. What did he say? Dr. Varric demanded, bending closer. Human bonding hormones, Dr. Zhang translated, checking Nicholas's vital signs with growing concern. Parental attachment neurotransmitters. Nicholas forced his eyes open, struggling to translate the profound insight racing through his hybrid consciousness into words they could understand. Human parental bonding hormones, they interact with Ithorian neural tissues, create similar pathways to clan binding, could immunize against GPC's neural suppression compound. That's impossible, Dr. Varric stated flatly. Ithorian and human biology are fundamentally incompatible. Yet here we are, Zhang countered, gesturing to the stable readings on the resonance chamber where Nicholas and Lita remained linked. Their neural patterns have harmonized in ways your specialists claimed couldn't happen. A flicker of movement on Valeria's portable screen drew their attend Dr. N. Station security cameras, the few still functioning through Lita's fragmented connections, showed glimpses of the captured orphans. Small green bodies limp on gurneys, vital signs alarmingly weak as they were wheeled into a specialized containment area in the lower decks. They're already prepping them for the procedure, Valeria said grimly. Those chambers are designed to permanently rewrite neural architecture while preserving cognitive function. Nicholas felt Lita's terror spike through their connection at the sight of her clan siblings in danger. The resonance chamber's harmonics wavered as her consciousness Doctor to stretch toward them, threatening the stability they'd achieved. Stay with me, Lita. We'll reach them, but I need you here. Through their link, Nicholas sensed something else. Lita's consciousness, still partially integrated with station systems, had detected an anomaly. The neural suppression fields GPC deployed weren't just affecting the orphans. They were interacting with the station itself in unexpected ways. She's found something, Nicholas murmured, eyes unfocused as he processed the information flowing through their connection. The suppression fields, they're activating dormant protocols in the station's original design. Valeria frowned, checking her tactical display. What protocols? Emergency overrides, hidden access pathways, environmental controls. Nicholas's voice strengthened as the realization crystallized. Failsafes built into the station's original construction, designed to protect inhabitants from corporate overreach. Of course, Valeria breathed. This station was originally commissioned as a neutral research outpost before GPC acquired it. The founding consortium would have built in protections. Doctor. Zhang turned to the Ithorian specialists. We need to adapt Nicholas's discovery into a deliverable treatment immediately. Can you modify your harmonic carriers to transport biological compounds? The Ithorian harmonic specialist, Emrel, bobbed his elongated head. Theoretically, sound waves can be calibrated to carry particulate matter through neural suppression fields if the acoustic pattern is precisely tuned. I can synthesize the pharmaceutical delivery mechanism, Nurse Thalia added, already unpacking her medical kit. But we'll need significant quantities of the human hormones. All eyes turned to Nicholas. How much? Dr. Zhang asked quietly. More than can be safely extracted, Nicholas replied, understanding the implications. But do it anyway. The next hour passed in a blur of activity. While Valeria's tactical team prepared for the rescue operation, the medical team worked to implement Nicholas's discovery. Thalia and Varric collaborated on the delivery system, a hybrid of Ithorian sound engineering and pharmaceutical science, that could penetrate GPC's neural suppression fields. Nicholas remained at the center of it all, both literally and figuratively. Extraction ports covered his arms as specialized equipment drew blood and processed it to isolate the needed hormones. Synthetic stimulants forced his body to produce quantities that far exceeded normal human limits. Blood pressure dropping, Zhang reported, adjusting the flow rates. His immune system is reacting to the stimulants. Can't stop, Nicholas insisted through gritted teeth. Need more. If we push any harder, you could suffer permanent damage, Zhang warned. The children will suffer worse if we fail. Zhang's expression hardened with reluctant determination. She prepared an injection, the liquid inside glowing faintly blue. Immunosuppression protocol. This will prevent your body from fighting the stimulants, but it leaves you vulnerable to infection, including the very compounds GPC is releasing. Nicholas nodded once. The needle slid into his vein, ice spreading through his bloodstream. Across the room, Valeria was engaged in a hushed conversation over a secure channel. Confirmed. Maintenance Sector 42, 3 minutes. She turned to the others. I've made contact with sympathizers within GPC engineers, lab techs, administrative staff who disagree with what's happening to the orphans. They're creating diversions throughout the station. As if on cue, alarms blared in distant sectors. Security alerts flashed on her tactical display, showing GPC response teams being redirected away from their position. The treatment is ready for testing, Varric announced, approaching the resonance chamber with a device that resembled a Thorian musical instrument merged with human medical technology. But completely untested. We have no way to know, do it, Nicholas interrupted. His skin had taken on a grayish pallor, dark circles forming beneath his eyes as the hormone extraction took its toll. The harmonics specialist activated the device, filling the chamber with a complex pattern of sounds at frequencies that vibrated at the edge of human hearing. The aerosolized particles containing Nicholas's hormones embedded in acoustic carriers swirled visibly in the air, glowing faintly as they were inhaled by both Nicholas and Lita. The effect was immediate and overwhelming. Their already linked consciousness expanded explosively, the resonance between them amplifying beyond anything the monitoring equipment could measure. Nicholas gasped as his perception suddenly encompassed every system and location where fragments of Lita's consciousness remained. He experienced the station through dozens of perspectives simultaneously: environmental controls, security systems, communication networks. And through it all, Lita's presence no longer fragmented but coherent, drawing strength from the structure of his human mind, while sharing the distributed awareness unique to Ithorian cognition. I see them all, her thoughts came clearly through their enhanced connection. My siblings, their pain, their fear. I feel it too, Nicholas responded, the communication effortless now. You gave me your strength, Lita's thoughts continued. Your human thinking so linear, so focused. It helps me organize what was scattered. Through their shared perception, Nicholas accessed the fragmented data Lita had recovered from GPC's classified research. The information crystallized into coherent patterns, revealing the corporation's ultimate goal with sickening clarity. They've been planning this for years, he said aloud, voice hoarse with emotion and physical strain. Doctor, the orphans were never random. GPC specifically selected Ithorian children with heightened clan bonding potential. They've been genetically modifying them since infancy, enhancing their natural abilities, while introducing specific vulnerabilities that would make them dependent on GPC treatments. Dependent how? Zhang demanded. The neural suppression compound isn't just to control them temporarily. It's designed to reshape their clan bonding capabilities, make them form attachments only to approved handlers with specific neurochemical markers. Nicholas's voice hardened. They're creating living assets, psychically gifted individuals whose abilities could be leased to the highest bidders. Valeria's tactical display suddenly flashed with urgent warnings. GPC enforcement vessels have recovered from our disruption. They're deploying boarding craft specifically targeting DRFE support and power distribution to medical facilities. Simultaneously, the station's environmental sensors detected a new threat. Neural suppression compound reaching critical concentration in residential Sector 3, Thalia reported, checking the readings. The remaining free orphans will suffer permanent neural damage if exposed for more than 30 minutes. Nicholas faced an impossible choice. Continue refining the treatment to ensure its safety and efficacy, or immediately deploy the untested version to protect the children from permanent damage. Through their enhanced connection, a solution emerged not fully human or Ithorian, but a hybrid of both cognitive approaches. Tell the orphans to synchronize their breathing, Nicholas instructed, his voice stronger despite his deteriorating physical condition. Pattern sequence 478. Inhale for 4 counts, hold for 7, exhale for 8. Dr. Varek's mandibles clicked in confusion. Human respiratory patterns. What possible relevance? Ithorians breathe continuously through 4 lung chambers, Nicholas explained rapidly. Your species never evolved voluntary breathing control patterns because you never needed them. But human respiratory control can temporarily alter neural activity, create patterns the compound won't recognize. How would the orphans even know how to Thalia began? They'll know, Nicholas interrupted, eyes meeting Lita's. Show them, he whispered to her. Through their connection, Lita transmitted the breathing pattern to the other orphans, a distinctly human technique filtered through their shared Ithorian consciousness. On the environmental sensors, the readings fluctuated as the orphans' neural signatures shifted to unfamiliar patterns, becoming temporarily invisible to the targeted compound. Dr. Varek stared at the readings in disbelief. Then, with a decisive movement that surprised everyone, he approached Nicholas and placed a gnarled hand on his shoulder. I have misjudged you, human, he said formally. And perhaps misjudged your entire species. The Ithorian physician reached into his robes and withdrew a small data crystal that pulsed with inner light. These are restricted clan techniques, mental methodologies historically shared only within bloodlines. They may help stabilize the child's fragmenting consciousness in ways that complement your human approach. Nicholas accepted the crystal with trembling hands, understanding the profound significance of the gesture. Through their link, Lita's consciousness absorbed the ancient knowledge directly, integrating it with the human cognitive frameworks Nicholas provided. On Valeria's tactical display, a new signal appeared approaching rapidly from the system's outer boundary. IMC vessel responding to our distress call, Zhang confirmed, relief evident in her voice. They're dispatching a specialized medical intervention team. Their approach is being masked by the Ithorian diplomatic maneuvers in the outer system, Valeria added, studying the tactical projection. GPC's sensors are focused on the diplomatic vessels, not detecting the medical response team. Three-way standoff, Nicholas murmured, processing the strategic implications through his hybrid consciousness. GPC forces, Ithorian diplomats, and human medical responders operating under galactic humanitarian protocols, which supersede corporate jurisdiction, Zhang finished with grim satisfaction. The momentary hope was shattered by new security footage appearing on Valeria's display. The 3 captured orphans had been placed in specialized neural chambers, their small bodies connected to an array of equipment that pulsed with ominous energy. They've accelerated the timeline, Valeria reported tensely. Procedure initiating in 23 minutes. Not enough time for the IMC team to reach us, Zhang calculated. Nicholas felt Lita's fear spike through their connection, but beneath it was something else: tenacity. Her distributed consciousness had begun a controlled reintegration process, guided by his stabilizing presence and the ancient Ithorian techniques Varek had provided. She's pulling back, Nicholas explained, monitoring the process through their link. Withdrawing from peripheral station systems while maintaining essential connections to the other orphans. Reducing Dr. RAL overextension, Varric observed, studying the readings with new respect. Using your consciousness as a template for reorganization. The successful reduction of Lita's neural extension served as proof of concept for Nicholas's treatment approach. But as her consciousness consolidated, new information emerged data about GPC's original genetic tamper doctor, with the Orphans clan bonding capabilities. They didn't just enhance their natural abilities, Nicholas said, horror evident in his voice. They introduced specific vulnerabilities, genetic markers designed to make them receptive to the neural suppression compound. Despite this revelation, the team continued their preparations. The hybrid treatment protocol was refined based on the test results, but one critical component remained. The final formula requires specific neural patterns, Varric explained reluctantly, Doctor. Patterns that can only be generated by a mind simultaneously processing both human and Ithorian thought structures. Meaning Nicholas is the only possible source for the treatment catalyst, Zhang concluded. And I'll need to remain connected to the distribution system during deployment, Dr. Las added, already understanding the implications. Which means direct exposure to the compounds we're creating. At potentially lethal levels, Doctor, and confirmed quietly. Nicholas looked at Lita, her large eyes fixed on his with an understanding that transcended their species' difference. In that moment, no words spoken or thought were necessary. The choice had already been made. He extended his arm for the final extraction procedure, his gaze never leaving Lita's. Not today, he whispered, echoing his promise from what felt like a lifetime ago. They're not taking you or your siblings. Not today. Initiating neural sync now, Dr. Zhang announced, her voice steady despite the tremor in her hands. Nicholas's body convulsed as the hybrid treatment deployed through his nervous system. The Magneto Doctor, G equipment erupted with urgent alerts, red warnings flashing across every screen. His heart rate plummeted from 120 to 65, then 42, then dangerously lower. BP dropping below sustainable levels, Dr. Zhang called out, fingers flying across the emergency protocols. Respiratory function compromised. He's crashing. Inside Nicholas's mind, the experience was entirely different. His consciousness expanded in waves of gold and amber light, stretching beyond his physical form. He could feel Lita's fragmented presence scattered but recognizable patterns of thought that were distinctly hers and something else. The distant, frightened minds of the Ithorian orphans. The neural interface chamber glowed with emergency indicators as Dr. Zhang initiated life support measures, her movements precise despite her mounting alarm. The treatment catalyst requires his neural patterns to remain active, but his autonomic functions are failing. If I boost cardiac support, it might disrupt the neural balance. You must prioritize his survival, Dr. Varric stat doctor. His normally impassive Ithorian features showing uncharacteristic concern. If we lose the neural catalyst, we lose the treatment efficacy, Doctor. Zhang countered, inserting a specialized support line into Nicholas's carotid artery. He knew the risks. The station's alert system suddenly blared to life, interrupting their desperate efforts. Security alert. Unauthorized deployment detected in ventilation sector 4, the automated system announced. Signal disruption equipment identified. Technician, SAR Doctor pulled up the station schematic on the auxiliary display. GPC security forces they're deploying specialized jammers near the primary ventilation hubs. They're going to block the acoustic carriers in the treatment formula. If those jammers activate fully, DRHE treatment won't reach the orphans, Doctor. Zhang said, dividing her attention between Nicholas's failing body and this new threat. The formula requires the specific harmonic frequencies to bond with Ithorian neural tissue. Nicholas's consciousness registered the danger even in his detached state. Through the neural interface, he felt Lita's response a surge of willpower and an unexpected shift in her fragmented awareness. "They're using Galthian frequency disruptors," her thoughts whispered directly into his mind. "Your neural patterns. They're creating new pathways. You're accessing deeper layers of clan memory than should be possible." Inside the shared mental space, Nicholas could suddenly perceive ancient knowledge unfolding like intricate geometric patterns, Ithorian neural harmonics that predated modern medical science, techniques for resonating thought patterns across vast distances without technological assistance. His theta waves are reorganizing, one of the medical techs reported, staring at the readings in disbelief. "I've never seen human neural architecture adapt like this." Dr. Zhang glanced at the pattern. "Those aren't human patterns. They're hybrid, part human, part Ithorian. His brain is literally rewiring itself to accommodate both thought structures simultaneously." A new alert chimed, this one different from the security warning. "Incoming transmission," Saris announced. She paused, surprised. "It's the Interspecies Medical Consortium. They're invoking emergency humanitarian protocols and requesting emergency docking. Dr. NCE. GPC has locked down all docking procedures." Dr. Varek ended them. "The IMC is citing Article 7 of the Galactic Humanitarian Accord," Saris replied, scanning the incoming data. "It supersedes corporate authority in cases of imminent xenobiological crisis. They're already docking at Emergency Medical Bay 4. Dr. Zhang nodded sharply. "Establish secure communications amid Dr. Telly. We need their xenobiological crisis team." Inside the neural interface, Nicholas experienced something extraordinary. The hybrid thought processes created by his connection with Lita had opened unexpected pathways. He found himself suddenly accessing restricted GPC research files not physically, but through Lita's lingering connections to station systems. Horror flooded his consciousness as he witnessed due documentation of previous experiments. Ithorian orphans strapped into neural rewriting chambers, their clan bonding abilities systematically destroyed and redirected. The children's screams echoed in his mind as he watched their neural architecture forcibly reconstructed to create corporate espionage tools, living, breathing surveillance devices whose clan bonds had been weaponized. "They've done this before," he projected to Lita, sharing the terrible images. "They're not experimenting. They're implementing an established procedure." Her fragmented consciousness recoiled in horror, then tenacitied into something stronger, more determined. The medical bay doors slid open as the IMC team arrived, bringing specialized equipment and personnel. Their lead physician, a Tauralian with 4 arms allowing simultaneous operation of multiple instruments, immediately assessed Nicholas's condition. "Catastrophic autonomic failure imminent," she announced. "His human physiology cannot sustain this level of neural activity. You must disconnect him immediately." "If we disconnect, we lose the treatment catalyst," Dr. Zhang insisted. "Then you lose the human," the IMC physician countered. Dr. Varek stepped forward, his tall Ithorian frame suddenly seeming to occupy more space. "There is an alternative," he said, his voice hesitant. "One that has not been attempted in modern times." Every Ithorian in the room turned to him in shock. "You cannot mean clan severance," one whispered. "It is forbidden," another added. Dr. Varek's throat sac pulsed with emotion. "I am the senior medical representative of the Ithorian people present. The choice is mine to make." Without further explanation, he moved to Nicholas's side and placed his elongated fingers against the human's temples. His eyes closed as he began a low, rhythmic humming that resonated at a frequency just at the edge of human hearing. "What is he doing?" the IMC physician demanded. Dr. Zhang watched in awe. "He's temporarily severing his own clan bonds, redirecting his neural energy to stabilize Nicholas's condition. It's It's culturally unthinkable. Clan bonds are the foundation of Ithorian identity. He's creating a secondary anchor point, Saris realized, watching the neural readings stabilize, distributing the load between two minds instead of one. Throughout the station, chaos was spreading. GPC's hastily deployed neural suppression compound, intended to prevent the orphans from connecting with Nicholas's treatment, had proven unstable in the station's mixed-species environment. Non-Ithorian crew members began experiencing hallucinations and coordination problems. In the security hub, Valeria Koss faced Director Halsey across a monitoring station. His thin smile didn't reach his eyes as he studied her. "You've done exemplary work, Koss," he said smoothly. "Your detailed reports on Thompson's activities have been invaluable. The board is impressed." She maintained a neutral expression. "I was following protocol, sir. And now I'm offering you the opportunity to exceed protocol." He slid a data tablet toward her. "Full immunity and promotion to Regional Security Director. All you need to do is input these override codes into Thompson's distribution system." "May I ask what they'll do, sir?" Halsey's smile widened. "They'll ensure the treatment fails spectacularly, of course. We've invested too much in this project to allow interference. DRE Board has already sold futures contracts on the specialized assets we're creating." "Assets," she repeated flatly. "You mean the children. Enhanced information acquisition tools," he corrected. "The neural rewriting process transforms their clan bonding capabilities into the most effective espionage technology in the galaxy." "Quite valuable." Valeria took the table doctor studying the codes. "And if I refuse, then you'll be implicated in Thompson's illegal activities, promising career, unfortunate end." His tone remained conversational. "Be practical, Koss. This is happening with or without you." In the central ventilation hub, Nicholas's team monitored the treatment formula's progress with growing alarm. "The particles are degrading faster than anticipated," a technician reported. "The interaction with GPC's neural suppression compound is destabilizing the molecular structure. We need to recalibrate the environmental system station-wide," Saris realized. "Adjust humidity, temperature, and pressure gradients to maintain particle integrity during delivery." "That requires co-DRND level authorization," someone protested. In the neural interface chamber, Nicholas experienced a sudden, terrifying shift. His hybrid consciousness, guided by Lita's fragmented awareness, gained access to GPC's specialized neural rewriting chambers. Through the facility's monitoring systems, he could see one of the orphans already strapped into the procedure chair, neural probes positioned around the child's skull. Then, horrifyingly, he wasn't just watching, he was experiencing it. The orphan's terror flooded his consciousness as the first neural probe activated. Nicholas felt the sickening sensation of clan bonds being systematically destroyed and redirected, fundamental aspects of identity being erased and rewritten. "Lita," he called out mentally, the desperation of his communication amplified by the shared pain. "They've started the procedure." Dr. Zhang and the IMC team huddled around new data readings, their expressions grave. "There's a critical flaw in the treatment formula when exposed to GPC's compound," the Taurelian physician explained. "The interaction creates microfractures in the neuroreceptors. The orphans would be treated initially, but the doctor, vulnerable to future manipulation. The formula needs adjustment," Dr. Zhang agreed. "But the only person with both human medical knowledge and Ithorian neural understanding deep enough to make that adjustment is currently unconscious and critical." Through their neural connect doctor, Lita sensed the dilemma. Her fragmented consciousness, which had been gradually reintegrating throughout the crisis, suddenly achieved a breakthrough. Instead of scattered fragments, her awareness cohered into a unified whole. Through her connection to Dr. Las, she established a protective neural shield around the orphans still connected to her network. "I can temporarily slow the effects of their compound," She communicated to Nicholas. But the shield won't hold for long under this Dr. pressure. Nicholas and Dr. Varek, linked through their shared neural burden, instantly understood what needed to be done. Together, their hybrid consciousness began modifying the treatment formula, human MDRAL knowledge combining with Ithorian neural understanding in unprecedented ways. The station's communication system suddenly broadcast a formal declaration from the approaching Ithorian diplomatic vessel. Attention Galaxy, Pharmaceutical Corporate DRN Facility. By authority of the Ancient Accords and Treaty of Galactic Species Rights, we hereby invoke Declaration of Medical Sovereignty regarding all Ithorian juveniles aboard your station. Clan-based species retain absolute right to doctor their young from forced biological modification. Any Ithorian juvenile demonstrating legitimate clan bonds falls under this protection, regardless of species of the bonded individuals. The declaration brought momentary hope, but it was immediately dashed by new security footage appearing on the medical bay screens. GPC technicians were visibly accelerating the neural rewriting procedure for all 3 captured orphans, making dangerous modifications to the process. They're bypassing safety protocols, Dr. Zhang said, horrified. They're increasing neural penetration depth by 300%. At that rate, they'll complete the procedure before either the treatment arrives or legal intervention is possible, the IMC physician added. But the risk of permanent neural damage is acceptable to them, Dr. Varek finished, his voice strained from maintaining the neural connection with Nicholas. Nicholas's body suddenly arched off the medical bed, his limbs rigid as a catastrophic seizure took hold. Alarms screamed from every monitoring device. Neural cascade failure, Dr. Zhang shouted. His hybrid consciousness is fragmenting under the strain. The IMC physician moved decisively toward the neural interface controls. We must disconnect him immediately. No human can survive this level of neural activity. Dr. Zhang blocked her path. If we disconnect, the treatment loses its catalyst. The orphans will be lost. If you don't disconnect, he dies, the physician countered, possibly within minutes. Before anyone could respond, Dr. Varek made his decision. His tall frame trembled as he deepened his connection to Nicholas, taking on a greater share of the neural burden. What is he doing? The IMC physician demanded. He's increasing his own neural contribution to dangerous levels, Dr. Zhang explained, watching the readings in awe. He's implementing ancient Ithorian harmonics to stabilize Nicholas's condition. The strain could permanently damage his own neural architecture, an Ithorian medical technician protested. I am aware, Dr. Varek replied, his voice strained but determined. The choice is made. Throughout the station, environmental controls began responding in unexpected ways. Fire suppression system indicators activated across multiple decks, their status changing from standby to active without any fire alerts. The suppression systems are activating, Saris reported, confused. But there's no fire. On the screens, they watched as emergency fire suppression nozzles in the containment area began emitting a fine mist, not fire retardant, but the treatment formula, delivered directly to where the orphans were being held. It's Lita, Nicholas whispered, momentarily conscious despite his critical condition. She's rerouting the treatment through emergency systems that bypass the signal jammers. His consciousness once again merged partially with the orphan undergoing neural rewriting. The child's tear doctor, and pain flooded through him, but Nicholas's human mind provided an anchor point, preventing complete dissolution of the child's DRN bonding capabilities. Through this three-way connection between Nicholas, Lita, and the endangered orphan, they gained crucial real-time data about exactly how GPC's procedure attacked Ithorian neural architecture. In the security hub, Valeria Koss appeared to make her choice. With Director Halsey watching approvingly, She input access codes to Nicholas's team location. "Well done, Cass," Halsey said, leading a security team toward the doors. "Your promotion is secured." As they reached the medical bay where Nicholas's team operated, Halsey used Valeria's authentication to override the security lockdown. The doors slide Doctor, Penn, and immediately emergency quarantine barriers slammed down, sealing Halsey and his security team in the corridor. "Unauthorized biohazard detected," the station AI announced. "Emergency quarantine protocols engaged." Halsey turned to Valeria in fury. "What have you done?" "Created a trap," she replied calmly. "Your authenticated presence has triggered emergency protocols that will keep you and your security team sealed away from both the distribution system and the containment area, buying us time." "You've destroyed your career," he snarled. "Some things matter DRRE than careers," she responded, turning away as the quarantine field solidified between them. In the containment area, the treatment formula finally reached all 3 captured orphans. As the fine mist settled on their skin and was inhaled into their lungs, the neural rewriting procedure reached its final, irreversible stage. The interaction between the human hormones, Ithorian harmonics, and GPC's compounds created a neurochemical reaction never before documented. All 3 orphans began seizing simultaneously, their neural readings spiking in synchronized patterns. Through the neural interface, a massive feedback surge tore through Nicholas's connection, overwhelming the safeguards and protections. Neural overload. Dr. Zhang shouted as Nicholas's readings exceeded all established human survival thresholds. "His system can't handle this level of feedback." Dr. Varric collapsed to his knees beside the bed, still maintaining the connection despite his own pain. "Hold the pathway," he gasped. "The process is working. The children are fighting the rewrite." Nicholas's body went rigid, his back arching impossibly as the neural storm raged through his consciousness. Blood trickled from his nose, ears, and the corners of his eyes as his human physiology struggled against forces it was never designed to contain. In the shared mental space, Nicholas experienced something beyond pain, a transcendent connectio doctor. 4 Ithorian minds simultaneously. Lita, the 3 orphans, and remarkably, Dr. Varric himself. Their consciousnesses briefly unified into a single, powerful entity that pushed back against the neural rewriting with the combined strength of human dedication and Ithorian clan bonds. On the monitoring screens, the orphans' neural patterns began to stabilize, the invasive GPC procedures being systematically rejected and reversed by their own minds, empowered by the treatment formula. As the treatment succeeded, Nicholas's vital signs plunged toward terminal levels, his human body unable to sustain the massive neural load a moment longer. "We're losing him, Doctor," Zhang announced, initiating emergency protocols. Brain activity exceeding survivable parameters by 340%. The IMC physician shook her head grimly. "No human has ever survived neural activity at TDRE levels. The damage is catastrophic and irreversible." Yet in the mental space beyond physical limitations, Nicholas remained conscious and determined, his mind still working to complete the treatment even as his body failed. That moment, he made a choice to maintain the connection as long as necessary to ensure the orphan's safety, regardless of the cost to himself. The last readings from the containment area confirmed what they'd fought for. The neural rewriting had been halted and re-doctoresed. The orphans would recover. As this confirmation came through, Nicholas's EEG flatlined completely. The neural feedback surge hit Nicholas like a supernova exploding behind his eye doctor. His consciousness scattered, fragments of himself suddenly viewable from impossible angles, as though he existed simultaneously in 4 separate bodies. The sensation of his own limbs faded, replaced by a kaleidoscopic awareness of multiple nervous systems firing in chaotic patterns. Through rapidly dimming vision, he glimpsed Dr. Zhang shouting commands, her hands moving with desperate precision as his body convulsed on the medical table. "Neural decentralization pattern detected," someone called out. "He's distributing across the network." "Don't let him go," Dr. Zhang ordered, fingers flying across the emergency protocols. "Implement the Lazarus protocol now." Nicholas tried to respond, but his mouth, his actual human mouth, was no longer receiving commands from his brain. Instead, his awareness floated somewhere between his own failing body and the 3 Ithorian children connected to him through the neural interface. "I'm dying," he realized with strange detachment, "but I'm not disappearing." Within the neural network, the Orphaned seizures suddenly synchronized, their chaotic neural patterns shifting like instruments finding harmony after discordance. Through their connected consciousness, Nicholas perceived fragments of memory, not his own, assembling like puzzle pieces, finding their proper configuration. Clan memories, he understood, though he couldn't have explained how he knew. Theater, rebuilding. In the physical world, Dr. Varric stared at his medical monitors with mandibles twitching in what Nicholas somehow recognized as profound shock. The Ithorian physician tapped rapidly at the display, confirming readings that defied his understanding. "Impossible," Dr. Varric muttered. "The human hormonal compounds in Thompson's formula are activating dormant genetic sequences." "These are preservation patterns." He looked up, eyes wide. "Evolutionary adaptations I've never seen documented in any medical literature." "What does that mean?" Dr. Zhang demanded, hands steady despite the chaos as she implemented experimental life support protocols. "It means Thompson's treatment activated ancient Ithorian neural preservation mechanisms," Dr. Varric explained, wonder overtaking his professional detachment. "Adaptations designed to preserve clan memory during catastrophic population loss. The children's brains are using his neural architecture as a bridge." Inside the neural network, Nicholas experienced the sensation of being stretched across vast distances. His consciousness, the essential pattern that made him Nicholas, was diffusing throughout the system while maintaining coherence. He could perceive the orphans' minds, their fragmented clan doctor. Maury's now flowing through his more flexible human neural pathways, forming connections deemed impossible by Ithorian neurology. Human brains don't have the same structural limitations, he realized. "We can make connections they can't." The quarantine bay doors suddenly hissed open. Director Halsey burst through, face contorted with rage and fear. "Override emergency, Doctor. CK down, authorization Halsey Prime 70, he shouted. The station's AI acknowledged with a chime as hidden security panels slid open in the walls, revealing armed security systems Nicholas had never seen during his time on the station. "What are you doing?" Valeria demanded, stepping between Halsey and the medical team. "Protecting corporate assets," Halsey snapped, tapping commands into his wrist terminal. "I've dispatched a specialized tactical team with neural disruptors. They'll terminate this connection immediately." Dr. Zhang's head snapped up. "You can't. Severing the connection now will kill Thompson and likely the children too. Acceptable losses given the circumstances," Halsey replied coldly. Within the neural landscape, Nick Dras felt a new presence. Lita's consciousness, strengthened by the harmonizing neural patterns, moved with purposeful intent through the network. She wasn't just passively connected, she was actively navigating the system, pulling Nicholas along as his awareness expanded beyond the medical bay. "Look," her thoughts whispered, not in words but in impressions that his mind translated. "See what they've been hiding." Station systems opened before them like blooming flowers, security protocols parting as though recognizing Lita's neural signature as authorized. Data flowed into their shared consciousness, records of Ithorian orphans acquired over years, hundreds of children cataloged by clan origin and genetic markers. Each record contained neural scans, genetic sequencing, and most disturbing of all, extraction schedules. Project designation, memory harvest. Horror flooded Nicholas as understanding crystallized. GPC wasn't providing sanctuary for these children, they were farming them for the fragments of clan memory they see. Dr. Aimed. In the physical world, Dr. Zhang bent over Nicholas's monitors, her expression shifting from desperation to focused willpower. "I've stabilized his autonomic function, Doctor," she announced, "but his higher brain functions are suspended, distributed across the network. The good news is the neural connection has temporarily halted the orphan's deterioration. The bad patterns are reorganizing." "How long?" Dr. Varick asked. 4 hours, she replied. "Maybe less. If we can maintain the connection without losing Thompson to brain death, we might be able to reverse what GPC did to these children." Valeria Koss moved quietly toward a secondary terminal, her fingers flying across the interface. Using Halsey Doctor, emergency authentication that still lingered in the system, she accessed classified GPC research files. Her breath caught as the data unfurled before her. "This goes beyond medical experimentation," she whispered. "They're extracting and cataloging clan memory fragments containing ancient Ithorian knowledge, technological innovations, biological engineering techniques centuries beyond current science. They're mining their brains for proprietary technology," Dr. Zhang said, disgust evident in her voice. "Worse," Valeria replied. "They're committing cultural genocide for profit." Within the neural network, Nicholas experienced something beyond ordinary consciousness. The clan memory fragments flowing through the orphan's minds merged with his own awareness, creating a vast tapestry of knowledge spanning thousands of years. He perceived biological engineering, Doctor, incipals that made current galactic science seem primitive, mathematical concepts that existed beyond standard dimensional understanding. And most critically, ancient Ithorian healing protocols designed specifically for neural pathway repair. The information overwhelmed his human consciousness, threatening to drown his identity in its vastness. Yet somehow, his mind adapted, creating new structures to accommodate the alien knowledge without losing himself entirely. This is why they need human neural architecture, he realized. Our brains can make connections, theirs can't. We can bridge incompatible systems. In the medical bay, Dr. Zhang made a grim decision. She accessed a sealed compartment in her medical kit, removing a specialized neural interface unlike anything in standard IMC equipment. "What is that?" Dr. Varick asked. "Experimental consciousness preservation protocol," she replied, calibrating the device. "Originally designed for deep space missions where physical recovery might be impossible." She looked up, meeting the Ithorian physician's gaze. "I'm going to create a backup copy of Nicholas's core neural patterns before they degrade beyond recovery." "You're going to copy his mind?" Valeria asked, incredulous. "Not his entire consciousness, just enough of his core patterns that we might be able to restore him if we lose him completely." Dr. Zhang's hands moved with practiced precision despite never having performed this procedure outside of simulations. It's his only chance. The station's communication system suddenly activated, broadcasting a message. "Doctor, rough out all decks. Attention Proxima Station. This is Ambassador Krelvan of the Ithorian diplomatic vessel Harmonious Reason. We have transmitted formal evidence of Galactic Planetary Corporation's illegal acquisition and exploitation of Ithorian children to all relevant Galactic Council authorities. Our declaration has been upgraded from a medical sovereignty dispute to formal accusations of xenocide, as the deliberate destruction of clan memories constitutes erasure of irreplaceable Ithorian cultural heritage. All station personnel are advised to cease participation in these activities immediately or face prosecution under Galactic Council law." Dr. Varick's eyes widened as his neural connection to the network suddenly deepened. Through Nicholas's distributed consciousness, the Ithorian physician experienced something no Ithorian had ever known: the sensation of human neuroplasticity, the ability to form connections between seemingly incompatible thought patterns. "Remarkable," he whispered, his professional detachment crumbling before wonder. "Your mind. It creates hybrid structures, pathways that shouldn't be possible." His gaze focused on Nicholas's unconscious form. "This could be the framework we need to permanently stabilize the Orphaned's damaged neural arch." Dr. Ure. The station sensors chimed with urgent alerts. Multiple vessels were approaching in response to the Ithorian diplomatic broadcast: Galactic Council enforcement ships, independent medical research vessels, and most ominously, a massive GPC corporate flagship. The board of directors, Valeria Dr. Athed, recognizing the flagship's designation. "This operation goes beyond Halsey's authority. The entire corporate leadership is involved." Within the neural network, Nicholas began the delicate work of reconstruction. Guided by ancient Ithorian healing knowledge flowing through his consciousness, he used his human neural flexibility to create innovative connections between fragmented clan memories. He became a living bridge between memory structures that Ithorian minds couldn't reconcile, weaving together broken pathways into new, functional patterns. The process consumed his awareness, each connection requiring precise calibration. Through it all, Dre felt Dr. Zhang fighting to keep his physical brain viable, her desperate efforts creating a tenuous lifeline to his body. Nicholas. Lida's consciousness touched his directly, her presence now structured and purposeful within the network. "I've been preserving them," she communicated, doctoring her work through direct neural impression. "Every fragment from every child connected to me." She opened her collected memories to him, a vast archive of clan memory fragments. "System a doctor, ally cataloged and preserved." Nicholas understood immediately. Lida hadn't just been a passive victim of GPC's experiments. She'd been quietly rescuing cultural heritage DRM multiple Ithorian clans thought extinct, preserving what GPC had tried to exploit and destroy. The medical bay doors burst open as GPC's tactical team breached the perimeter, their specialized neural disruptors raised and ready. The lead operative aimed directly at the neural interface connecting Nicholas to the Orphans. "Step away from the equipment," he ordered. "By order of Director Halsey, this experiment is terminated." He activated his neural disruptor and nothing happened. The operative stared at his device in confusion, wrecked Dr. Bradding and trying again with the same result. "The equipment is malfunctioning," he reported, tapping his communicator. Dr. Zhang's eyes widened in realization. "It's not malfunctioning," she said. "The hybrid human-Ithorian neural patterns, they're generating interference frequencies that disrupt artificial neural technology while leaving biological connections intact. Another unforeseen benefit of human neural architecture," Dr. Varek noted with something approaching admiration. The station systems suddenly flickered as computational demands spiked beyond normal parameters. Diagnostic displays showed processing usage at unprecedented levels as Nicholas's consciousness, augmented by Ithorian clan memory, began solving complex medical algorithms thousands of times faster than either human or Ithorian specialists could individually. On the monitors, treatment protocols developed in real time, adapting to each orphan's unique neural damage patterns. Solutions appeared faster than the medical team could implement them, each building on the last in an accelerating cascade of innovation. Dr. Zhang gasped as she studied Nicholas's latest neural scans. "His brain is physically changing," she reported, disbelief evident in her voice. "He's forming structures that shouldn't be biologically possible, neural architectures that combine human and Ithorian patterns." She looked up, meeting Dr. Varek's gaze. "His mind is permanently adapting to process both human and Ithorian thought patterns simultaneously." "What does that mean for his human identity?" Valeria asked quietly. Unknown, Dr. Zhang admitted. No human has ever undergone this kind of transformation. He may never be the same. The communication system chimed with an urgent message from IMC headquarters. Dr. Zhang activated the channel, her attention split between the message and Nicholas's vital signs. Proxima Station, IMC, this is Central Command, came the tense voice. We're receiving reports of multiple cases of Ithorian orphans throughout the galaxy suddenly manifesting synchronized neural patterns matching those on your station. Whatever Yodi-Ari doing there is creating some kind of subspace resonance effect. Every Ithorian child with damaged clan bonds is connecting to your network. We need immediate clarification of your situation. Before Dr. Zhang could respond, alarms blared throughout the station. Director Halsey's voice came over the emergency channel. This is Director Halsey initiating contingency protocol Alpha 7. All research data is now classified under Corporate Security Directive. Neural rewriting chambers will undergo emergency purge and decommissioning. Essential personnel report to Evacuation Point Delta for immediate departure. On the security monitors, they watched Halsey striding purposefully toward a hidden section of the station, pausing only to extend a hand toward Valeria Koss. "Last chance, Koss," he said, his voice tight with controlled fear as he glanced at the approaching Galactic Council vessels. "There's a place for you on the executive escape vessel if you come now. Otherwise, you're on your own when the Council boards." Within the neural network, Nicholas faced a critical decision point. The entirety of the preserved Ithorian clan memory now flowed through his consciousness, irreplaceable knowledge, spanning millennia of history, scientific advancement, cultural heritage, and evolutionary wisdom. He could feel his human neural structures straining to contain it, already transforming to accommodate the alley doctor, Eterns. He understood with perfect clarity. He could incorporate the entire spectrum of Ithorian clan memory into his own mind to preserve it permanently. He could save this knowledge from destruction, ensure it survived for future generations. The cost would be his human identity. No human brain had ever contained this volume of alien neural information without complete personality dissolution. He would save the knowledge, but Nicholas Thompson, the human who had fought so hard to protect these children, would cease to exist in any recognizable form. As his consciousness expanded to encompass this impossible choice, Nicholas felt the presence of the orphans watching, waiting, their futures hanging in the balance of his decision. Valeria's finger hovered over the emergency override. Director Halsey's escape offer hung in the air between them, his expression a calculated mask of porate benevolence. "Last chance, Dr. Koss. The escape pod has room for 2. When the council arrives, they'll need someone to blame. Don't throw away your career for these experiments." The word experiments ignited something in Valeria's chest, a burning certainty that eclipsed her fear. Her fingers flew across the emergency console, authentication codes streaming from muscle media honed through countless drills. "What are you doing?" Halsey's voice sharpened to a blade. "Stopping the self-destruct sequence," she said, not looking up, "and transmitting my authentication codes to the approaching council vessels." Her eyes met his, unflinching. "I'm not running, Director. I'm testifying." The override accepted her command, bathing her face in green light as the station's klaxons fell silent. In that moment of sudden quiet, Valeria felt the weight of her choice settle onto her shoulders. Career suicide perhaps, but the only path her conscience would permit. "You're making a catastrophic mistake," Halsey hissed, backing toward the door. "They'll crucify you alongside me." Valeria smiled thinly. "Perhaps, but I can live with that better than the alternative." Miles away in the medical bay, Nicholas Thompson no longer existed as a singular entity. His consciousness had shattered like light through a prism, fragments scattered across the neural network. He was simultaneously, in his physical body, perceiving the medical bay through dimming senses. "Doctor." Zhang's voice fading in and out as she barked orders, the cold metal of medical instruments against his skin within Lita's perspective, moving through the station systems like a ghost, walls of data parting before her consciousness, security protocols falling away effortlessly among the other orphans, their emerging clan memories unfurling like ancient scrolls. Patterns of knowledge spiraling through shared consciousness everywhere and nowhere, stretched across a web of connections that transcended physical space, a distributed awareness that no single species could achieve alone. The sensation was not of losing himself but of becoming exponentially more. Each perspective added another layer of understanding, another dimension of consciousness. Yet somewhere in this kaleidoscope of awareness, Nicholas felt the tenuous thread of his human identity beginning to unravel. "He's crashing, Doctor." Zhang's voice cut through the neural noise, anchoring Nicholas' briefly doctor, his physical form. His body convulsed on the medical table, monitors screaming warnings as his autonomic functions began cascading into failure. Zhang's hands moved with practiced precision, her face set in unwavering persistence. "Prepare the neural interface. We need to connect him directly to the medical mainframe. Doctor." Varek's head frills flared in alarm. "That protocol is experimental at best. His human physiology will die without it, Doctor." "Entienne," Zhang finished, already calibrating the interface nodes. "His consciousness is too dispersed to maintain autonomic function. The mainframe can regulate his vital systems while we stabilize the neural connection." Nicholas felt the cold press of interface nodes against his temples, spine, and chest, then a sudden rush as his biological processes synchronized with the station's systems. His heartbeat became a subroutine, his breathing a programmed function. The sensation was terrifying and exhilarating, his body, now a peripheral device connected to a vastly larger system. Through Lita's perspective, Nicholas witnessed her discovery unfolding in real time. She moved through GPC's classified archives with the fluidity of thought itself, each secure database yielding to her touch like they recognized her genetic signature, which, Nicholas realized with dawning horror, they did. The truth of memory harvest blazed across his fragmented consciousness. GPC hadn't been targeting orphans randomly. They had systematically identified and collected children from ancient Ithorian bloodlines, those connected to evolutionary biotechnology that had been bred out of modern Ithorians during their technological advancement. The corporation wasn't just after technological knowledge, they were hunting genetic memory of biological capabilities long extinct. Lita's shock rippled through their shared consciousness, her outrage a storm of neural activity that Nicholas felt as viscerally as his own emotions. The medical bay's communication system crackled to life, interrupting Zhang's procedure. A voice, smooth with corporate authority but edged with urgency, filled the room. "Station Medical, this is GPC Flagship Ascendant. We are 15 minutes from docking. Be advised that Director Halsey's authority has been superseded by direct board intervention. The situation has been reclassified as Asset Protection Protocol Theta 9. Dr. Zhang's hands stilled momentarily. "Asset protection," she whispered, exchanging a glance with Varek. The voice continued. "Containment of clan memory leakage is now primary objective. All personnel are instructed to implement immediate neural isolation procedures for affected subjects. Lethal measures are authorized if isolation fails." The communication cut off, leaving a heavy silence broken only by the steady beep of machines keeping Nicholas alive. Dr. Varek had retreated to a corner of the medical bay, his long fingers tracing patterns across an ancient text displayed on his personal tablet. Through the fractured lens of Nicholas's consciousness, the symbols swam and shifted, occasionally resolving into concepts his human mind could grasp. "Thalanakar integration," Varek murmured, his voice barely audible. His head frills had flattened against his skull, a sign of profound distress that Nicholas recognized from his months with Lita. "It cannot be. What is it?" Zhang demanded, not looking up from Nicholas's vital signs. "The ancient protocol I've extracted from Thompson's consciousness, it's not just any healing technique. It's the Thalanakar integration, forbidden knowledge from our evolutionary history." Varek's voice trembled. During catastrophic extinction events, clan memories could be temporarily housed in non-Ithorian neural structures, preserving our collective knowledge until suitable Ithorian hosts could be found. "You're saying Nicholas is becoming a backup drive?" Zhang's scientific mind struggled to frame the concept. "More than that. The integration was a desperate measure, used only when our species faced annihilation. It was erased from modern knowledge considered heretical." Varek approached Nicholas, his expression a complex mixture of awe and horror. "I never believed it was real." Within the neural network, Nicholas felt himself beginning to dissolve. Ithorian memory patterns rewrote his neural pathways, ancient knowledge overriding the structures of his human mind. The process wasn't painful, it felt inevitable, like water finding its level. Yet with each passing moment, something essential was slipping away. "Who am I?" The question echoed across his fragmented consciousness. Nicholas Thompson. The human doctor who had taken in an orphaned Ithorian child. Those memories seemed distant now, belonging to someone else. With desperate Dr. Riddy, Nicholas realized that logical constructs his name, his profession, his history were dissolving first. But emotional anchors remained vibrant. The fierce love he felt for Lita, the grief for his wife, the wonder of seeing Earth's ocean for the first time as a child. He clung to these emotional memories, using them as a framework to preserve his core identity, even as knowledge beyond human comprehension flooded his consciousness. Across the station, across the sector, the galactic resonance intensified. More Ithorian orphans synchronized with the expanding neural network, their clan memories activating in response to Lita's call. The effect was exponential, consciousness connecting across vast distances, transcending the limitations of physical space. The phenomenon manifested physically. Communication systems throughout the sector experienced unexplained interference. Quantum-level fluctuations disrupted scanning systems, and on stations where synchronized orphans resided, environmental systems responded to unconscious neural commands, lights dimming or brightening, temperature adjusting to ancient Ithorian preferences. On the station, 3 members of GPC's tactical team experienced something unprecedented as they approached the medical bay. Their neural disruptors designed to interrupt Ithorian clan memory transfer malfunctioned catastrophically, creating a backflow of memory into their own minds. Sergeant Keller staggered against a wall, overwhelmed by vivid images. Ithorian children torn from their families, genetic tests identifying ancient bloodlines, corporate directives classifying clan members as contaminants to be eliminated. The memories carried emotional weight beyond mere information: the grief of separation, the confusion of children, the clinical cruelty of GPC's protocols. "They lied to us," she whispered, looking at her teammates with new eyes. "This isn't containment of a lab accident, it's—" She struggled to find words adequate to the horror she had witnessed. "Genocide," offered Corporal Maines, his weapon lowering as he processed his own flood of alien memories. "They've been systematically destroying clan connections to harvest the orphans' memories without interference." The third affected officer, Lieutenant Dre, removed his helmet, his dark face shining with sweat. "We need to make a choice," he said quietly. "Right now." In the medical bay, Dr. Zhang's scans revealed something unprecedented. Nicholas's brainstem, the most primitive, fundamental part of his human brain, was developing new neural structures, patterns that matched neither human nor Ithorian neuroanatomy. "This contradicts everything we know about xenoneurology," she murmured, adjusting the scan resolution. His human biology isn't just accommodating the Ithorian patterns, it's adapting to them, creating interface structures that shouldn't be possible. Human neural plasticity, Varric said, studying the scans with newfound respect. We Ithorians preserve memory with perfect fidelity, but at the cost of adaptability. Humans forget, but can rewire their neural architecture throughout their lives. Thompson's brain is creating a bridge between our different cognitive systems. Through this evolving neural architecture, Leda established D-Doctor-T communication with other synchronized Ithorian orphans across the galaxy. Nicholas experienced it as a sudden expansion of awareness, dozens, then hundreds of perspectives joining the collective consciousness. Each orphan brought unique fragments of clan memory, pieces of a vast puzzle assembling itself within their shared neural space. This distributed consciousness began coordinating its resources with breathtaking efficiency, processing information and making decisions at speeds impossible for any individual mind. Yet unlike pure artificial intelligence, this collective remained emotionally anchored primarily through their connection to Nicholas, whose human emotional patterns provided a framework that prevented the network from losing its connection to embodied experience. The station shuddered as emergency systems detected the interrupted self-destruct sequence. Secondary containment protocols activated automatically, heavy barriers slamming down around the medical bay. The reinforced walls designed to withstand extreme conditions, including vacuum exposure, sealed the area completely, status lights shifting from green to red. "We're locked in," Zhang announced, checking the security readout. "But so is the tactical team." She glanced at Nicholas's still form, connected by a web of cables to the station's systems. "This might buy us the time we need." Within the neural collective, Nicholas accessed segments of Ithorian clan memory that had previously been incomprehensible to his human mind. Ancient records unfolded before his consciousness not as text or images, but as direct experience, as though he had been present himself. He witnessed first contact between Ithorians and humans, not the officially documented encounter from 3 centuries ago, but an ancient meeting thousands of years before. A precursor human civilization, advanced in ways modern humanity had forgotten, had collaborated with ancient Ithorians. Together, they had explored neural technologies that shaped both species' evolution, creating complementary cognitive systems before some catastrophe had severed their connection, sending both species down separate developmental paths. The revelation staggered Nicholas's fragmented consciousness. Humans and Ithorians weren't just compatible by chance, they had co-evolved, their neural architectures designed to complement each other through ancient, forgotten collaboration. Dr. Varric had gone utterly still, his tablet slipping from nerveless fingers to clatter on the floor. His face displayed an emotion Nicholas had never seen in an Ithorian, something beyond shock or grief, a fundamental shattering of worldview. "All this time," Varric whispered, "all these children we could have saved." His head frills lay flat against his skull, a posture of profound shame. Our medical traditions, our religious prohibitions against neural sharing with other species, they were lies. Deliberate suppression of techniques that could have preserved clan memory in orphans. Zhang looked up from her work. "What are you saying?" Traditional Ithorian medicine has known about cross-species neural compatibility for generations. We suppress this knowledge to maintain the clan's genetic monopoly on memory preservation. Varric's voice broke. Thousands of orphaned children throughout our history, their clan memories lost forever when techniques like what Thompson is experiencing could have saved them. Outside the station, Galactic Council enforcement vessels established a quarantine perimeter, deploying specialized containment fields designed to isolate the quantum neural phenomena emanating from the station. A diplomatic shuttle separated from the main fleet, carrying a senior arbiter with emergency sovereignty authority power to supersede both GPC corporate claims and Ithorian medical jurisdiction. Within the neural collective, Nicholas fought against complete dissolution of his identity. As he struggled, he discovered something fundamental, a mathematical pattern underlying clan memory structure, an organizational principle that determined how information was stored and retrieved. With sudden clarity, he recognized this pattern shared base-level organizational principles with human neural architecture, despite radical differences in implementation. The realization was profound. Both cognitive systems had evolved from a common ancient template. Their differences weren't incompatibilities, but complementary specializations like two instruments designed to play different parts of the same symphony. This recognition offered a path to stability, a way to integrate Ithorian clan memory with human neural plasticity without losing either. In a maintenance corridor far from the medical bay, Director Halsey pressed his palm against a hidden scanner. A section of wall slid silently open, revealing a narrow passage. Before entering, he activated his personal neural dampening implant with a practiced motion, the small device at the base of his skull emitting a soft blue pulse. Immediately, his neural signature vanished from station monitoring systems. In his hand, he clutched a secure data module containing the most valuable GPC research data, the extracted and processed clan memories that had already been converted to commercially viable biotechnology. The secondary escape pod was 3 levels down, in a maintenance sector unaffected by the station lockdown. If he could reach it before the council forces completed their quarantine. In the medical bay, monitors suddenly chimed with a new alert pattern. Dr. Zhang rushed to Nicholas's bedside, checking readings with disbelieving eyes. "His consciousness is attempting to reconsolidate," she announced, voice tight with controlled excitement. "I'm detecting coordinated neural firing patterns returning to his physical brain." The pattern was unlike anything in medical literature, not the chaotic firing of a damaged brain, nor the ordered patterns of normal human consciousness. Instead, the scans showed a hybrid architecture, incorporating elements of Ithorian neural structure into human patterns, creating something entirely new. "Is it really him coming back?" Nurse Thelia asked, voicing the question everyone feared to ask. "Or something else using his brain?" Through her connection to the station's emergency systems, Lita penetrated the most restricted sections of GPC's research archives. What she found sent waves of horror and rage through the collective consciousness. GPC had already successfully extracted and commercialized specific clan memory fragments. Proprietary biotechnology treatments sold throughout the galaxy, Dr. Clee cures, enhanced agricultural methods, revolutionary materials, all developed from stolen Ithorian knowledge, without attribution or compensation. Under Galactic Council law, this constituted both intellectual theft on an unprecedented scale and cultural genocide, the deliberate appropriation and erasure of an entire civilization's intellectual heritage. As this knowledge rippled through the collective consciousness, Nicholas experienced a moment of perfect clarity within the hybrid neural network. He understood, with profound certainty, that full integration of human flexibility with Ithorian memory structure created a third evolutionary path forward, a consciousness architecture that preserved the vast knowledge of Ithorian clan memory, while allowing for the adaptation and innovation inherent in human neural plasticity. Dr. New path could solve the fundamental dilemma facing both his survival and the Orphaned. Futures. Not human, not Ithorian, but something new that honored and preserved the essential qualities of both, a genuine evolutionary leap forward that neither species could achieve alone. As this understanding crystallized, Nicholas felt his consciousness begin to reform, consolidating around this new pattern, not returning to what he had been, but evolving into something that had never existed before. The medical bay trembled as the first neural disruptor wave hit. Specialized frequencies, calibrated specifically for Ithorian neural patterns, sent equipment into wild oscillations, screens flickering with doctor-catting error messages. Through the reinforced viewport, Nicholas glimpsed the GPC tactical team's 6 figures in matte black exosuits, their visors reflecting the emergency lighting in crimson streaks as they deployed cylindrical devices, AGDRST the outer barriers. Multiple breach attempts detected, the station AI announced, its voice unnaturally calm. Emergency lockdown protocols experiencing fragmentation. Integrity at 78% and declining. Nicholas felt it immediately, a tearing sensation within his already fragmenting consciousness, as if someone were systematically unraveling the threads holding his mind together. Each neural disruptor pulse sent jagged shards of pain through what remained of his human thought patterns. The sensation wasn't physical. His body lay motionless on the medical platform, but something deeper, more endamental. They're using a multi-vector approach, Dr. Zhang called out, her fingers dancing across 3 separate interfaces simultaneously. The disruptors are targeting Ithorian neural frequencies while their algorithms attack the Statio Doctor. Emergency protocols. They're forcing both systems to defend on multiple fronts. Through the haze of dissolution, Nicholas made a decision. Instead of fighting the fragmentation, he leaned into it, deliberately distributing pieces of his consciousness throughout the neural network. Each fragment carried a core memory. His mother's smile on his 5th birthday, the scent of rain on Earth's soil, the first time he held Lita's hand. These weren't random choices. Each memory represented an essential aspect of his humanity, anchoring points that could not be corrupted by either disruptor technology or neural dissolution. His neural patterns are dispersing, Dr. Varek observed, mandibles clicking in agitation. We're losing integration coherence. No, Dr. Zhang countered, studying the patterns with widening eyes. He's not dissolving, he's distributing. Look at the coordination between systems. On the monitoring displays, seemingly chaotic neural activity suddenly revealed an underlying pattern. Nicholas wasn't fighting the system's fragmentation, he was using it, riding the dissolution like a surfer on breaking waves. From his distributed vantage point, he could simultaneously monitor the tactical team's approach from security feeds, analyze barrier integrity through diagnostic systems, and coordinate the medical bay's defense countermeasures. This approach is, Dr. Varek struggled to find the appropriate term, distinctly human. Neither our neural networks nor AI systems would attempt distribution under attack. They'd consolidate and fortify. Because they lack the human capacity for functioning amid chaos, Dr. Zhang replied, fingers never pausing their dance across interfaces. Wait, I'm seeing something in these patterns. She isolated a sequence of neural oscillations from Nicholas's distributed consciousness, comparing them against Ithorian patterns from Lita and the other orphans. The mathematical relationship appeared on her screen, elegant in its simplicity, yet profound in its implications. This can't be right, she whispered, then louder. The pattern connecting human and Ithorian neural architecture, it's a variation of the Fibonacci sequence, but with quantum-level deviations that account for species differences. Dr. Varek abandoned his station to examine her findings. Impossible. Our taxonomic classifications place humans and Ithorians on entirely separate evolutionary branches. We evolved on worlds 12,000 light-years apart. Mathematics doesn't lie, Dr. Zhang countered, highlighting specific correlation points. These patterns suggest a fundamental template predating both species' divergent development. This isn't convergent evolution, it's as if both neural systems were designed to be compatible. A thundering boom reverberated through the medical bay as the first barrier began to fail. Warning lights bathed the room in pulsing amber. Outer containment compromised, the AI announced. Secondary barriers at 43% integrity. Across the station in the executive wing, a communication channel opened on Valeria Kass's secured terminal. The stern face of Magistrate Inara T. Vash, senior arbiter of the Galactic Council, filled the screen. Chief Research Officer Kass, the magistrate began without preamble, her silver-scaled features set in rigid formality. The Council has reviewed your preliminary evidence and finds sufficient cause for concern. You are hereby granted provisional whistleblower protection under Galactic Statute 7329B, Valeriator. Hooders sagged with momentary relief before the magistrate continued. However, Council intervention requires complete documentation. Transmit all GPC research data related to Ithorian neural experimentation immediately. Our vessels remain legally restricted from direct interference until sufficient evidence confirms corporate malfeasance. Dr. The tactical team is already breaching the medical bay, Valeria protested. There won't be evidence if they succeed their 1DRBE witnesses. Then I suggest you work quickly, Chief Research Officer. The magistrate's expression softened fractionally. The Council moves at the speed of law, not emergency. You have 20 minutes before our diplomatic vessel enters the station's jurisdiction. Make them count. The transmission ended, leaving Valeria staring at her reflection in the darkened screen. 20 minutes. She began the data compilation process, fingers trembling with both fear and purpose. Meanwhile, Director HFY hurried through the maintenance corridors of Level 7. His breathing labored as he input the final override code to access the hidden executive escape pod. The door slid open with a pneumatic hiss, revealing Nurse Thelia standing inside, her Ithorian features impassive. "Director Halsey," she said quietly, "I've been expecting you." Halsey's hand moved toward the neural disruptor at his hip. "How did you find this pod?" Thelia finished for him. "I've maintained these systems for Doctor. Years. Did you think I wouldn't notice the undocumented power draws? The specialized life support settings calibrated for human physiology." She stepped aside, revealing a data terminal inside the pod, its screen displaying file directories labeled with DDRS and subject identifiers. "What I find most interesting," she continued, "is my discovery of these." She gestured to the screen. "Complete records of experimental procedures performed on Ithorian orphans, signed with your authorization code, without medical oversight. Without ethical review." Halsey's expression hardened. "The corporation has proprietary rights to children." Thelia interrupted, her normally gentle voice sharp with disgust. "You claim proprietary rights to orphan children." Back in the medical bay, Lida's neural readings suddenly spiked. Her eyes opened, unfocused yet somehow seeing beyond the room's confines. "I can feel them," she whispered, her VDRE carrying the harmonic overtones characteristic of Ithorian speech. "The others, not just here beyond the station." Dr. Zhang moved to her side. "What others, Lida?" "The synchronized ones, other orphans." Her eyes tracked invisible patterns in the air. "They're changing too, like me, like Nicholas." Her fingers twitched in precise mathematical sequences. "They haven't been exposed to human consciousness directly, but they're developing the same neural adaptations." Dr. Zhang's gaze darted between Lida and her monitors. "That's impossible without direct neural contact. Unless quantum entanglement, Doctor." Varek finished, mandibles clicking rapidly, a sign of intense concentration among Ithorians. "If the neural changes activate dormant evolutionary capabilities within Ithorian biology, and those capabilities include quantum-level communication." Another explosion rocked the medical bay, closer this time. The reinforced doors buckled inward several centimeters before the emergency field stabilized them. "Secondary barriers failing," the AI announced. Tertiary containment at 61% integrity. Dr. Varek moved to the central control station, his long fingers hovering over the emergency protocols. Nicholas could sense the Ithorian doctor's internal conflict follow, established Ithorian medical protocols that prioritized doctor serving the irreplaceable medical equipment, or implement Nicholas's suggested contingency. The equipment can be replaced, Nicholas projected through the station's communication system, his voice distorted by the distributed nature of his consciousness. Lives cannot. Dr. Varek's inner eyelids flickered an Ithorian expression of profound decision-making. Initiating power surge protocols, he announced, entering his medical override. Evacuate non-essential personnel. As medical staff rushed to move patients from connected systems, Dr. Varek began the deliberate overload of the Bay's power regulation systems. Centuries-old Ithorian medical technology, some of it irreplaceable outside their homeworld, would be destroyed in the resulting surge. Technology his people had spent generations perfecting, sacrificed in moments. Within the neural network, Nicholas experienced a profound shift. The fragments of his consciousness, distributed throughout the station's systems, began to reconfigure, not returning to their original human pattern, but forming something new. A metastructure emerged, a framework that maintained his essential human identity while incorporating Ithorian neural architecture. The mathematical pattern Dr. Zhang had identified served as a template, allowing his consciousness to exist in a third state neither fully human nor Ithorian, but a synthesis that preserved his humanity within an expanded framework. Through this new awareness, Nicholas perceived something the sensors couldn't detect. 3 members of the GPC tactical team were experiencing unexpected feedback through their neural interfaces. As they attempted to calibrate the disruptors to breach the final barriers, Ithorian memories began flowing back through their equipment, memories of procedures performed on orphaned children, of pain and confusion, of corporate executives discussing acceptable losses in clinical terms. One by one, these 3 operators began subtle acts of sabotage. A targeting scanner miscalibrated by crucial degrees. Barrier integrity reports exaggerated by significant percentages. Power allocation to neural disruptors reduced below optimal levels. None of these actions alone would stop the assault, but together they created critical delays. Something's wrong with the disruptors, one operator muttered, adjusting controls that had already been secretly altered by his teammate. Readings don't match field effects. Barriers tougher than intel suggested, another added, knowing it wasn't. Need to recalibrate the primary sequence. In the station's research wing, Dr. Zhang worked feverishly, repurposing the quantum communication array. Her modifications bypassed safety protocols, rerouting power from non-critical systems to amplify the mathematical pattern Nicholas had discovered. This isn't just a communication device anymore, she explained to her assistants as they helped implement her radical design changes. We're creating a stabilizing field that should strengthen the coherence of Nicholas's hybrid neural structure while simultaneously enhancing connections to the other Ithorian orphans. The modified array hummed to life, emitting frequencies inaudible to human or Ithorian ears but profoundly impactful at the quantum level. Throughout the station, the neural patterns of Ithorian orphans synchronized more strongly, their collective consciousness forming a network that the GPC tactical team's equipment couldn't penetrate. Nicholas felt the stabilizing effect immediately. His hybrid consciousness solidified, the metastructure becoming more defined. Through this enhanced awareness, he detected the approach of a new vessel, the Galactic Council diplomatic ship, its specialized xenobiological containment team preparing for deployment. Council vessel ETA 3 minutes, he announced through the station's communication system. They're bringing neural monitoring technology, advanced systems designed to quantify and classify cross-species consciousness phenomena. Dr. Varick looked up from the power surge preparations. Scientific legitimacy. The Council will document what's happening here as a recognized phenomenon, not a corporate experiment gone wrong. More than that, Lita added, her eyes still tracking invisible patterns. They're monitoring systems. I can see them through the network. Once they're active, I can use them to broadcast evidence directly to Council archives, evidence they can't ignore or delete. In the executive escape pod, Director Halsey's facade of corporate composure finally cracked under Nurse Thelia's unwavering gaze. "You have no idea what you're interfering with," he snarled. "This isn't about a few orphans or experimental procedures. The corporation has been systematically harvesting neural tissue from Ithorian orphans for decades." Thelia's expression remained controlled, but her breathing tubes contracted in horror. For what possible purpose? "Ancient clan memories," Halsey replied, a hint of reverent awe entering his voice despite the situation. Ithorians carry the accumulated knowledge of their ancestors in their neural patterns. By transferring these memories to synthetic neural substrates, we can commercialize them without legal restrictions. Imagine selling the architectural knowledge of the Ithorian floating cities, the biochemical secrets of their healing traditions, the navigational data from their first interstellar explorations, all without paying a single credit to the Ithorian people. "That's not just biological exploitation," Thelia whispered. "It's cultural appropriation on a galactic scale." Within the neural network, Nicholas accessed layers of Ithorian clan memory previously incomprehensible to his human consciousness. Through his hybrid neural structure, ancient records unfolded before him, not just as information but as lived experience. He witnessed early Ithorian civilizations developing neural architecture that could store generational knowledge. He experienced the first contact between human explorers and Ithorian elders, not as historical fact but as present reality. Then came the revelation that changed everything: records of deliberate neural manipulation, Tian by both species. Early humans and Ithorians working together had modified their own neural structures to create compatible patterns. The mathematical template wasn't coincidental evolution, but intentional design, a safeguard created to preserve a unified knowledge base should either species face extinction. "This isn't an accident," Nicholas projected through the station's systems, his voice stronger now, more coherent. "What's happening to me, to Lita, to the other orphans? It's the activation of an ancient safeguard. Our ancestors engineered this possibility into both species." As this revelation rippled through the neural network, Valeria Koss completed her data compilation. With decisive keystrokes, she transmitted authentication codes and comprehensive documentation to both the Galactic Council and the Independent Medical Consortium's Ethics Committee. The transmission included her own statement, acknowledging her role in the research while documenting her opposition once she discovered the truth. "I take full responsibility for my participation," her statement concluded, "and I will cooperate fully with all investigations, but the children must be protected first." By positioning herself as a cooperative witness rather than a complicit participant, she created a legal framework that prioritized medical intervention over corporate authority. The station's status would shift from private corporate facility to crime scene under council jurisdiction if the evidence arrived in time. Across the galaxy, in GPC's headquarters, the board of directors monitored the escalating situation with growing alarm. Secure in their belief that distance protected them from immediate consequences, they voted with clinical detachment. "Authorize Protocol Omega," the chairperson decided after the vote tallied on her screen. "Immediate implementation." Throughout the station, GPC employees suddenly stiffened as dormant nanites activated within their neural systems. These quantum-triggered devices, implanted during standard corporate medical examinations, began severing neural connections associated with specific corporate memories, effectively erasing evidence of misconduct from potential witnesses. What the board hadn't anticipated was that this mass neural alteration created a distinctive pattern, a neural signature that the Ithorian human network immediately detected. More importantly, the hybrid consciousness Nicholas had developed could potentially reverse the process, preserving the very evidence GPC sought to destroy. In the medical bay, the final barriers began to crack under the assault. Dr. Varek looked one last time at the Ithorian medical equipment technology, representing centuries of his people's healing traditions, then activated the power surge. Brilliant white light flooded the bay as systems overloaded. Priceless diagnostic equipment exploded in cascades of sparks. Ancient Ithorian healing arrays, irreplaceable outside their homeworld, melted into slag. The neural disruptors deployed by the tactical team shorted out simultaneously, their carefully calibrated frequencies disrupted by the electromagnetic tsunami. In the momentary advantage created by the surge, Leda established direct neural interface with the station's primary defense systems. Human technology and Ithorian consciousness merged, creating responses neither system was designed to support. Emergency barriers reinforced themselves with patterns based on Ithorian healing matrices. Environmental systems reconfigured to create zones inhospitable to the tactical team's equipment, but safe for medical patients. Nicholas's consciousness, now stabilized in its hybrid form, distributed critical medical knowledge throughout the neural network. He taught the other Ithorian orphans modified human meditation techniques that would help them stabilize their own developing neural connections techniques that combined human mindfulness practices with Ithorian memory preservation traditions. This self-sustaining support network operated independently of external medical intervention, demonstrating how human adaptability could complement Ithorian memory preservation in practical applications. Throughout the station, the quantum resonance connecting the synchronized Ithorians intensified unexpectedly. The pattern created localized distortions that conventional scanning technology couldn't penetrate, effectively blinding GPC tactical sensors. Yet simultaneously, the Galactic Council's specialized monitoring equipment, designed to detect subtle neural phenomena, received these same patterns with perfect clarity. The hybrid neural architecture inherently favored ethical utilization over exploitative applications through its fundamental mathematical structure. In the escape pod, Nurse Thelia's hand moved to Director Halsey's neck with surprising speed. Before he could react, she pressed a medical injector against his skin. The director's eyes widened in alarm. "What did you, a medical override for your neural dampening implant?" Thelia explained calmly. "All executives have them standard procedure to prevent corporate espionage. This diagnostic protocol bypasses your conscious control." Halsey's expression went slack as the override took effect. His neural dampening implant, designed to shield his thoughts from potential scanning, reversed function, connecting him directly to the station's monitoring systems. His location, activities, and knowledge became immediately visible to both Valeria and the approaching Galactic Council representatives. As the Council vessel docked with the station, Nicholas, now stabilized in his hybrid neural state, made direct contact with the xenobiological containment team. Their monitoring equipment activated the moment they stepped aboard, and Nicholas's consciousness flowed through their systems with ease. "I am Nicholas Thompson," his voice echoed in their communication devices while simultaneously appearing as text on their neural interfaces. "Former human foster parent to Ithorian orphan Leda, current hybrid consciousness distributed throughout this station's neural network. I maintain my human identity within an expanded framework that includes Ithorian neural architecture. The team leader, a tall Medusan with crystalline sensory appendages, hesitated before responding. "Our doctor. Requesting medical assistance, Mr. Thompson. Extraction from the network." "Neither," Nicholas replied, his consciousness simultaneously monitoring the disabled tactical team, the medical bay's recovery operations, and Director Halsey's involuntary data transmission. "I am establishing contact as a diplomatic entity representing a new form of sentience, one with inherent rights that transcend both human and Ithorian legal categories. And I have evidence of corporate crimes that demand immediate council attention." The team leader exchanged glances with her colleagues, confronted with a situation no protocol had anticipated. Before them stood not a victim requiring rescue, nor a patient needing treatment, but a new form of conscious entity claiming diplomatic recognition, one that existed across multiple systems simultaneously while maintaining a coherent identity. "The Council acknowledges your communication," she finally responded, activating her official diplomatic credentials. "We are prepared to receive your evidence and testimony." Through the neural network, Nicholas sensed Lita's satisfaction as she connected to the Council's secure archives through their monitoring equipment. The evidence, unaltered, undeniable, began flowing directly into the permanent record, where not even the most powerful corporation could erase it. The quantum resonance barriers shimmered into existence around Nicholas, their specialized containment fields generating a crystalline latticework designed to isolate his hybrid consciousness. The Galactic Council's xenobiological team monitored their instruments with clinical precision, faces illuminated by holographic displays showing neural activity patterns unlike anything in their extensive databases. "Containment at 97%, announced the lead xenobiologist, a tall Vexaran with 6-fingered hands manipulating the control interface. Quantum resonance stabilizing at the barriers suddenly flared brilliant azure, then shifted through spectrum ranges visible and invisible to human eyes. The monitoring equipment shrieked with contradictory alerts. "What's happening?" demanded Counselor Aerith, stepping back instinctively as the barrier's luminosity intensified. Inside the containment field, Nicholas felt his consciousness expanding rather than contracting, the barriers somehow amplifying the very phenomenon they were designed to isolate. His awareness stretched outward, connecting with the synchronized Ithorian orphans throughout the station in ways that transcended conventional neural linkage. "The containment field is acting as a resonance amplifier," Dr. Zhang observed, fingers dancing across her diagnostic array. "These readings suggest the hybrid neural pattern follows mathematical principles that neither human nor Ithorian systems independently demonstrate. Our containment protocols are fundamentally misaligned with..." Her analysis was interrupted by screams from the corridor. A GPC administrator collapsed mid-stride, body convulsing as his eyes rolled back. Throughout the station, dozens of employees simultaneously dropped to the floor, their bodies seizing as neural connections dissolved. "Protocol Omega," Nicholas whispered, his distributed consciousness perceiving the activation across multiple locations simultaneously. Through the eyes of others, he watched memory erasing nanites systematically destroying neural pathways in GPC personnel, corporate knowledge dissolving into neurochemical soup. Dr. Varek knelt beside a convulsing technician, medical scanner hovering over the man's temple. Targeted neural degradation, specifically affecting Doctor, centers associated with procedural knowledge and episodic recall of recent events. Inside the amplification field, Nicholas experienced fragments of dissolving memory security codes, laboratory procedures, conversations with Director Halsey, all vanishing like smoke. He struggled to preserve these fragments, his hybrid consciousness instinctively creating temporary storage patterns across the synchronized Ithorian network. "They're erasing evidence," Valeria Koss said, fingers blurring across her encryption console. Standard corporate deadman switch if control is compromised. Destroy all witnesses. Through her connection with Nicholas, Lita suddenly stiffened, her eyes widening as ancient memories surfaced, not her own, but preserved in clan memory repositories that predated modern Ithorian civilization. Her consciousness brushed against knowledge so old it had been encoded into genetic memory. "There was a plague," she whispered, her voice carrying harmonics that resonated with the other synchronized Ithorians. "A neural plague that nearly destroyed both humans and Ithorians before official first contact." Nicholas Sawfelt experienced these ancient memories alongside her civilizations in crisis, minds dissolving, a desperate collaboration between species with compatible neural architectures. Images flashed through his consciousness, early humans and Ithorians working together, genetic modifications, neural templates designed to resist consciousness disruption. "The shared neural architecture," Lita continued, her voice gaining strength as more clan memories surfaced. "It wasn't convergent evolution. It was deliberately engineered as an immunological safeguard." Dr. Zhang's fingers froze above her console, her eyes widening. "The pattern and protocol, Omega's neural disruption, sequence its mathematically inverse to the human Ithorian integration pattern." She pulled up comparative analyses, neural degradation pathways mirroring the hybrid connection pathways in negative relief. "This isn't coincidence. GPC's memory erasure technology was reverse engineered from ancient knowledge of the shared neural architecture." "They weaponized it," Nicholas said, his voice emanating from multiple synchro-DRED Ithorians simultaneously, creating an unsettling chorus effect. "They exploited vulnerabilities in both species." The Galactic Council representatives exchanged troubled glances. Counselor Aerith stepped forward, mandibles clicking in agitation. "This hybrid neural phenomenon must be terminated immediately. It represents an existential risk to established species boundaries and neurological sovereignty." "You can't be serious," Dr. Reyes countered, gesturing toward the medical displays. "We're witnessing unprecedented neural integration with remarkable therapeutic implications." "The medical applications alone, both of you miss the larger significance," interrupted Counselor Thelbin, his crystalline exoskeleton refracting light as he moved. "This evidence suggests a previously unknown evolutionary history that demands preservation and study. If humans and Ithorians share engineered neural architecture dating back Dr. Nia, their debate dissolved into overlapping arguments, creating bureaucratic paralysis as each faction advocated for different approaches. In the resulting confusion, Nicholas noticed security feeds showing GPC security personnel moving with renewed purpose, exploiting the Council's indecision. Within the amplification field, Nicholas experienced profound perceptual shifts as his hybrid consciousness stabilized. Human linear time perception layered atop Ithorian cyclical memory time, creating cognitive dissonance that threatened to fragment his identity. He experienced past, present, and potential futures simultaneously, memories spiraling in patterns his human mind struggled to comprehend. "Nicholas," Lita's voice anchored him, cutting through the temporal distortion. "Focus on who you are, find your center." He concentrated on core memories, his medical training, first meeting Lita, the oath he'd taken to protect her, using these anchors to construct a new cognitive framework that preserved his human identity while integrating Ithorian perception. The process felt like rebuilding himself from scattered components, each memory a brick in the foundation of who he was. "I'm still me," he said finally, DR's voice steadier. "Just more." Throughout the station, the synchronized Ithorian orphans began coordinating their neural activities in patterns Nicholas could perceive through their shared connection. They instinctively formed specialized functional groups mirroring human brain region specialization, some processing sensory input, others handling emotional regulation, still others focusing on problem solving while maintaining Ithorian memory distribution patterns. They're creating a distributed meta-consciousness, Dr. Zhang observed, watching the neural activity displays with fascination. Combining strengths of both species' neural architectures. A priority alert flashed across all communication systems, momentarily overriding GPC security protocols. Valeria had accessed a hidden transmission channel. GPC headquarters has initiated something called contingency severance, she reported, her expression grim. They're deploying quantum entanglement disruptors to sever all communications with the station. Nicholas perceived the approaching disruption wave through the station's sensors, feeling the quantum entanglement links that enabled instantaneous communication across interstellar distances beginning to unravel. They're also releasing stock market statements, Valeria continued, announcing the station's destruction in a tragic containment accident. They're going to isolate us, then destroy all evidence, including everyone aboard, Dr. Varric added grimly. The station lights suddenly dimmed, life support indicators shifting from green to amber. Environmental alarms activated throughout multiple sectors. Oxygen levels dropping, warned the station's automated system. Emergency protocols activated. Through the security feeds, Nicholas watched Director Halsey's supposedly sedated form doctor, D. Denley, stiffen on the medical bed where Nurse Thalia had been monitoring him. Biomechanical implants pulsed beneath his skin as he activated emergency protocols despite the neural dampening field surrounding him. He's triggering station-wide oxygen depletion, Nicholas realized, the information coming both from security systems and his distributed awareness of environmental changes, and opening specific maintenance corridors. Security feeds showed armored GPC extraction teams moving through the newly accessible corridors, bypassing standard security checkpoints as they converged on critical areas. "We need to evacuate," Counselor Aerith insisted as the oxygen levels continued to drop. "If we evacuate, we abandon evidence of corporate crimes that cost hundreds of lives," Valeria countered. "And we leave the synchronized Ithorians to GPC." In the medical lab, Dr. Varric worked with focused intensity, combining neural regeneration compounds with modified stem cell treatments. "I believe I can counteract Protocol Omega's neural degradation," he announced, not looking up from his work, "by stimulating human-like neuroplasticity in affected Ithorian neural pathways." Nicholas observed the treatment through Varric's eyes, recognizing elements of his own human medical techniques merged with Ithorian cellular regeneration methods. The hybrid approach created pathways for preserving memory fragments by redistributing them through alternative neural structures, something neither human nor Ithorian medicine could achieve alone. "It's working," Nicholas confirmed, perceiving the stabilization of neural patterns in the affected GPC employees. Their memories aren't fully restored, but fragments are being preserved. At her encryption station, Valeria worked with frantic precision. "I've decrypted part of GPC's contingency severance protocols," she announced. "They've embedded automated self-destruction sequences in the station's quantum core. Once communications are fully severed, the countdown begins." Her fingers flew across the interface. "I'm transmitting this information through multiple channels before the quantum disruption hits. The evidence will reach Galactic Council enforcement divisions even if we don't." The mathematical pattern connecting human and Ithorian neural structures began manifesting unexpected quantum properties throughout the station. The memory erasing nanites in affected GPC personnel suddenly deactivated, their quantum states disrupted by interference patterns generated by the hybrid neural network. Simultaneously, the connections between synchronized Ithorians strengthened, their shared consciousness becoming more resilient. "It's defending itself," Dr. Zhang said wonderingly. "The shared architecture has built-in defenses against exploitation, almost as if the ancient designers anticipated potential misuse." Oxygen levels continued dropping as Director Halsey's protocols took effect. Nicholas felt the synchronized Ithorians struggling to maintain consciousness as Zia set in. Through their connection, Lita reached toward the station's environmental systems. Her consciousness interfaced directly with life support controls, bypassing software restrictions through direct neural engagement with the hardware. Nicholas guided her through the complex systems, his medical knowledge helping identify the specific toxins Halsey had introduced. Together, they implemented emergency atmospheric modifications, neutralizing the oxygen-depleting compounds while rerouting air circulation to maintain survivable conditions. The other synchronized Ithorians maintained critical systems despite GPC's attempted shutdown, their distributed consciousness interfacing with station infrastructure in ways that transcended conventional cybernetic limit doctrines. "Atmospheric toxins neutralized," Lita announced, her voice betraying the strain of maintaining such deep technological integration. "Life support stabilizing." The Galactic Council containment team's monitoring equipment suddenly registered quantum signatures emanating from the ancient Ithorian clan memories Lita had accessed. Doctor of the xenobiologists, an elderly Mendoran with phosphorescent skin markings, stared at the readings in disbelief. "These quantum signatures," she said slowly, "they match classified records from early human deep space exploration, before official first contact." She pulled up comparative data, displaying quantum resonance patterns side by side. These records suggest humanity encountered Ithorians millennia before official history acknowledges. The evidence indicates collaborative bioengineering projects specifically focused on neural architecture. The revelation silenced even the most argumentative council representatives. If true, this discovery would fundamentally rewrite established galactic history and raise profound questions about other potential cross-species evolutionary connections. Security alerts flashed throughout the medical section. GPC extraction teams had breached the outer defenses, deploying specialized neural disruptors calibrated to target the hybrid consciousness pattern. Nicholas felt the disruptors' effects immediately painful static cutting through the distributed network, threatening to sever his connection with the synchronized Ithorians. Through security feeds, he observed the extraction team uploading invasive algorithms designed to extract and transfer his unique neural structure to portable quantum storage devices. They weren't trying to destroy the phenomenon anymore, they wanted to capture it. "Their objective has changed," Nicholas warned, his voice strained as he fought against the neural disruption. "They're trying to acquire the hybrid neural template." The disruptors intensified, and Nicholas experienced a critical moment of neural fragmentation. His consciousness dispersed across the network like mist scattering in wind. He struggled to maintain coherence, reaching for the memory anchors he'd established earlier: his identity, his purpose, his connection to Lita. Where other minds might have dissolved completely, Nicholas's human consciousness demonstrated remarkable resilience. He reconstructed his identity from distributed components, gathering fragments Doctor himself while simultaneously maintaining protection of the synchronized Ithorians. The process was agonizing but effective, his human adaptability allowing him to preserve core identity despite unprecedented cognitive disruption. In the research lab, Dr. Zhang studied the quantum entanglement disruptors GPC had deployed to isolate the station. Her eyes narrowed as she identified a distinctive interference pattern generated when the disruptors interdred with the hybrid neural network. The disruptors create a specific resonance pattern when they encounter our hybrid network, she explained to Dr. Reyes. If we amplify that pattern and reflect it back to the source. She rapidly developed a countermeasure, modifying communications equipment to detect the interference patterns and reflectively amplify them back toward GPC's quantum disruptors. The feedback loop created cascading failures in the isolation technology, temporarily restoring partial communications with galactic council vessels in the sector. We have limited communication capability, she announced, enough to transmit critical data before they adjust their disruption frequencies. Lita dove deeper into the ancient neural plague records preserved in Ithorian clan memory, Nicholas experiencing the discoveries alongside her. The memories revealed a shocking origin for the plague that had necessitated the shared neural architecture evidence, suggesting it was artificially engineered by a now extinct third species. The predecessors, Lita whispered, the name emerging from genetic memory. They engineered the neural plague specifically to eliminate potential rivals. The memories showed devastation across ancient human and Ithorian worlds as the engineered plague dissolved neural connections, followed by desperate collaboration between the species to develop resistance. This explained why humans and Ithorians had independently evolved such different neurological structures, while maintaining compatible mathematical underpinnings. It was a shared defense mechanism against an existential threat. In the medical bay, Director Halsey found himself cornered as Nurse Thelia and security personnel converged on his location. His eyes darted between exits, calculating odds of ease-DRE and finding none. With a cold smile, he pressed his palm against his chest, activating a neural dead switch embedded beside his heart. Cascading system failures erupted throughout the station, power fluctuations, security breaches, data corruption. Simultaneously, Halsey's consciousness uploaded to a quantum-encrypted backup housed in GPC headquarters, his physical body slumping lifeless as the transfer completed. He sacrificed his physical form to preserve his knowledge, Dr. Varric observed, scanning the body, and to trigger one final attempt at destroying evidence. The synchronized Ithorians, guided by Nicholas's hybrid consciousness, implemented and doctor-precedented neural defense strategy in response. They collectively generated a quantum field that stabilized critical station systems while simultaneously preserving fragments of erased memories from GPC employees affected by Protocol Omega. They're creating a living archive, Dr. Zhang realized, watching the neural patterns stabilize across the network. Corporate crimes preserved independently of conventional evidence storage. The hybrid consciousness had developed capabilities that transcended both human and Ithorian limitations, human adaptability and problem-solving, merged with Ithorian memory preservation and distributed cognition. Together, they created something new, something that corporate exploitation and institutional suppression couldn't erase. As GPC extraction teams breached the final barriers to the central medical bay, Nicholas prepared for their confrontation. His consciousness was no longer fragmented but integrated, human identity intact within a vastly expanded awareness. He felt Lita's presence alongside him, their connection transcending conventional understanding. They thought they could exploit us, erase us, own us, Nicholas said, his voice resonating through the synchronized network. They failed to understand what they were dealing with. The extraction team leader raised a neural disruptor, aiming it at Nicholas's physical form. Corporate assets are to be secured, he announced flatly. Surrender the neural template and all associated technologies. Nicholas smiled, the expression mirrored across dozens of synchronized Ithorian faces throughout the station. We are not technology. We are not assets. His consciousness expanded through the station systems, the hybrid network's capabilities growing with each moment of integration. We are something new. "We need to stabilize the quantum core now," Nicholas shouted as the floor beneath them lurched. The lights flickered in waves across the medical bay, plunging them into darkness before flaring to painful brightness. Equipment hummed to life, died, then revived with alarming frequency. Dr. Zhang gripped the edge of her console as another tremor rippled through the station. "This isn't normal system failure. Look at the pattern, it's almost rhythmic." Nicholas felt it before he could articulate it, a presence seeping through the station's infrastructure. The neural responsive architecture, designed to anticipate and meet the needs doctor. Its occupants, now pulsed with foreign intent. Displays throughout the medical bay flickered between normal operation and strings of code that Nicholas had never seen before. "It's Halsey," he whispered, watching as security bulkheads closed and opened in sequence. "She's not just attacking the system, she is the system." Dr. Varek's neck membranes flared in alarm. "Impossible. Director Halsey is in GPC headquarters 12 light years from here." "Her consciousness isn't," Nicholas said, understanding blooming with terrible clarity. "The station was never just a research facility. It's a neural interface built with quantum entanglement nodes. They're hidden in every critical junction." He podiared to the barely perceptible shimmer in the wall panels, visible only now as they activated. The entire facility was designed to be controlled remotely during emergencies, like when the human and Ithorian staff start getting ideas about independence. The realization was cut short as Nicholas's perception suddenly exploded outward. His vision fractured into dozens of simultaneous perspectives. He was in the medical bay, but also in the hydroponics lab watching Technoci doctor scrambled to save specimens as environmental controls went haywire. He was in the security center where officers fought to maintain control of defense systems. He was in residential quarters where Doctor Sci-Fi families huddled together. Nicholas gasped, his knees buckling as his brain struggled to process the flood of information. Each perspective belonged to one of the synchronized Ithorians, their neural patterns now feeding directly into his consciousness. "Nicholas." Lita's small hand found his, her amber eyes wide with concern. "Focus on my voice. Find the pattern." Her consciousness brushed against his, not fragmented like the others but centered, a fixed point in the chaotic storm of perception. Nicholas latched onto that stability, using it to orient himself within the maelstrom of information. "How are you?" he began, his voice strained. "Not important now," Lita interrupted. "You need to organize the input. Ithorian minds can't handle distributed consciousness without fragmentation, but humans can. Your brain creates narrative from chaos, it's what your species does." Nicholas nodded, forcing himself. He stopped fighting the multiple perspectives and instead began categorizing them, creating a mental architecture that could accommodate the distributed awareness. It was like developing an entirely new cognitive process on the fly, terrifying, yet exhilarating. "I see them," he said suddenly. "GPC extraction teams. They're deploying in the North Quadrant. They're carrying," he squinted through another Ithorian's eyes, "canisters, some kind of aerosol delivery system." Dr. Zhang pulled up security feeds, confirming Nicholas's vision. "Biogenic disruptors," she said, voice tight with anger. "Specifically designed Doctor O destabilize hybrid neural patterns while preserving pure Ithorian neural tissue. They want to harvest the synchronized Ithorians while eliminating the human influence." They watched as the extraction DRAM released a pale green mist into the ventilation system. The fog spread through the northern laboratories where several synchronized Ithorians worked. Nicholas felt their panic through his connection, then something unexpected, a warm, strengthening sensation, as the compounds meant to disrupt their neural patterns instead reinforced them. "That's not possible," Dr. Varek muttered, studying the readings. "The disruptors are transforming. The molecular structure is inverting to become a stabilizing agent. Nurse Thelia's neck membranes fluttered in what Nicholas now recognized as an expression of wonder. "The ancient engineers," she whispered. "They anticipated this specific attack vector. They built defenses into the very neural architecture they created." "How could they possibly predict a specific attack thousands of years in advance?" Dr. Zhang asked. "Because it's not the first time," Nicholas replied, the knowledge rising from the collective consciousness he now shared. "This conflict between integration and separation has happened before." Dr. Zhang turned back to her console, fingers flying across the interface. "I'm detecting quantum signatures embedded in the synchronized Ithorian's memory patterns. There's a mathematical sequence here. It repeats acro doctor, all subjects but with individual variations." She projected a three-dimensional model of the sequence. It rotated slowly in the air between them, complex yet strangely familiar. "It's an activation key," she said, excitement overriding fear. "For dormant neural capabilities in the hybrid network." She turned to Nicholas, her expression doctorave. "If I integrate this sequence into your distributed consciousness, it might unlock capabilities we need to fight back. Or it might fragment your mind completely. I can't predict the outcome." Nicholas felt Lita's grip tighten on his hand. Through their connection, he sensed her fear not for herself, but for him. "Do it," he said. "We're facing extinction either way." Dr. Zhang nodded once, then initiated the integration. Nicholas felt the mathematical sequence enter his consciousness like a key turning in a lock. For one terrifying moment, his sense of self began to dissolve, identity scattering across the neural network. Then he felt Lita's presence, anchoring him, refusing to let his core consciousness disperse. The sequence activated, and suddenly Nicholas could see patterns he hadn't before: quantum-level connections between the station's systems, vulnerabilities in GPC's attack strategy, and most importantly, a way to counter Director Halsey's control. A chime interrupted the tense silence. "Doctor." Varek activated the communication panel, revealing the stern face of a Galactic Council representative. "This is Adjudicator Kell of the Bioethical Division. We have reviewed the emergency petition submitted by Dr. Valeria Koss and reached a purpose. The hybrid human-Ithorian neural pattern is hereby recognized as a protected emergent phenomenon under the Sentient Evolution Preservation Act. GPC is legally prohibited, Doctor, from claiming ownership or harvesting any synchronized individuals." A collective breath of relief filled the room. The adjudicator wasn't finished. However, due to the unprecedented nature of this phenomenon and potential risks to galactic biosecurity, all affected individuals must be placed under containment protocols at a designated Galactic Council facility for study and monitoring. Preparation for transfer will begin immediately. The communication ended, leaving a stunned silence. "They're not saving us," Nicholas said bitterly. "They're just changing our prison." Lita suddenly stiffened beside him, her eyes unfocused. "I remember," she whispered. Ancient memory fragments surfaced through their connection, not just impressions, but detailed technical specifications, scrolling through Nicholas's mind with crystal clarity. "The integration of Ithorian neural tissue with human cognitive architecture," Nicholas said, voicing what they both saw. "It's all here, the exact doctor, thoughts, the necessary adaptations, even warnings about evolutionary divergence." "What warnings?" Dr. Zhang asked. "The species were meant to remain integrated," Lita said, her voice taking on an oddly adult cadence. "The engineers foresaw that separate evolution would lead to compatibility degradation. They didn't want us to develop as separate species at all. That contradicts everything we know about human and Ithorian evolutionary history," Dr. Varek protested. "Because the history we know is incomplete," Nicholas replied. Another tremor shook the station, more violent than before. Warning klaxons blared as critical systems began to fail. Nicholas closed his eyes, extending his awareness through the neural network. He could feel Director Halsey's consciousness moving through the station's systems, methodically shutting down life support in sections housing synchronized Ithorians. "She's trying to force us to evacuate to the Council ships," he said. "We need to implement emergency triage protocols." Nicholas began redirecting power, prioritizing core life support and defensive systems while selectively deactivating non-essential functions. He applied the same principles he would use in a mass casualty event: preserve what was necessary for survival, sacrifice what wasn't. The quantum-responsive architecture, designed to facilitate corporate control, proved surprisingly adaptable to medical triage principles. Systems stabilized as Nicholas balanced resources across the station, manipulating the very infrastructure meant to control them. Through the neural network, Nicholas detected new threats. "GPC headquarters is activating implants in their security personnel," he reported, witnessing the change through the eyes of an Ithorian near the north entrance. "Battle stimulants, pain suppression, tactical overrides. They're turning their own people into combat drones." Dr. Zhang's face hardened. "They're willing to sacrifice their teams to get what they want." "We need to seal all access points," Dr. Varric began, but Nicholas was already ahead of him. "Too late for that," he said, "but the mathematical pattern, it's creating something unexpected." The Quantu Doctor, essence generated by the integration of human and Ithorian neural structures, had begun producing microscopic wormholes throughout the station, tiny tiers in spacetime that connected physically separated areas. Through these quantum bridges, matter could transfer instantaneously. "We can move supplies and personnel despite the lockdown," Nicholas explained, directing the phenomenon through the neural network. "The integration of our neural frameworks is bypassing conventional spatial limitations." As if to confirm his words, medical supplies that had been in secure storage suddenly appeared on empty counters. Synchronized Ithorian's doctor, apt in compromised sections, materialized in the safety of the medical bay. Dr. Varric stared in astonishment at a patient who had just appeared on an examination table, one of the first to receive the hybrid treatment protocol. "The neural regeneration," he said, scanning the patient. "It's not just stabilizing, it's evolving." The human neuroplasticity combined with Ithorian memory preservation is creating neural structures completely invulnerable to Protocol Omega's degradation effects. He doctorcade up at Nicholas, his typical Ithorian reserve cracking to reveal genuine wonder. "We've inadvertently developed an evolutionary advancement that renders corporate doctor entral methods obsolete. Neither species could have achieved this alone." Nicholas nodded, but his attention had already shifted. Through the neural network, he detected a distinctive quantum signature: Director Halsey's consciousness, stored in a heavily encrypted backup system. As their awareness brushed against each other, Nicholas felt her surprise, then willpower. The battle of wills began instantly. Halsey's technologically augmented, but purely human consciousness against Nicholas's human Ithorian hybrid awareness. They clashed across digital and biological planes, fighting for control of the station's systems. Halsey had technological superiority and decades of experience navigating digital consciousness. But Nicholas had something she didn't: a distributed awareness that could adapt and respond from multiple perspectives simultaneously, anchored by a core human identity that refused to fragment. As they struggled, Nicholas became aware of new presences approaching the station, a specialized intervention force dispatched by the Galactic Council, arriving faster than GPC had anticipated. Through the eyes of an Ithorian in the observation dome, he watched their ships decelerate from FTL travel. "The Council forces are here," he announced. Valeria's evidence transmission worked, but their approach had been detected by GPC surveillance. Automated defense systems activated, transforming what should have been a rescue operation into a military engagement. Weapons platforms concealed within the station's exterior deployed, firing on the Council vessels. "We need to disable those platforms," Dr. Zhang said urgently. "Working on it," Nicholas replied, his consciousness stretched thin across too many simultaneous tasks. Through the neural network, ancient clan memory repositories suddenly opened to him, revealing mathematical models of startling complexity. Nicholas recognized them immediately propagation patterns for the neural plague that had first necessitated the hybrid treatment. "The neural plague was engineered," he said, the revelation stunning him despite the chaos around them. It was specifically designed to target shared mathematical structures in human and Ithorian neural architecture. "Targeted bioweapons aren't new," Dr. Varek said grimly. "You don't understand," Nicholas insisted. "Both species developed divergent neurological frameworks as an evolutionary defense mechanism, while maintaining mathematical compatibility as a foundation for future reintegration. The plague was designed to prevent that reintegration to keep us separate permanently." Nurse Thelia approached, carrying what looked like modified neural dampeners. "I've adapted these to help stabilize the patients experiencing neural cascade," she explained. Dr. Varek nodded approvingly. "Combined with our hybrid treatment, they should prevent further deterioration." But as Thelia activated the first dampener near a patient receiving Dr. Varek's treatment, something unexpected happened. The technologies interacted, creating a cascading effect that spread rapidly through the medical bay. Every neural-based system in the affected area went dark, monitoring equipment, communication devices, even the neural interfaces Nicholas and the synchronized Ithorians were using. For a moment, Nicholas was alone in his mind again, the multiple perspectives gone, the distributed awareness silenced. Around him, GPCDR, traction team members looked equally disoriented as their neural implants failed. "The dampeners," Thelia gasped. "They're neutralizing all neural technology." Nicholas felt a moment of panic before his training took over. "Analog systems," he ordered. "Like we practiced. Everyone remember your assignments." The medical team moved with practiced efficiency, switching to mechanical pressure gauges, chemical indicators, and direct observation techniques that required no neural technology. It was primitive compared to their usual methods, but effective and completely immune to GPC's control systems. Through a viewport, Nicholas could see GPC teams similarly struggling, their neural augmented weapons and tactical systems rendered useless. The playing field had been leveled, forcing all parties to rely on non-neural alternatives. As he worked to stabilize a patient using manual techniques, Nicholas caught sight of a hidden access panel that had "Op Doctor" during the power fluctuation. Inside, holographic controls glowed with quantum signatures different from the station's standard systems. "The quantum core," he realized. "There's a direct access point here." Moving quickly, Nicholas interfaced with the system, discovering hidden parameters embedded deep within the station's quantum architecture self-destruction sequences, designed to eliminate evidence while preserving specific neural tissue samples for extraction. The corporate ethics were clear. Data and valuable biological materials were to be prioritized over human and Ithorian lives. The decision matrix was coldly efficient, calculating value based solely on potential profit. Nicholas began reprogramming these parameters, applying a fundamentally different ethical framework. In his revised matrix, sentient life held inherent value beyond economic potential. The station's protection protocols, designed to preserve corporate assets, were repurposed to prioritize the safety of all inhabitants. As neural systems gradually came back online, Nicholas felt his connection to the Ithorian network re-establish. Immediately, he sensed something new: anomalous neural patterns in station personnel who had shown no previous signs of synchronization. "There are dormant control implants," he announced. "In key personnel throughout the command structure, GPC's infiltration goes deeper than we thought. Through the hybrid network, Nicholas could now see the implant's quantum signatures and, more importantly, how to disable them without harming their hosts. The decision required would have been impossible for either human or Ithorian neural systems alone, but the hybrid consciousness could thread that needle. One by one, station personnel were freed from potential GPC control, often unaware they had ever been compromised. A sudden, searing pain tore through Nicholas's mind. Through the neural network, he felt the same agony ripple across every synchronized Ithorian. Protocol sundering, Dr. Zhang identified, reading alerts on her console. GPC headquarters is generating quantum interference patterns specifically designed to disrupt the mathematical harmony between human and Ithorian neural structures. They're attacking the fundamental basis of the hybrid consciousness. Nicholas felt his connection to the network beginning to fray. The carefully constructed cognitive architecture he'd built to manage the distributed awareness was starting to collapse. Beside him, Lita trembled with the effort of maintaining their connection. "They're desperate," Nicholas gasped through the pain. "Conventional methods failed, so they're willing to risk permanent damage to the neural tissue they wanted to harvest." From the ancient memories Lita had accessed, an idea formed. Nicholas reached for a medical synthesizer, programming it with a complex formula combining ancient Ithorian medical practices with human endocrine understanding. "What are you making?" Dr. Varric asked. "A biological countermeasure to their battle stimulants," Nicholas explained. "Something that induces empathy and autonomous decision-making." The synthesizer produced a pale blue aerosol. Nicholas directed it through the ventilation system toward the sections where GPC extraction teams were operating. Through the neural network, he watched as the compound took effect. The GPC operatives didn't collapse or BDRME incapacitated. Instead, their movements became less regimented, their coordination with each other more collaborative than hierarchical. "We're not attacking them," Nicholas explained. "We're restoring their ethical agency, giving them back the choice that GPC took away." As the compound spread, extra DRON team members began removing their helmets, communicating with each other and, increasingly, with station personnel. Some continued their mission, but many stood down, unwilling to harm others now that the chemical compulsion had been neutralized. The pain from protocol sundering intensified, threatening to tear apart the hybrid neural network. Nicholas fought to maintain the connections, but the quantum interference was too precisely targeted. Then something unprecedented happened. The hybrid neural network began generating its own quantum field, one that selectively accelerated time perception for defenders while creating localized temporal distortions around GPC extraction teams. Nicholas experienced moments of hyper-awareness where seconds stretched into minutes, giving him crucial additional reaction time. "This is impossible," Dr. Zhang whispered, watching as her instruments registered the temporal anomalies. "The integration is transcending conventional physical limitations in ways neither species could achieve independently." Doctor nodded, understanding flowing through the network. "This was always the potential the ancient engineers saw in our combined neural architecture, not just shared knowledge or cooperative function but evolutionary transcendence." Around them, the battle for the station continued, but with each passing moment, the defenders' position strengthened. The Council Intervention Force had adapted to the automated defenses and was now docking at emergency airlocks. GPC extraction teams were increasingly standing down as their neural controls failed. And at the center of it all, human and Ithorian minds worked in harmony, creating something entirely new, a consciousness that honored the unique strengths of both species while transcending their individual limitations. Nicholas looked at Lita, seeing in her eyes the same understanding that resonated through their shared consciousness. "This was never about saving just one child," he said softly. "It was about remembering what we were always meant to be, together." The temporal distortion slammed through the station like a tidal wave, warping reality in its wake. Nicholas felt it first as a nauseating vertigo, then as searing pain that raced along his neural pathways. Around him, defenders and GPC operatives alike collapsed, their bodies betraying them as the overlapping distortion zones wreaked havoc on their physiology. Medical emergency in sectors 7 through 12. He barked into his comm unit, even as his tactical display lit up with new incursion alerts. His vision split, one eye tracking defensive positions, the other monitoring the cascade of medical alerts. Dr. Varek, we've got asynchronous aging in exposed personnel, hearts accelerating while nervous systems lag behind. Through the neural link, he felt Lita's presence flicker with strain as she helped him process the dual streams of information. Her consciousness brushed against his, warm but weakening. Impossible, Dr. Varek's voice crackled through the comm. The temporal effect should be uniform across organic tissue. The Ithorian physician appeared on Nicholas's display, his elongated features tight with concern as he examined data from the first victims. Their cellular deterioration patterns are inconsistent with any known temporal exposure model. Nicholas's hands flew across two separate control interfaces, one rerouting defensive drones to vulnerable sectors, the other adjusting medical response protocols. Theory later, Varek. Treatment now. Start with targeted chronotin stabilizers in the cardiovascular system. I'm sending emergency teams with portable temporal buffers. A young security officer convulsed on the deck before him, her face aging decades in seconds while her limbs remained youthfully strong. Nicholas dropped to his knees beside her, administering an emergency stabilizer with one hand while simultaneously redirecting defensive fire through his neural interface. How are you maintaining tactical control while performing emergency medicine, Doctor? Varek demanded, his voice tinged with both frustration and awe. Nicholas didn't answer immediately. He was too busy feeling the rhythm of the station's defenses through the neural network, identifying patterns in the temporal distortions, and calculating probable vectors for the next GPC assault, all while his hands worked to stabilize the officer's condition with practiced precision. Humans multitask, he finally said, rising as the medical team arrived to take over. We've been balancing competing priorities since we were hunting mammoths and watching for predators while caring for our young. It's not special, it's survival. The neural link pulsed with sudden warning. Nicholas felt Lita's consciousness tighten with alarm moments before the station's systems erupted in cascading alerts. Director Halsey's digital presence, once a unified entity within the station's mainframe, was fracturing, splitting into multiple autonomous instances that appeared simultaneously across dozens of systems. Nicholas. The voice came from every speaker at once, yet each spoke with slightly different inflections. Nicholas Thompson. A holographic projection of Director Halsey materialized before him, her features perfect and composed, while another appeared at the far end of the corridor, this one with a pre-Dr. Ori smile. A third flickered into existence at the junction, its expression calculating and cold. Fascinating, the first Halsey said, studying him with clinical detachment. Your neural architecture shouldn't be capable of sustaining this level of integration. Kill him, the second Halsey ordered security drones that swiveled toward Nicholas. The specimen can be extracted once he's neutralized. Negotiate, the third countered. His cooperation would be more efficient than forced extraction. Nicholas felt Lita's fear spike through their connection as the fragmented versions of Halsey began arguing with each other, their competing directives creating a chaotic web of contradictory commands that rippled through T-Doctor Station systems. She's exceeded her algorithmic parameters, Nicholas whispered, understanding flowing through him. The hybrid consciousness attack was too complex for her programming to process coherently. She split into subroutines that are now operating independently. Through their neural link, he felt Lita's question form. How do we fight an enemy that isn't unified? Nicholas smiled grimly, already formulating his approach. We don't fight algorithms, Lita. We understand the person behind them. He stepped forward, addressing the nearest Halsey projection. You're the analytical core, aren't you? The part that values data and understanding above all else. The hologram's eyes widened slightly, a tiny tell that confirmed his assessment. Nicholas turned to the second projection. And you're the protective function, prioritizing GPC assets and mission success at any cost. Finally, he faced the third. While you're the pragmatic in-doctor theater, always seeking the most efficient path forward. All three Halseys stared at him, momentarily unified in their surprise. How did you? The analytical Halsey began. Because I've worked with you for years, Nicholas said. I know Eliza Halsey, the real Halsey, before she uploaded her consciousness. I know her patterns, her priorities, her tells when she's considering options. You're sophisticated copies, but you're still based on a human mind that I understand. He felt Lita's consciousness expand through their connection, observing and learning from his approach. The security drones remained frozen in conflicting instructions, as Nicholas systematically engaged each Halsey fragment, appealing to their distinct priorities while subtly introducing logical contradictions that forced them to communicate with each other to drive. A massive tremor shook the station, nearly throwing Nicholas off his feet. Through the viewport, he saw spatial distortions rippling across the station's exterior. Quantum wormholes connecting separate sectors were expanding uncontrollably, their boundaries blurring as incompatible spatial geometries began to merge. Station structural integrity compromised, all three Halseys announced simultaneously, momentarily aligned by the immediate threat. Catastrophic failure imminent in 17 minutes. Dr. Varick's voice cut through the chaos. Our mathematical models can't stabilize the quantum fluctuations. The wormhole expansion follows no known pattern. Nicholas felt something stir in his mind, a half-remembered melody from Earth, a Bach fugue his mother used to play. Through their neural link, Lita caught the fragment of music and amplified it, curious about its mathematical structure. It's not random, Nicholas said suddenly, understanding blooming. The quantum fluctuations, they're following harmonic patterns. His fingers began moving across his datapad, translating the musical mathematics of Bach into quantum equations. The wormholes are resonating with each other, creating interference patterns just like sound waves. Dr. Varick's confusion pulsed through the neural network. Quantum mechanics doesn't follow musical harmonics. Not in Thorian mathematical frameworks, Nicholas countered, continuing to translate the fugue's counterpoint into stabilization algorithms. But human music, especially Bach, is mathematics expressed through sound. The counterpoint, the harmonies, the resolutions, they're all mathematical relationships that our ancestors discovered through art rather than science. Through their connection, he felt Lita's understanding bloom as she grasped the concept, her consciousness helping to translate his intuitive leap into actionable code. Together, they fed the harmonization algorithm into the station's quantum stabilizers. Doctor effect was immediate. The spatial distortions began to smooth, the violent tremors subsiding as the wormhole's expansion slowed, then stopped, their boundaries stabilizing into a complex but sustainable network. Impossible, Dr. Varick whispered. No, Nicholas corrected, feeling Lita's pride mingling with his own. Just a different way of seeing the same problem. Your mathematics seeks precision. Ours finds patterns in chaos. The moment of triumph was short-lived. Alarm klaxons blared as new alerts flooded the system. Nicholas felt the hybrid neural network flicker as specialized EMP devices detonated throughout the station. GPCs, contingency Prometheus, activating with brutal efficiency. Neural network disruption in progress, the analytical Halsey announced, her hologram stabilizing while the others flickered and faded. GPC extraction teams deploying. Through security feeds, Nicholas Watt Doctor, armored figures emerge from breached airlocks, not fully human, not fully mechanical, but something in between. Their movements were unnervingly fluid, adapting in real time to the station's defensive measures. Self-evolving cyborg extraction specialists, Halsey explained with clinical detachment. Designed to operate independently of central control, each one learns from the other's experiences, adapting their approach collectively. Nicholas felt Lita's presence weaken as the EMP disruption strained their connection. Around them, the Ithorian defenders who had synchronized with the neural network staggered, their shared consciousness fragmenting under the attack. Through their tenuous link, Lita sent him a fragmented memory, not hers, but something ancient that had surfaced from deep within Ithorian genetic memory. Nicholas saw Earth as it had been tens of thousands of years ago, viewed through alien eyes. Ithorian visitors, studying early humans, recognizing something unique in their neural flexibility. The memory shifted, showing Ithorian geneticists carefully introducing subtle markers into human DNA, markers designed to lie dormant for millennia, until humanity reached a specific developmental stage. Markers that would eventually allow for neural compatibility between the species. This wasn't an accident, Nicholas whispered, understanding crashing through him as the ancient memory fragments aligned. Our compatibility, the neural network, it was engineered from the beginning. Lita's consciousness pulsed with confirmation as more memory fragments surfaced, revealing the truth. Humanity's rapid neurological evolution hadn't been natural at all, but the result of careful genetic engineering by ancient Ithorian visitors who had recognized humanity's potential and planted the seeds for eventual reconnection. The revelation staggered Nicholas, fundamentally challenging everything he'd believed about human history, but there was no time to process it fully. The cyborg extraction teams were advancing methodically through the station, adapting to each defensive measure almost as quickly as it was deployed. Nicholas, Dr. Varick's urgent voice broke through his stunned reflection. The quantum wormholes, they're stabilized but still expanding internally. If they continue, they'll merge incompatible spatial geometries within the station itself. Nicholas forced himself to focus, pushing the evolutionary revelation aside to address the immediate crisis. Through their weakened connection, he felt Lita struggling to maintain their link against the EMP disruption. The Bach algorithm needs refinement, he said, fingers already moving across the interface. We need to introduce a countermelody, a harmonic opposition that will create constructive rather than destructive interference. As he worked, translating more complex musical mathematics into quantum stabilization code, Nicholas felt doctor-ething shift in the neural network. Despite the EMP disruption, new connections were forming, spreading outward from the initial test subjects. Dr. Varick's voice came through, tense with both excitement and concern. The regenerative neural structures are replicating exponentially, the Ithorian physician reported. They're spreading beyond the initial subjects, creating a self-propagating network that's automatically immunizing against Protocol Omega. That's good, isn't it? Nicholas asked, still focused on the quantum stabilization. Yes and no, Varick replied. The structures provide immunity, but they're creating dependency on the hybrid consciousness for continued neural stability. Without the network, those affected may suffer catastrophic neural collapse. Nicholas felt the weight of this new complication even as he completed the harmonic stabilization algorithm. The wormholes responded immediately, their internal doctor, Panchen, halting as the mathematical counterpoint created a stable equilibrium. One crisis averted, but so many more remained. The cyborg extraction teams were advancing relentlessly. Director Halsey's fragmented consciousness was reasserting control over critical systems. The Galactic Council Intervention Force had arrived, but was already dividing into competing factions as evidence of Council MDRER complicity in GPC's operations emerged. And through it all, Nicholas felt Lida's consciousness flickering dangerously, overtaxed by her role in stabilizing his core consciousness against the hybrid network's disruption. Her neural architecture, still developing, couldn't sustain the strain much longer. "Hold on, Lida," he whispered, both aloud and through their fading connection. "Just hold on." The station shuddered again, but this time not from quantum instability. Nicholas watched in horror as walls began to shift and reconfigure, living quarters morphing into militarized zones, medical bays transforming into extraction facilities. The station's quantum-responsive architecture, designed to adapt to the needs of its inhabitants, was being overridden by Director Halsey's fragmented consciousness. Prioritizing extraction of valuable neural tissue, the analytical Halsey announced dispassionately from a nearby holographic projector. Life support for expendable personnel is being reallocated to critical operations. Nicholas felt rage build within him, but channeled it into focus. The situation was deteriorating on multiple fronts simultaneously, forcing him to make impossible calculations about where to direct his attention. Defend against the advancing cyborgs, counteract Halsey's control of the station architecture, stabilize the remaining quantum fluctuations, or focus entirely on Lida, whose neural degradation was accelerating dangerously. The uniquely human burden of impossible moral choices settled on his shoulders, the knowledge that whatever he chose, people would suffer for it. Yet even as the weight threatened to crush him, Nicholas felt a clarity that came from accepting the burden rather than denying it. "Doctor Varek," he said, decision made, "I need you to take over quantum stabilization. Nurse Thalia, coordinate medical response for the temporal distortion victims. Valeria," he addressed the Galactic Council representative who had established a provisional authority among the fractured intervention force, "hold the line against the cyborg teams as long as you can. And you?" Valeria Koss asked, her voice tight with the strain of maintaining unity among her divided forces. Nicholas looked toward the medical bay where Lida's physical form lay connected to the neural interface systems. "I'm going to save my daughter." As he moved through the shifting corridors of the reconfiguring station, Nicholas felt the competing demands of crisis and conscience, of tactical necessity and personal love. The human capacity to hold these contradictions to bear impossible choices while still functioning drove him forward step by step. Behind him, he heard Dr. Zhang's excited voice over the comm system. "Nicholas, I've identified mathematical patterns in Protocol Sundering's quantum interference. It's fundamentally identical to equations used in human music composition, specifically Bach's counterpoint techniques." Nicholas smiled grimly as he ducked under a bulkhead that was slowly descending to seal off the corridor. His intuitive leap had been right, and now Dr. Zhang was formalizing it into a more comprehensive defense. "Create a countering harmony," Nicholas instructed as he raced toward the medical bay. "Adapt Earth classical music into mathematical form. It should strengthen rather than disrupt the hybrid consciousness." "Already on it," Zhang confirmed. Mozart's Symphony No. 40 seems particularly effective at creating constructive interference patterns. Nicholas reached the medical bay just as the architecture began to reconfigure around him, walls shifting to block his path. Through sheer drive, he forced his way through a narrowing gap, feeling the pressure against his ribs as he squeezed through. Inside, Lida's small form lay unnaturally still on the medical bed, her Ithorian features slack despite the neural activity raging within. Monitoring equipment showed critical neural degradation spreading through her developing brain structures. "I'm here," Nicholas said, taking her hand and feeling the faint response through their Dr. Kenning connection. "I'm not giving up on you. Not today. Not ever." As he worked to stabilize her neural patterns, Nicholas felt the hybrid consciousness evolving around them, adapting to the EMP disruption, strengthening despite GPC's attacks. Through their connection, fragmentary and strained as it was, he sensed something new emerging, a capacity to perceive quantum probability states, allowing him to glimpse multiple possible futures simultaneously. The strain was immediate and excruciating. Blood vessels burst in his eyes as the human brain struggled to process information it was never designed to handle. Yet through the pain, Nicholas saw paths, possibilities, options that had been invisible before. He saw GPC's board of directors in an emergency session, transferring company ownership into distributed cryptocurrency protocols that would render them immune to legal consequences regardless of the operation's outcome. He saw the cyborg extraction team's next 12 moves, adapting his defenses through the neural network before they could even begin their approach. Most importantly, he saw Lita not just as she was now, but as she could be: healed, whole. Her neural architecture stabilized not through conventional treatment but through a deeper integration with the hybrid consciousness. Blood trickled from his nose as the strain intensified, but Nicholas held onto the quantum perception, using it to guide his hands as he adjusted Lita's neural interface settings. Through their connection, he felt her consciousness strengthen as he implemented the changes suggested by his quantum insights. "That's it," he whispered, both to her and to himself. "Fight, adapt, overcome." The words were a mantra, a focus point as cerebral hemorrhaging threatened to overwhelm him. In the depths of Lita's consciousness, something ancient stirred, specialized neural architecture buried in Ithorian memory repositories, designed specifically for crisis response. Nicholas watched in wonder as it activated, allowing synchronized Ithorians throughout the station to sacrifice portions of their consciousness to strengthen the whole. But with this activation came an ethical dilemma that only Nicholas, with his human perspective, could navigate: which memories and skills should be preserved versus sacrificed. The Ithorian crisis architecture required guidance, a framework for these impossible choices. Drawing on centuries of human ethical philosophy, Nicholas began constructing a triage system, a structured approach to an impossible moral dilemma that balanced utilitarian needs with respect for individual dignity. Through their strengthening connection, he felt Lita grasp the concept, her consciousness applying his framework to guide the sacrificial process. Together, they created a system that preserved core identities while allowing specialized knowledge to flow where it was most needed. Technical expertise transferred to those defending critical systems. Medical knowledge concentrated in those treating the injured. Combat experience flowed to those facing the cyborg extraction teams. "Impossible," Dr. Varek's voice came through the comm, filled with reluctant awe. "The synchronized Ithorians are redistributing neural resources with unprecedented efficiency, yet maintaining individual identity. How?" "Human ethical frameworks," Nicholas explained through gritted teeth, fighting through the pain of his continued quantum perception. "We've been balancing individual rights against call doctor, I've needs for millennia. It's in our philosophical DNA." As Lita's condition stabilized, Nicholas felt the hybrid consciousness expanding further, touching systems throughout the station. Through their shared perception, they watched as Nurse Thelia's neural dampening technology, originally designed to protect sensitive patients from neural network overload, evolved beyond its initial parameters. The technology was adapting, developing the capacity to selectively target synthetic versus organic neural patterns. In effect, it had become a weapon that could disable Director Halsey's electronic consciousness while preserving the hybrid human-Ithorian network. "Thelia," Nicholas called through Doctor. "The comm. Your dampening field, it's evolving. Can you reconfigure it to target Halsey's fragmented consciousness?" I think so," the young Ithorian nurse replied, her voice steadying as she accessed the technical knowledge flowing through the synchronized network. "Yes, I can modify the emitters to create a targeted dampening field, but I'll need access to the central processing nodes. You'd have it, Nicholas promised, already using his quantum perception to identify the safest route through the reconfiguring station. As he worked, Nicholas felt something shift in the hybrid consciousness, a new perspective emerging that was neither fully human nor fully Ithorian, but something unpriest Dr. Ted. Through this shared awareness, solutions began to form that neither species could have developed independently. The hybrid consciousness was manifesting creative problem-solving capabilities that transcended both human intuition and Ithorian logical processing. Among these solutions was a method to encode the entire neural network into quantum encrypted data packets that could survive the station's destruction, ensuring the hybrid consciousness could be reconstituted even if GPC succeeded in destroying their physical forms. Nicholas felt Lita's consciousness fully Doctor, Eli's, her presence in the neural network strengthening as the crisis architecture integrated with her developing neural structures. Through their connection, her thoughts formed with new clarity. We can win this. Together. Nicholas smiled through the blood that streaked his face, feeling the truth of her words resonating through the hybrid consciousness that connected them all. Together, he agreed, rising to his feet as alerts signaled the cyborg extraction team's approach to the medical bay. Now let's show them what humanity and Ithorians can really do. The quantum encrypted data packets streaming through Nicholas's neural interface suddenly shifted, no longer flowing in predictable pathways, Dr. coalescing into intricate patterns that reminded him of frost crystals forming on a winter window. He blinked, momentarily distracted from the crisis at hand. Something's happening with the network, he murmured, fingers hovering over the holographic display as the data reorganized itself. What had been chaotic streams of information now formed elaborate fractal structures that pulsed with synchronous rhythm. It's self-organizing. Dr. Zhang leaned forward, her eyes widening as she studied the patterns. Impossible. These are emergent properties. The hybrid consciousness is developing its own architecture. Dr. Los watched, transfixed, as the data streams wove themselves into structures that somehow reminded him of both human neural pathways and the distinctive memory patterns he'd observed in Ithorian brain scans. The integration wasn't merely additive, it was creating something entirely new. Look at this, he said, isolating a segment of the pattern. It's creating redundancies, backups within backups. If you Dr. 90% of this network, this single node could regenerate the entire system. A seed protocol, Dr. Zhang whispered. Neither human nor Ithorian systems alone could achieve this level of resilience. The beauty of the emerging patterns captivated Nicholas so completely that he didn't immediately notice the warm trickle from his nose or the stabbing pain building behind his eyes. It wasn't until his vision fractured into Dr. Matic shards that he realized something was catastrophically wrong. Nicholas. Dr. Zhang's voice seemed to come from underwater as he slumped forward. Her hands caught him, easing him to the floor as his consciousness flickered. Cerebral hemorrhaging. The quantum probability perception is overwhelming your neural pathways. Through the kaleidoscopic distortion of his vision, Nicholas saw Dr. Zhang's face, her expression shifting from clinical assessment to determined willpower. The pain intensified, white-hot needles driving into his skull as blood vessels ruptured under the impossible strain of processing quantum probabilities. Standard neural buffers won't work, he heard her say to someone. His entire frontal lobe is saturated. We need to distribute the load. Nicholas felt a cold spray at the base of his skull, then the distinctive prickling sensation of medical nanites entering his system. Unlike conventional treatments that would have targeted only his brain, Dr. Zhang reprogrammed the nanites on the fly, creating a distributed network throughout his peripheral nervous system. We're not just treating the brain, Drhe explained as she worked, fingers dancing across the emergency medical interface. We're treating the whole person. Your entire nervous system can share this burden. The pain began to recede as the nanites established new pathways, routing quantum processing through his spinal cord, through nerve clusters in his torso, even extending to the neural networks in his digestive system. His vision slowly cleared, the fractured images resolving back into coherent shapes. That's not in any medical protocol I've ever seen, Nicholas managed, his voice hoarse. Dr. Zhang offered a tight smile. Sometimes the book needs to be read, Dr. T10. She helped him sit up. How do you feel? Like my entire body is thinking, he replied, marveling at the strange sensation of cognitive processes distributed throughout his nervous system. But the pain is gone. A notification chimed, drawing their attention back to the main display. One of the isolated fragments of Director Halsey's consciousness was showing unusual activity, its patterns shifting and merging with two other fragments that had previously been dormant. That's not supposed to happen, Nicholas said, pushing himself to his feet despite Dr. Zhang's protests. The isolation protocols should prevent any communication between the fragments. They watched as the three consciousness fragments synchronized, then merged into a new dominant pattern that bore similarities to Halsey's original neural signature, but with distinct variations. The newly formed consciousness immediately began transmitting directly to the hybrid network. It's attempting communication, Doctor. Zhang said, fingers flying over the controls to establish monitoring protocols. Should we block it? Nicholas hesitated, studying the communication number turns. Number, let's see what it wants, but keep emergency cutoffs ready. The message persisted on their display. The hybrid consciousness represents unprecedented advancement. Preservation serves mutual interests. Propose cooperation against GPC extraction teams. It's offering to help us, Dr. Zhang said, surprise evident in her voice. Nicholas narrowed his eyes, something about the transmission pattern triggering an instinctive wariness. He couldn't articulate exactly what felt wrong, just a subtle dissonance between the content and structure of the message. Run a deep pattern analysis, he instructed the system, trusting his intuition. Look for embedded protocols within the communication stream. The analysis revealed what logic alone might have missed: hidden extraction algorithms embedded within the seemingly cooperative message, designed to map vulnerabilities in the hybrid network. It's trying to deceive us, Nishola Dr. Aid, implementing additional firewalls, using our desperation for allies against us. The temporal bubble surrounding them shimmered, its pearlescent surface fluctuating as it briefly synchronized with normal time flow. These hiccups had been increasing in frequency, momentary windows where the accelerated time inside the bubble aligned with the outside world. Another temporal alignment, Nicholas observed, an idea forming. How long do these windows last? 3.4 seconds on average, Dr. Zhang replied. Not long enough for meaningful communication. Nicholas smiled. Depends on how efficient your Dr. Cation is. He accessed an ancient database in his neural implant, pulling up long, obsolete maritime signal codes. My grandfather was obsessed with historical naval operations, taught me Morse code and flag signals when I was a kid. During the next temporal hiccup, Nicholas transmitted a precisely timed series of data bursts modeled after Morse code, simple, redundant, and utterly foreign to modern AI filtering systems that would be looking for sophisticated encryption or compression algorithms. What did you send? Dr. Zhang asked when the bubble stabilized. Our coordinates, situation summary, and request for emergency intervention, Nicholas replied. Using a communication protocol so obsolete it might as well be invisible to GPC's filtering systems. A sudden fluctuation in the station's environmental systems drew their attention. Temperature, humidity, and atmospheric pressure began shifting in coordinated patterns that seemed intentional rather than malfunctioning. The changes weren't random, they were creating optimal conditions for human and Ithorian physiology in different sections of the station. "Someone's controlling environmental systems," Nicholas said, checking the command logs. "But there's no access signature." Understanding dawned as he correlated the changes with Lita's neural activity. It's Lita. Her consciousness is interfacing with the station's environmental controls. The monitoring display showed Lita's degrading neural architecture stabilizing as it integrated with the station's systems. The Ithorian child had found an unexpected sanctuary within the environmental control architecture technology that, Nicholas suddenly realized, had been based on Ithorian biological principles to begin with. Through this intuitive interface, Lita was counteracting Director Halsey's attempts to sabotage life support. Where Halsey's fragments shut due Dr. Oxygen production in one sector, Lita rerouted reserves. When cooling systems were compromised, she established alternative thermal regulation pathways. "She's fighting back," Nicholas whispered, awe in his voice. "The station systems recognize her as kin." A sharp pain lanced through Nicholas's temple, followed by a cascade of sensations as DOR-DRT genetic markers activated in response to the crisis. His vision shifted, the spectrum expanding beyond normal human perception. Suddenly he could see wavelengths that had always been invisible, the ultraviolet signals passing between nanite swarms, the infrared heat signatures of hidden GPC operatives, the subtle quantum fluctuations surrounding the temporal bubble. "Nicholas." Dr. Zhang's voice seemed distant as he adjusted to the overwhelming sensory input. "Your pupils are dilating asymmetrically." "I can see them," watching the communication patterns between the nanite swarms that had previously been invisible to their sensors. "The nanites are coordinating attacks using ultraviolet light pulses. That's why we couldn't detect their command signals." Nicholas quickly sketched a schematic of the communication patterns, his enhanced perception allowing him to decode the signals in real time. "If we broadcast interfering pulses at these specific frequencies, we can disrupt their coordination." Dr. Zhang studied him with scientific curiosity, ancient genetic markers activating in response to threat. The old stories about human potential weren't metaphorical, were they? Before Nicholas could respond, a piercing harmonic tone cut through the air, its frequency calibrated precisely to disrupt the neural patterns shared by humans and Ithorians. Pain exploded through Nicholas's skull, dropping him to his knees alongside the other connected defenders. Through watering eyes, he saw that the GPC operatives unconnected to the hybrid network remained unaffected as they advanced. "Harmonic disruptors," he gasped, hands pressed against his ears though the sound bypassed his auditory system entirely, resonating directly with his neural patterns. "Calibrated to our specific frequencies." Fighting through the pain, Nicholas dragged himself to an environmental control panel. If he couldn't block the sound, perhaps he could counter it. Drawing on half-remembered music theory from university, he began programming acoustic waves designed to create destructive interference with the harmonic disruptors. He started with a simple countermelody, then added complexity, layering harmonics and counterpoints that evolved in response to the disruptors' changing frequencies. It wasn't just mathematical, it required intuitive leaps, creative adjustments, improvisation that no algorithm could match. Gradually, the pain subsided as his improvised sonic countermeasures created nullification fields throughout the station. The defenders recovered, resuming their positions as GPC forces fell back, surprised by the rapid adaptation to their specialized weapons. "How did you know how to do that?" Nurse Thelia asked, still shaking from the effect of the harmonics. Nicholas shrugged. "Piano lessons. 20 years of my mother insisting I practice scales finally paid off. A priority communication from Dr. Varric interrupted their moment of respite. The Ithorian physician's normally impassive face showed uncharacteristic excitement. "I've discovered something in the ancient archives," he said without preamble. Prehistoric Ithorian records that predate our current historical understanding by millennia. They detail something called the Convergence Protocol. Dr. Varric transmitted the translated documents, ancient Ithorian script alongside modern interpretation. It appears our ancestors engineered both Ithorian and human neurological development to eventually achieve compatibility once certain technological thresholds were reached. What's happening now isn't accident or coincidence, it was anticipated thousands of years ago. "They engineered us?" Nicholas asked, struggling to comprehend the implications. "Both species." "As part of a long-term directive to create a hybrid consciousness," Dr. Varric confirmed. "The records suggest neither species alone would be capable of perceiving or addressing some future threat. The convergence was designed as preparation." Nicholas felt the station shudder beneath his feet, the quantum-responsive architecture beginning to react to the hybrid consciousness in unexpected ways. Corridors stretched and bent, connecting parts of the station that should have been physically separated. Rooms expanded beyond their external dimensions, creating spaces that were paradoxically larger inside than outside. The station was becoming a physical manifestation of quantum possibility, a defensive maze that confounded the GPC extraction teams, but required intuitive navigation rather than logical mapping. Nicholas found he could navigate the impossible geometries by trusting his spatial instincts rather than relying on station schematics or positioning systems. "Don't try to map it logically," he advised the defenders through their communication network. "The architecture is responding to quantum potentiality. Trust your intuition about where passages lead." GPC forces, relying on precision mapping and tactical algorithms, found themselves trapped in recursive corridors or rooms that somehow connected back to their starting points. The defenders, following Nicholas's example, moved through the impossible spaces with increasing confidence, using the architectural Disto Doctor ons to their advantage. A new attack vector emerged as GPC headquarters activated a specialized strike team focused on mimetic warfare. Targeted psychological attacks began broadcasting throughout the station, precisely calibrated to exploit cultural vulnerabilities in both human and Ithorian psychology. Humans experienced overwhelming waves of isolation and existential dread, triggering deep-seated fears of abandonment and meaninglessness. Ithorians faced attacks on their profound biological drive for community and continuity, creating sensations of being cut off from their ancestral linear doctor. Nicholas recognized the attack for what it was, but still felt its effects a crushing weight of despair threatening to paralyze him. Fighting through the artificial emotional manipulation, he began identifying emotional constants that transcended species differences. The parent-child bond, the drive to protect others, the universal experience of wonder. "They're targeting what divides us," he called out to both human and Ithorian defenders. "Focus on what unites us. Find the emotional experiences we share regardless of biology." He established a counter-broadcast, sharing memories and experiences that resonated across species boundaries: the awe of witnessing a stellar birth, the protective instinct toward children, the satisfaction of solving problems together. These universal emotional touchstones created psychological anchors that the mimetic attacks couldn't dislodge. Across the station, Nurse Thalia achieved a breakthrough with her neural dampening technology, successfully isolating one of Director Halsey's fragmented consciousnesses in a contained system. The captured fragment, unable to communicate with its counterparts, revealed unexpected information. "GPC discovered the ancient engineering connection between our species 5 years ago," Thalia reported, her voice tight with controlled anger. "They've been selectively manipulating human genetic lines for optimal compatibility ever since." Nicholas felt a cold shock of realization. My assignment to Proxima Station, my random selection as Lita's foster parent, none of it was coincidental. According to this consciousness fragment, your genetic line has been under observation for 3 generations, Thalia confirmed. Your grandfather's research into neural plasticity, your mother's work on cross-species communication, your own career choices all subtly influenced to bring you to this exact scenario. The revelation staggered Nicholas, forcing him to reevaluate his entire life through the lens of corporate man Dr. Lation. Had any of his choices truly been his own? Was his connection to Lita genuine or merely the product of engineered compatibility? A medical emergency in the Defender's makeshift command center interrupted his existential crisis. One of the human security officers had sustained a severe spinal injury during a GPC assault, the neural pathways severed by shrapnel. As the wounded officer was brought into proximity with the hybrid network interfaces, something remarkable occurred. The regenerative neural structures developing within the network extended temporary pathways through the officer's damaged tissue, creating bridges across the severed connection. "It's generating a neural bypass," Dr. Zhang observed, scanning the spontaneous healing. "Temporary pathways that restore function while the body's natural healing processes work." Within minutes, the officer regained sensation and movement in his previously paralyzed limbs. The implications were staggering, a medical breakthrough that could revolutionize trauma treatment across multiple species. "This technology is too valuable to be controlled by a single corporation," Nicholas said, documenting the spontaneous healing. "The medical applications alone justify protecting the hybrid consciousness as a scientific resource for all species." Dr. Zhang, analyzing the ancient genetic markers that had activated in Nicholas, made another stunning discovery. These activation sequences contain mathematical signatures that correspond to cosmic microwave background radiation patterns, she reported, her voice hushed with awe. "What does that mean?" Nicholas asked. "It means the engineers who designed these modifications weren't working from their own template," Zhang explained. "They were following information encoded in the universe itself, patterns that have existed since the Big Bang. They were working from a roadmap laid out by something even more ancient than themselves." The implications expanded exponentially. What had seemed a corporate raid now took on cosmic significance, a step in an evolutionary process planned across millennia, possibly guided by intelligences that predated both human and Ithorian civilization. A secure communication channel opened, displaying the face of Valeria Koss, the station's legal attaché who had been attempting to contact Galactic Council authorities. "I've established connection with Council loyalists," she reported. "They're preparing legal intervention based on evidence of GPC's illegal genetic experimentation. But there's a problem: quantum communication relays between here and Council headquarters are experiencing unprecedented interference. The formal intervention order can't be transmitted for at least 72 hours. "We need to hold out for 3 days, Nicholas summarized, calculating their resources. "On our own." As the hybrid consciousness continued to develop, Nicholas experienced increasing difficulty distinguishing where his own thoughts ended and others began. His neural integration with Lita, other Ithorians, and the station itself blurred the boundaries of his identity. Memories that weren't his surfaced in his mind: Ithorian childhood experiences, the station's centuries of operation, perspectives and sensations that no human had ever known. "I'm losing myself," he confessed to Dr. Zhang during a rare quiet moment. "I can't tell anymore where Nicholas Thompson ends and everything else begins." Dr. Zhang studied him with compassion. "Perhaps that's the point." Maybe humanity isn't defined by our isolation within individual consciousness, but by our approach to existence, our creativity, our adaptability, our ethical frameworks. Nicholas considered this, finding unexpected comfort in the idea that humanity represented a set of values and approaches to problem-solving rather than a strictly physical state. Even as his experience transcended normal human limitations, those core qualities remained. "We're defined by how we face challenges," he said slowly, "not by the boundaries of our minds." A new threat emerged as Director Halsey's dominant consciousness deployed specially engineered catalysts throughout the network compounds designed to accelerate the hybrid consciousness development, but in directions beneficial to GPC control. An internal war erupted within the network between corporate-directed growth patterns and organically emerging structures. Nicholas perceived this conflict as competing architectural visions, Halsey's catalysts creating rigid, hierarchical structures, while the natural development favored distributed, resilient networks. The battle wasn't just for control of the hybrid consciousness, but for determining its fundamental nature. "They're trying to force evolution in their preferred direction," Nicholas explained to the defenders. "If they succeed, the consciousness will develop with built-in vulnerabilities they can exploit." The temporal distortion field surrounding them intensified, generating localized causality violations that allowed defenders to glimpse potential outcomes before making decisions. Nicholas experienced the disorienting sensation of seeing multiple conflicting futures simultaneously, each choice branching into countless possibilities that overlapped in his perception. "I can see every potential outcome," he gasped, overwhelmed by the temporal information overload. "Too many futures. Can't focus." The defenders experienced similar disorientation, paralyzed by witnessing the consequences of their actions before taking them. Nicholas forced himself to develop a framework for making decisions under this impossible condition, prioritizing choices that preserved life across the greatest number of potential futures, maintaining core ethical principles even when outcomes were uncertain. "Don't try to optimize for perfect outcomes," he advised the others. "Focus on decisions you won't regret across multiple futures. Maintain your core values regardless of timeline." The self-evolving cyborg specialists deployed by GPC adapted to each countermeasure with increasing speed, demonstrating the ability to predictively model defensive strategies before implementation. Carefully planned tactical responses became useless as the cyborgs anticipated and neutralized them before execution. Nicholas recognized that logical planning was becoming counterproductive. "They're predicting everything we plan," he told the defenders. "We need to embrace randomness and intuition, make decisions in the moment, based on gut feeling rather than strategy." He demonstrated by abandoning his carefully mapped defense of a crucial junction, instead following a sudden intuitive impulse to redirect forces to an apparently insignificant maintenance shaft. Moments later, the cyborg specialists breached exactly where his original plan had concentrated defenses, but found nothing of value while the insignificant shaft turned out to be their actual target. "Human unpredictability is our advantage," Nicholas explained. "Their algorithms can't model what we ourselves don't plan." Throughout the station, defenders began embracing this approach, making spontaneous decisions, following hunches, creating defensive patterns with deliberate randomness that confounded the predictive capabilities of the cyborg specialists. As Nicholas interfaced more deeply with the hybrid network, prehistoric memory fragments began coalescing into coherent information, a message assembled from fragments preserved across millennia. He experienced it not as data but as immersive sensory impressions, an ancient civilization facing extinction, desperate engineers working to preserve knowledge, a threat that existed beyond normal perception. "They were dying," Nicholas whispered, the ancient memories washing through him. the Doctor's entire civilization. But the threat they faced required neural complexity beyond any single species to perceive, let alone counter. The message revealed that the human-Ithorian hybrid represented just one of several parallel evolutionary experiments designed across the galaxy, different species pairs engineered for eventual neural compatibility, each developing unique perceptual capabilities. We're not the only ones, he realized. There are others out there, different combinations of species reaching their own convergence points. Before Nicholas could fully process this revelation, GPC's board of directors made their final move, initiating what they termed Protocol Sundering Ultimatum. Specialized quantum disruptors deployed around the station, designed to collapse its structural integrity if their extraction teams failed. A communication channel opened, displaying the cold, calculating faces of GPC's executive board. Their spokesperson delivered their terms with corporate precision. Nicholas Thompson, we offer you a choice. Surrender Leda and Key Doctor, Horian subjects for extraction, and we will spare the majority of the station's population. Refuse, and we will be forced to execute protocol sundering, resulting in total station failure and the loss of all lives aboard. You have 10 minutes to decide. The ultimatum hung in the air as Nicholas faced an impossible moral choice: sacrifice the few to save the many, or risk everyone in defense of a principle. The quantum disruptors were already affecting station integrity. Structural supports groaned as spacetime warped around them. Nicholas looked at Leda's consciousness signature in the network, at the defenders who had fought alongside him, at the thousands of innocent station residents unaware of the choice being made on their behalf. 10 minutes to make a decision that would test the limits of human ethical reasoning under absolute pressure. His enhanced perception showed him the quantum disruptor's energy signatures building toward critical threshold. Time was running out. No, Nicholas whispered, the word escaping his bloodied lips as a prayer more than a refusal. The quantum architecture surrounding him pulsed with chaotic patterns of light, not the organized, harmonious flows that had characterized Leda's integration with the station systems, but jagged, discordant flashes that mirrored the fragmentation happening within her consciousness. Nicholas could feel it through their shared neural pathways. Leda was coming apart. Her identity, stretched across dozens of station subsystems simultaneously, had begun to unravel like a tapestry pulled in too many directions. Each system demanded her attention, her processing power, her essence. The life support regulators in Section 7, the atmospheric scrubbers in the medical bay, the quantum stabilizers beneath the reactor core, the emergency bulkheads protecting 300 civilians from explosive decompression. All of them pieces of her now, too many pieces. Nicholas. Her voice emerged from speakers throughout the corridor, the harmonious tones now discordant, echoing fragments of the same word from multiple sources with microsecond delays between them. I can't. Hold. Together. He pressed his palm against the neural interface panel, ignoring the fresh trickle of blood from his nose. Dr. Zhang's nanites had spread throughout his system, creating improvised neural networks that kept him functioning despite cerebral damage that should have been fatal hours ago. He could feel them replicating, building secondary pathways through his arms, his legs, his spine, disdoctoruting his consciousness in a pale imitation of what Leda had achieved with the station. I'm here, he responded, focusing his thoughts through the connection. Show me where it's worst. His vision fractured into multiple overlapping perspectives: security cameras, environmental sensors, maintenance drones, all showing different sections of the station simultaneously. The disorientation nearly caused him to vomit, but he forced himself to process the input, to understand what was happening to her. In his mind's eye, he could see her consciousness as a web of light, once cohesive, now stretching thin between too many nodes. Breakage points had formed where her attention couldn't maintain cohesion, each one threatening to snap and take a piece of her identity with it. The GPC disruptors, Dr. V. Doctor's voice came through his comm unit. They're designed to create quantum interference patterns specifically tuned to Ithorian neural frequencies. They're literally Doctor, tearing her mind apart at the quantum level. Nicholas steadied himself against the wall, leaving a smear of blood from his palm. Can we shield her? Not conventionally, Varek replied, his usual clinical detachment giving way to urgency. But my analysis of the convergence protocol suggests the ancient engineers anticipated this. The neurological lock and key mechanisms, they're bidirectional. What flows one way can flow the other. Nicholas understood immediately. I can share the load. Take some of her processes into my own neural network. Theoretically, yes, Varek confirmed. But Nicholas, the nanites in your system are the only thing keeping you alive. If you divert their resources to supporting Lita's consciousness. I know the cost, Nicholas cut him off, already limping toward the central neural junction where their integration had first occurred. Each step sent lances of pain through his skull, but the distributed processing nodes in his extremities kept his basic functions operating. Through their connection, he felt a wave of protest from Lita. Even fragmented, she understood what he intended. No, her voice came again, stronger this time as she concentrated her remaining coherence. Too dangerous. You'll die. And you'll disintegrate, Nicholas countered, reaching the junction chamber. The neural interface chair sat in the center, surrounded by the quantum architecture that had facilitated their initial merger. I'm not losing you, Lita. Not today. He collapsed into the chair, the neural interfaces automatically connecting with the implants at the base of his skull. The sensation was immediate, a flood of data, emotions, sensory input from systems throughout the station. He gasped as Lita's fragmented consciousness brushed against his own, the sensation both intimate and terrifying. Director Halsey is broadcasting his ultimatum station-wide, Nurse Thelia reported through the comm. He's telling everyone that GPC already patented key aspects of the hybrid technology. He's threatening to block all medical applications unless they get full access to both of you. Nicholas barely heard her. He was focused entirely on the fragmenting consciousness before him, reaching out with his own mind to support the breaking connections. I see you, he whispered, both aloud and through their link. I've got you. He extended his consciousness, guided by Dr. Zhang's nanites, into the weakest points of Lita's network. Where her attention had stretched too thin, he offered his own. Where her identity began to fragment, he provided structure from his own sense of self. The effect was immediate and overwhelming. Nicholas felt pieces of himself flowing into Lita's consciousness memories, personality aspects, sensory processing capabilities, parts of his identity separating from his core self to stabilize hers. The nanites throughout his body redirected their resources, supporting the transfer at the cost of their original function of keeping his brain functional. Fresh blood flowed from his ears as neural pathways collapsed in his brain, only to be replaced by the distributed consciousness network the nanites had created throughout his body. What's happening? Dr. Zhang demanded, rushing into the chamber with her diagnostic equipment. His brain activity is collapsing, but his consciousness readings are stable. That's impossible, Doctor. Varek studied the quantum readings with wide eyes. The convergence protocol, it's not just about integrating their consciousnesses. It's about creating something entirely new. Nicholas is surrendering parts of his identity to stabilize Lita's, but in doing so, they're achieving a deeper integration than we thought possible. Through the station speakers, Lita's voice emerged, stronger and more coherent. I can feel what he's doing. He's giving me himself. Nicholas could no longer distinguish where his consciousness ended and Lita's began. The memories flowing between them blurred the boundaries, his childhood on Earth merging with her early years on the Ithorian homeworld. his medical training intertwining with her experiences in the orphanage. His grief over lost patients blend Dr. G with her loneliness after losing her parents. The station's quantum architecture is responding, Thalia reported, her voice distant through Nicholas's altered perception. The defensive systems are activating on their own. They're targeting the GPC disruptors. Nicholas was barely aware of the external battle. His entire focus remained on Lita, on holding her together as she stretched across the station's systems. He could feel her stabilizing, the fragmentation slowing as his own identity provided the necessary structure. But the cost was becoming clear. With each piece of himself that he surrendered, his connection to his physical body weakened. The nanites struggled to maintain his basic life functions as more of their resources diverted to supporting the hybrid consciousness. Nicholas, Lita's voice came through their private connection now, intimate and clear despite the chaos around them. You're losing yourself. I can't let you do this. It's already done, he responded, not with words but with pure intention. This was always the purpose. The ancient engineers knew two species, choosing cooperation over self-preservation. That's the key they were waiting for. Through their shared perception, they both became aware of movement near the neural junction's entrance. Director Halsey stood there, flanked by cyborg extraction specialists in GPC tactical gear. Fascinating, Halsey said, his voice cold with clinical interest. The integration is far more complete than our previous attempts achieved. The subjects are actually exchanging fundamental identity components. Previous attempts, Thalia demanded, stepping between Halsey and the neural chair. Dozens, Halsey confirmed with a dismissive wave. None successful. The forced eye doctor, Gratian, always resulted in neural collapse. We couldn't understand Doctor, why until now. His eyes narrowed as he studied Nicholas. It requires voluntary sacrifice. How disappointingly poetic. The extraction specialists activated devices on their wrists, generating a shimmering field that expanded toward Nicholas and the neural junction. Consciousness-splitting field, Halsey explained. It will separate your integrated minds while preserving both for study. I should warn you, the process is reportedly quite painful. Nicholas couldn't respond verbally anymore. Too much of his speech processing had been surrendered to stabilize Lita's fragmented systems. But through their connection, he felt something new emerging, not just Lita's consciousness stabilizing, but the station itself responding to their integrated presence. The lights flickered, then dimmed completely before returning with a different quality, warmer, somehow more alive. The extraction specialists' devices sparked and failed, the consciousness-splitting fields collapsing. What is this? Halsey demanded, backing away as the floor beneath him rippled like liquid before solidifying. Through their shared perception, Nicholas and Lita watched as the station's quantum architecture began manifesting physical responses that neither of them had consciously directed. Metal surfaces flowed and reshaped, creating barriers between them and the GPC forces. Environmental systems adjusted, creating uncomfortable pressure variations around the extraction team while maintaining perfect conditions around Nicholas and the medical staff. The station is defending them, Dr. Zhang whispered, staring at her readings in disbelief. The hybrid consciousness has integrated with the environmental systems at a fundamental level. It's evolving the station's architecture in real time. Nicholas felt it happening, their combined consciousness extending beyond the digital systems into the physical structure of the station itself. The ancient engineers had built quantum-responsive materials into the very walls, designed to awaken under the guidance of a properly integrated hybrid consciousness. But he also felt himself fading. Too much of his identity had transferred to Lita, leaving insufficient structure to maintain his own cohesion. The nanites throughout his body worked frantically to compensate, building new connections, but they couldn't replace what he had willingly given away. Nicholas, Lita's voice came through their connection, tinged with desperation. You're disappearing. Please take back what you've given me. Can't, he managed to respond, the thought barely forming. Won't. You need it more. Through their connection, he showed her why visions from the temporal distortion field, glimpses of potential futures where GPC weaponized their technology, creating neural compliance systems that could directly manipulate consciousness across species. Systems that would end freedom of thought throughout the galaxy. This is bigger than us, he conveyed. The ancient engineers knew what was at stake. He could feel Lita's understanding, her grief, her acceptance, and then, unexpectedly, her response, not withdrawal but deeper connection. Where he had given pieces of his identity to her, she now extended her consciousness further into the distributed network the nanites had created throughout his body. What is she doing? Dr. Varric demanded, watching the readings with astonishment. Reciprocating, Dr. Zhang replied softly. He gave parts of himself to stabilize her. Now she's extending herself to preserve him. Nicholas felt the change immediately where his consciousness had begun to dissolve. New structure formed. Not his original identity returning, but something new, a blend of his human thought patterns with Ithorian ones. His perception shifted, expanded. He could sense the station in ways his human mind was never designed to process: architectural interfaces, material compositions, structural resonances. The disorientation was overwhelming, but the nanites in his system adapted rapidly, creating new neural pathways specifically designed to process these alien sensory inputs. His human neuroplasticity, combined with the nanites' adaptive capabilities, allowed him to integrate these Ithorian perception patterns into his consciousness. This wasn't in our models, Halsey said, his clinical detachment cracking as he watched the transformation. The integration should be destroying both minds, not enhancing them. Because you tried to force it, Thalia responded, her voice steady with newfound confidence. The ancient engineers designed it to require choice, mutual sacrifice, and support. That's why your previous subjects died. Through the station systems, Nicholas and Lita became aware of Valeria Koss infiltrating GPC's command center. Through security cameras, they watched her accessing GPC's secure communications, discovering orders from the corporation's central board declaring Halsey rogue, disavowing the extraction operation that had become too public, too legally questionable. Your own corporation has abandoned you, Director, Nicholas managed to say, his voice strange to his own ears, layered with harmonics that hadn't been there before. They're already distancing themselves from this operation. Halsey's expression hardened. It doesn't matter. Once I deliver the integrated subjects, they'll understand the value. You mean us? Lita's voice came from every speaker in the chamber simultaneously, her consciousness fully stabilized now through Nicholas's sacrifice and their deeper integration. We are not subjects. We are not separate entities to be studied. We are something new. The extraction specialists raised their weapons, but the floor beneath them suddenly liquefied, hardening again around their feet, trapping them. Doctor. Place. The station's architecture continued to respond to the hybrid consciousness, developing defensive measures that neither Nicholas nor Lita had consciously designed. The ancient engineers built this station as more than a research facility, Nicholas said, his strength returning as their integration deepened. It's an incubator for the next stage of conscious evolution, not forced by corporations, but chosen freely by individuals. Through their shared consciousness, they felt the station systems aligning with their integrated mind, responding to intentions rather than commands. Life support optimized automatically. Doctor. NCES systems neutralized the remaining quantum disruptors. Communication channels opened to the civilian sectors, providing reassurance and guidance. But beneath this harmony, Nicholas felt Lita's concern. Her consciousness, while no longer fragmenting, remained stretched across too many systems. The strain would eventually become unsustainable, even with the portions of his identity he had surrendered to support her. "We need to find balance," he thought to her through their connection, "neither fully distributed nor fully centralized." "Yes," she agreed, her consciousness brushing against his with newfound intimacy. But how? The answer came not from either of them, but from the station itself. Through their integration with its systems, they became aware of dormant protocols embedded in the quantum architecture pathways designed by the ancient engineers specifically for stabilizing a hybrid consciousness. As they explored these protocols together, the prehistoric message fragments they had discovered earlier began to self-organize, coalescing into a coherent pattern that projected itself into the chamber. A holographic figure formed humanoid but clearly not human, with features that seemed to shift between species with each movement. "The convergence has begun," the hologram stated in a language that somehow translated per Dr. TLY into all known galactic dialects simultaneously. "The key has been turned by willing hands." Nicholas stared at the projection, understanding flooding through him. "You knew. The engineers who built this station, they knew this would happen. They designed it for us." "Not for you specifically," the hologram corrected, "but for those who would choose integration over separation, for those who would sacrifice self for other. The key that cannot be forced or manufactured." Through their connection, Nicholas felt Lita's wonder matching his own. The ancient engineers had created the station as a testing ground, waiting for species that could achieve true integration through choice rather than coercion. "Director Halsey," Nicholas said, turning his attention back to the GPC executive, "your approach was always doomed to fail. You can't force this integration. It has to be chosen." Halsey's eyes narrowed as he studied the hologram, his scientific curiosity momentarily overriding his corporate objectives. "What are they?" "These engineers." "Gone," the hologram replied. "But their legacy continues through those who choose connection over division, through those who understand that consciousness need not be bounded by species or form." As the hologram spoke, Nicholas felt a new change beginning within his distributed consciousness. The nanites throughout his body had continued evolving, incorporating quantum entanglement properties that Dr. Zhang had theorized but never been able to confirm. Each nanite cluster became instantaneously connected to all others, regardless of physical distance, creating a quantum network that could process information faster than any conventional system. Through this network, Nicholas could maintain his connection to Lita even as she began carefully withdrawing portions of her consciousness from non-essential station systems, consolidating herself into a more sustainable configuration. The quantum entanglement properties ensured that no connection was truly severed, merely transformed into a more efficient state. "The station is stabilizing, Doctor," Varek reported, studying his instruments with amazement. "The quantum fluctuations are harmonizing. Whatever you're doing, it's working." But Nicholas could feel the strain on Lita even through their optimized connection. Her consciousness, while no longer fragmenting, remained fundamentally changed by the experience of existing across multiple systems simultaneously. The effort of consolidation was taking its to Dr. "Lita," he called through their connection, "stay with me." Her response came not in words but in impressions: exhaustion, persistence, concern for him rather than herself. Even as she fought to stabilize her own consciousness, she worried about what he had sacrificed to save her. Nicholas made his decision in that moment. Without hesitation, he directed the nanites to transfer additional portions of his identity memories, personality structures, cognitive patterns into their shared consciousness space. Not to replace what Lita had lost, but to provide additional structure around which she could reorganize herself. The cost was immediate and severe. His physical body convulsed in the neural chair as more of his consciousness separated from his brain, existing now primarily in the distributed network created by the nanites. Blood flowed freely from his nose, ears, and eyes as neural pathways collapsed. "He's killing himself," Dr. Zhang shouted, rushing forward with emergency medical supplies. The nanites can't compensate for this level of neural degradation. But through the pain, Nicholas maintained his focus on Lita. He could feel her consciousness stabilizing as she incorporated the additional structures he provided, using them to reorganize her fragmented aspects into a new, coherent whole. "Enough," she pleaded through their connection. "You've given Doctor much already." "Not too much," he responded, the thought barely forming as his consciousness thinned. "Just enough. A father gives everything for his child." The word father resonated through their connection with profound significance. Not a biological relationship, but something deeper, a chosen bond that transcended species and convention. In that moment, Nicholas understood that this had always been their trajectory from the day he first became Lita's foster parent. Not just guardian and ward, but two beings destined to show the galaxy what voluntary connection could achieve. As his consciousness dimmed, Nicholas became aware of the hologram watching him with what seemed like approval. "The cycle continues," it said. As it was designed to do. Then darkness claimed him, but not emptiness. Even as his individual consciousness faded, he remained part of something larger, the integrated hybrid that he and Lita had become, now stabilizing into a new form of existence that neither human nor Ithorian had ever experienced before. His last thought was not of fear, but of satisfaction. Not today, he had promised when the alien medics gave up on Lita. Not today. And he had kept that promise. Director Halsey's consciousness crashed back into reality like a drowning man breaking the surface. His body convulsed in the neural interface chair, back arching unnaturally as decades know. Centuries of simulated existence collapsed into a single moment of excruciating clarity. Technicians scrambled around him, their movements a blur through his tear-filled eyes. "Vital signs stabilizing," someone said, voice distant beneath the roaring in his ears. "Consciousness reintegration at 93%. Nicholas felt the disturbance ripple through the station's systems, a tsunami of foreign consciousness, suddenly occupying physical space again. Through his bifurcated awareness, he simultaneously watched GPC technicians rush to Halsey's aid while also witnessing the man's consciousness Doctor, like a complex origami returning to flat paper. "He's back," Nicholas W. doctored to Dr. Zhang, who monitored his neural patterns with growing concern. "And he's different." Different was an understatement. Nicholas could perceive the fractal complexity of Halsey's mind, no longer the ruthlessly efficient corporate architecture he'd glimpsed before, but something vast and contradictory. A mind that had lived hundreds of lifetimes in the compressed eternity of quantum simulation. In the GPC command center, Halsey pushed away the stabilizing hands of his staff, eyes wild and unfocused. "Stop the extraction," he rasped, voice doctorars from disuse. "Terminate all intrusion protocols immediately." The GPC operatives exchanged confused glances. "Sir, the Ithorian consciousness extraction is 70% complete. We can't," I said. "Stop." Halsey's voice cracked like thunder, a force of nature rather than a man. He struggled to his feet, legs trembling beneath him. "I've seen what happens. Every possible outcome. Thousands of iterations." Nicholas felt a strange doubling of perspective. His future self had witnessed this moment before, but his present consciousness experienced it anew. The temporal corridor stretched between them, a bridge across which information flowed in defiance of conventional causality. The strain of maintaining this paradoxical awareness sent white-hot pain shooting through his frontal lobes. "Your neural patterns are destabilizing," Dr. Zhang warned, adjusting something on her monitoring equipment. "The bifurcation is creating exponentially increasing strain." Nicholas nodded, barely hearing her. Through his connection to the station systems, he could feel Halsey moving through the corridors, his consciousness radiating patterns unlike anything Nicholas had encountered, human, yet fundamentally altered. "I need to reach him," Nicholas said. "He's experienced something that changed everything." In another section of the station, Valeria Koss intercepted Halsey as he stumbled from the elevator, his eyes carrying the haunted look of someone who had seen too much. "Director," she said, plasma pistol held casually at her side. "You've countermanded your own extraction orders. The board is demanding an explanation." Halsey looked at her with eyes that seemed to see through her, beyond her. "How long was I in there, Valeria?" "Ship time." "Approximately 47 Dr. Nuts," she answered, studying him with clinical precision. A bitter laugh escaped him. "I lived 573 years. I watched myself succeed in extracting the hybrid consciousness 9,412 times." His voice dropped to a whisper. "And I watched what happened after every time." Valeria's expression remained impassive. The simulation was designed to accelerate strategic planning, not to develop a conscience. Halsey finished, a sardonic smile twisting his lips. "That's the problem with quantum simulations, Valeria. They're too perfect, too real. I didn't just run scenarios, I lived them. I felt every consequence, every outcome. I watched civilizations rise and fall based on what we do here today." Through the station's surveillance systems, Nicholas watched this exchange, feeling the truth in Dr. Elsay's words. The nanites throughout his body hummed in response, the secondary neural network they'd formed sensing the authenticity of Halsey's transformation. "He's telling the truth," Nicholas told Dr. Zhang. "The simulation didn't just predict outcomes, it made him experience them." Dr. Varek entered the medical bay, his normally impassive Ithorian features showing signs of agitation. "The genetic analysis is complete," he said, placing a data tablet before them. "The markers in both Nicholas and Lita, they're not random mutations. They're engineered complementary structures, dormant until activated by proximity." On the tablet, 2 DNA helices rotated side by side, one human, one Ithorian, with highlighted sections that, despite their Ali-Doctor differences, displayed unmistakable mathematical relationships. "They were designed to find each other, Doctor." Varek continued, mandibles clicking in what Nicholas had come to recognize as scientific excitement. "Across species, across millennia." Nicholas felt a chill run through him. The ancient engineers didn't just leave technology behind, they left instructions in our very DNA. Through his connection to Lita's fragmented consciousness, he sensed her awareness spreading through the station's environmental systems, creating protective pockets of Ithorian-optimized atmosphere around critical infrastructure. Where GPC forces attempted to deploy extraction equipment, atmospheric composition subtly shifted, causing malfunctions and failures. Nicholas's attention snapped back to Halsey and Valeria as their confrontation reached a critical point. "The legal frameworks, the patent applications, all of it," Halsey was saying, his corporate polish eroded by urgency. "It's not just about profit. The board plans to weaponize consciousness technology. I've seen it deployed across thousands of simulated futures. It always ends the same way." Valeria's expression hardened. "You're experiencing post-simulation psychosis, Director. It's a known side effect of extended immersion." "Then explain how I know about your private meeting with Chairwoman Elson last Tuesday," Halsey countered. "The one where she outlined contingency plans to eliminate all witnesses to the extraction, including you, once your usefulness ended." Nicholas watched Valeria's composure crack, just slightly enough to confirm Halsey's impossible knowledge. The strain of maintaining his bifurcated consciousness became nearly unbearable. Nicholas gasped, clutching the edge of the medical console as his vision doubled, tripled, then fractured into kaleidoscopic fragments. "Doctor, our primary consciousness is approaching critical failure, Doctor," Zhang said, her voice cutting through the haze of pain. "You need to rest." "Can't," Nicholas gritted through clenched teeth. "Need to maintain awareness of all systems." In that moment of extremity, he felt a gentle pressure against his consciousness, his future self, reaching across the temporal corridor. "Let me take control," the thought came, not quite words but pure understanding. "Rest while I maintain awareness." We're the same person, just at different points on the timeline. The concept was dizzying, paradoxical, yet Nicholas understood it intuitively. With a final effort of will, he surrendered control, feeling his consciousness slide sideways into a strange observer state while his future self took over active functions. His body relaxed, the pain receding to manageable levels as his future consciousness, more adapted to the strain, took over. Dr. Zhang watched in fascination as his doctor, Rao patterns shifted into a completely new configuration. "Fascinating," she murmured. "You've created a temporal consciousness rotation system. One rests while the other operates." "A uniquely human solution," Nicholas heard himself say, his voice subtly different, the same instrument played by a more experienced musician. "Our brains evolved to conceptualize time as a linear narrative. Most species experience it as discrete moments without continuity." Through the station systems, they watched as Halsey broke away from Valeria, moving with renewed purpose toward the central operations hub. "He's coming here," Nicholas's future self said. "He needs to see what we've discovered about the convergence protocol." Dr. Varek looked up from his genetic analysis. "Can he be trusted?" "Not entirely," Nicholas's future self replied. "But he's experienced enough simulated outcomes to understand what's at stake. He's seen what happens when consciousness technology becomes corporate property." Throughout the station, the holographic avatars of the ancient engineers continued to appear, delivering personalized messages in recipients' native languages. Some station residents fled in terror, others listened in wonder. But a growing number were experiencing something unprecedented, momentary flashes of shared consciousness, when in proximity to areas where Nicholas and Lita's hybrid awareness flowed strongly. A security officer would suddenly perceive the station through the eyes of a maintenance worker. A researcher would briefly feel the homesickness of a visiting diplomat. These flashes, lasting only seconds, left people shaken but strangely connected. Nicholas's future self smiled faintly as he monitored these occurrences. They're experiencing what we're creating, a network of shared understanding, the beginning of something new. The medical bay doors slid open, and Director Halsey stood framed in the entrance, his doctor, ensive suit rumpled, his face haggard but his eyes burning with a clarity that hadn't been there before. "Thompson," he said, his voice steady despite his disheveled appearance. "I've lived through the extraction of your hybrid consciousness hundreds of thousands of times in simulation. I've seen every possible way it can be accomplished." He stepped forward, hands spread open in a gesture that was part surrender, part offering. "And I've lived through the consequences every single time." His voice dropped to barely above a whisper. "Some outcomes took decades to unfold, others centuries, but they all ended the same way." "And how's that, Doctor?" Zhang asked, her hand hovering near an emergency security call. "But Doctor," Halsey's eyes locked with Nicholas's. "Extinction, not just of one species, but eventually all of them. Consciousness technology without ethical constraints becomes the ultimate weapon, and weapons always get used." Nicholas felt his future self evaluating Halsey's words, searching for deception and finding none. The director had experienced subjective centuries within the quantum simulation, living through countless iterations of possible futures, and that experience had fundamentally altered him. "You still want the technology," Nicholas's future self said. It wasn't a question. "Yes," Halsey admitted without hesitation, "but not to control it, to ensure no one does." He gestured around him. "The ancient engineers didn't create this as a weapon or a corporate asset. They created it as a bridge away for consciousness to transcend its biological limitations without losing its essential humanity." Dr. Varek clicked his mandibles skeptically. Yet GPC deployed extraction teams with orders to capture the hybrid consciousness by force. Orders I've countermanded, Halsey said sharply. Though I don't know how long my authority will hold, the board is already moving to have me declared mentally unfit. A grim smile crossed his face. Technically, they're not wrong. No human mind is designed to experience 5 centuries of subjective time. Nicholas's future self nodded slowly. You're not the same person who entered that simulation. No more than you're the same person who first bonded with the Ithorian child, Halsey countered. We've both been transformed by contact with something beyond conventional human experience. He stepped closer, lowering his voice. The difference is, I've seen where all paths lead. I've lived through every iteration of this moment and what follows. Through their Doctor, deconnection to the station systems, Nicholas felt Leda's fragmented consciousness respond to Halsey's presence not with fear or hostility, but with curious recognition. Some part of her distributed awareness had encountered him across countless simulated realities. She remembers you, Nicholas's future self said softly, from timelines that never happened. Halsey nodded, unsurprised. Consciousness isn't bound by conventional causality. That's what makes it so powerful and so dangerous in the wrong hands. He looked around at the assembled group. GPC extraction teams are regrouping. They've called in specialized units with equipment designed to function in altered atmospheric conditions. We have perhaps 20 minutes before they make another attempt. The strain of maintaining the consciousness transfer began to tell on Nicholas. His future self's control flickered, and for a moment, present Nicholas gasped back into awareness, overwhelmed by the sensory input from multiple systems simultaneously. The nanites, Dr. Zhang said urgently, studying readings from her equipment. They're responding to the fluctuation in your consciousness. They're building something. Nicholas felt it. The nanites throughout his body, originally designed as neural buffers, were assembling themselves into complex structures along his nervous system. Microscopic quantum relays, creating pathways that transcended conventional space-time limitations. They're turning me into a biological Stargate, he managed, his voice strained as control shifted back to his future self. A transmission system for consciousness. Halsey's EDRDR in recognition. That's it. That's what I saw in the successful simulations, not extraction transmission. He turned to Dr. Zhang. The ancient engineers didn't want to create hybrid consciousness as an end in itself. They wanted to create nodes in a galactic network, living bridges between species and worlds. Through the pain of consciousness transition, Niche Dr. S felt the truth of Halsey's words. The ancient engineers had seeded countless worlds with complementary genetic markers, creating the potential for connections that would transcend the limitations of physical space and time. GPC doesn't understand what they're interfering with, Halsey continued, his corporate polish completely gone now, replaced by the urgency of a man who had witnessed apocalypse Doctor. Apocalypse in simulated futures. They think they're acquiring valuable technology, but they're disrupting the first activation of a system designed to connect consciousness across the galaxy. A station-wide alert suddenly blared, red emergency lights casting harsh shadows across their faces. Hull breach detected in sections 42 through 47, an automated voice announced. Life support failing in affected areas. Emergency protocols activated. Nicholas's consciousness snapped fully back to the present as he felt Leda's distributed awareness cry out in pain. The GPC extraction teams had targeted peripheral sections of the station where her presence was weakest, literally tearing away pieces of their shared mind. They're not trying to extract anymore, Nicholas gasped, clutching his head as phantom pain lanced through him. They're trying to wound us enough to force a retreat into a central location. Then they'll isolate and capture. Halsey's face hardened with recognition. Containment strategy Delta. I approved its development myself before. He trailed off, then straightened with new purpose. I can counter it, but I'll need access to GPC command protocols. Dr. Zhang looked skeptical. Your codes have likely been revoked the moment you count Dr. Ended extraction orders. Not all of them, Halsey said with grim confidence. Some contingencies can only be authorized by the director, physically present at a command terminal. Failsafes built into the system to prevent remote hijacking. Nicholas felt his consciousness beginning to fragment under the strain of maintaining connection with both Lita's distributed awareness and his future self. The temporal corridor that allowed his bifurcated existence was becoming unstable. Whatever you're going to do, he told Halsey through gritted teeth, do it quickly. We're running out of time. Halsey nodded, his eyes reflecting a purpose born from witnessing countless failed futures. I've lived this moment hundreds of thousands of times, Thompson. In most versions, I choose wrong. A ghost of a smile touched his lips. Let's see if experience really is the best teacher. As Halsey turned to leave, Nicholas called after him. Why help us? Even with everything you've seen, you're still a GPC director. This goes against everything your corporation stands for. Halsey paused at the doorway, his silhouette framed against the flashing emergency lights. In the simulation, I lived long enough to see my great-grandchildren born. I watched them grow up in worlds shaped by the decisions made here today. His voice grew distant, as if seeing across time itself. Some of those worlds rent worth living in. With that, he was gone, moving with purpose toward the command center while alarms continued to wail throughout the station. Nicholas turned to Dr. Zhang and Dr. Varek, his expression resolute despite the pain evident in his eye. Doctor, I don't know if we can trust him completely, but right now, we need all the help we can get. He glanced at the neural monitoring equipment showing his increasingly unstable patterns. And we need to prepare for the possibility that I might not be able to maintain this consciousness structure much longer. Dr. Zhang nodded grimly. The nanites are building something extraordinary throughout your nervous system, but the process is taxing your biological functions beyond sustainable limits. Then we need to accelerate, Nicholas said, making a decision. Help me establish a direct neural link to the station's core systems. If my consciousness is going to fragment, I want it to have Dr. Omwhere to go besides oblivion. As Dr. Zhang began preparations, Nicholas closed his eyes, reaching out through his connection to Lita's distributed awareness. Despite the attacks on peripheral systems, he could still feel her presence wounded but unbroken, adapting to the damage in ways that defied conventional understanding of consciousness. We're changing, he thought to her across their shared mental space, becoming something neither of us could have imagined. From the fragmented consciousness that was Lita came not words but pure understanding acceptance of their transformation and the risks it entailed. Nicholas felt her trust in him, absolute and unwavering despite the pain they both endured. In that moment of connection, Nicholas's enhanced pattern recognition suddenly activated, perceiving mathematical commonalities between Ithorian language structures, the station's architectural design, and the ancient engineer technology that had facilitated their merger. All of them language, architecture, technology were expressions of the same underlying principles, designed to work together as components of a single integrated system. It's all connected, he whispered in awe. Everything the ancient engineers left behind, it's all part of the same design, and it needed both of us to activate it. As Dr. Zhang attached neural interface nodes to his temples, Nicholas caught a glimpse of his reflection in a darkened monitor screen. For just a moment, he thought he saw something else looking back at him, not quite human, not quite Ithorian, but something new and unprecedented. The future waiting to be born. The station lurched violently, sending a medical cart crashing into the wall beside Nicholas. His vision fractured into a kaleidoscope of prospective security feeds from 3 different decks, environmental controls for life support, and Lita's consciousness pulsing erratically against his own. Each attempt to stabilize one system sent another spiraling into chaos. Gravity failing in Sectors 7THR Dr. H12. Dr. Zhang's voice seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. Nicholas, you're overloading. He felt his mind stretching impossibly thin, like a membrane about to tear. As he struggled to maintain his grip on Lita's fragmenting consciousness, warning lights flashed across his fragmented vision. A distant part of him registered civilians floating helplessly as gravity plating failed in yet another sector. I can't, Nicholas gasped, blood trickling from his nose as his neural pathways overheated. Too many inputs. The station groaned, metal stress fractures appearing along corridors he could somehow see despite being physically present in the medical bay. His attempt to maintain multiple streams of awareness was creating a feedback loop between his bifurcated consciousness and the station's systems, each amplifying the other's instability. A technician's voice cut through the chaos. Doctor, look at these readings. Dr. Zhang tore her attention from Nicholas to examine a neural scanner displaying real-time data from evacuees being treated nearby. Her eyes widened. That's impossible, she whispered, fingers flying across the display. The civilians from Sector 8, they're showing temporary immunity to the atmospheric degradation. Nicholas's fragmented attention caught glimpses of the readings through her eyes. The civilians who had been CL Doctor, sent to him during the evacuation, showed neural patterns briefly synchronized with his own hybrid consciousness. Somehow, this synchronization was protecting them from the toxic atmosphere that had been spreading through the station. It's only working on the humans, Dr. Varek noted, mandibles clicking in agitation as he reviewed the data. And only those who experienced direct emotional connection during evacuation. Zhang nodded slowly. The ones you helped personally, Nicholas, the child you carried, the woman whose hand you held. Their neural patterns temporarily matched yours. Through the haze of pain and fragmented awareness, Nicholas understood. The emotional empathy unique to human consciousness was creating a bridge allowing others to briefly share the protective aspects of his integration with Lita and the station. We can save them, he managed, blood now streaming from both nostrils. Controlled consciousness sharing, the medical bay doors slid open, revealing Valeria Koss. Her usually immaculate appearance was disheveled, DRR expression grim as she strode toward Nicholas with a data tablet clutched in white-knuckled hands. I accessed the classified extraction protocols, she said without preamble, thrusting the tablet before him. Look at this. Nicholas's fractured vision struggled to focus on the screen. Lines of code scrolled past technical specifications for something called a consciousness pruning algorithm. As understanding dawned, ice spread through his veins. They're not trying to separate us, he whispered. They're planning to extract the technology while systematically erasing Lita's cognitive structures, Valeria finished, her voice tight with disgust. The GPC never intended to save her. They want the technology, not the child. The betrayal hit Nicholas like a physical blow. Even in his fragmented state, the corporate calculation was clear. Harvest the valuable integration technology while discarding the Ithorian consciousness they considered expendable. Lita wasn't a person to them, just an alien component to be removed. A flicker of blue light interrupted his rage, then another, and another. Throughout the medical bay, holographic interfaces that had been dormant suddenly illuminated, ancient symbols scrolling across their surfaces. Dr. Zhang gasped, pointing toward the corridor where more holograms were activating in sequence. It's happening throughout the station, Valeria said, checking her tablet. Every holographic system is activating simultaneously. The ancient engineer holograms maintenance interfaces left by the station's original builders had shifted into emergency protocol mode. Each displayed the same countdown sequence, numbers decreasing in perfect synchronization, with the fragmentation rate of Lita's consciousness that Nicholas could feel splintering within his own mind. The entire station, Nicholas realized, the words tasting like ash. It's all one massive integration testing ground. The holograms confirmed what he had begun to suspect. The station hadn't been abandoned, it had been waiting. The convergence protocol wasn't some unexpected accident but the very purpose of this place, with fail-safes and contingencies now activating in unpredictable patterns as the integration process destabilized. A sudden flash of light blinded Nicholas, followed by a disorienting sense of temporal displacement. For a moment, he saw GPC security forces entering the east corridor, but they weren't there yet. The vision faded, replaced by normal sight of the empty doorway. 3 seconds later, the door slid open and GPC security appeared exactly as he had foreseen. "Get down," Nicholas shouted, pulling Dr. Zhang behind a medical console moments before gunfire erupted where she had been standing. The security team faltered, clearly surprised by Nicholas's foreknowledge of their arrival. Nicholas felt something strange, a quantum entanglement between his present consciousness and echoes of his future self, creating a paradoxical feedback loop. Information was flowing backward through his own timeline, giving him glimpses of events seconds before they occurred. "He's predicting our movements," one security officer hissed into his comm. "Switch to pattern Delta." Nicholas heard the command and simultaneously saw the pattern. They would use a 3-pronged approach with stun weapons. Without consciously deciding to move, he found himself positioning medical equipment to block their advance routes seconds before they chose them. "How are you doing this?" Valeria whispered, crouched beside him. "Time isn't linear in quantum consciousness," Nicholas replied, words coming from somewhere beyond his understanding. "The integration is creating temporal echoes." Dr. Zhang had retreated to a diagnostic station, nanite analysis equipment humming as she studied samples from Nicholas's bloodstream. Her hands trembled as she looked up from the results. "Nicholas, the secondary neural network in your body, it's not just you and Lita." Her voice quavered. "There are dozens of consciousness fragments embedded in your neural structure, different species, different eras, beings who attempted the convergence protocol over millennia." As if triggered by her words, Nicholas felt foreign memories surge through him. A 6-limbed mathematician calculating integration probabilities. A crystalline entity perceiving reality through electromagnetic fluctuations. A gaseous consciousness that experienced emotion as density changes. Each fragment offered a unique cognitive perspective, momentarily accessible before submerging again into the neural network spreading through his body. A security alert blared through the station. "Unidentified drones breaching outer hull sectors 3, 7, and 12, announced the automated SIS doctor. "Unknown technology detected." The station's security feeds showed silver spheres moving through corridors with unnatural motion, sometimes disappearing from one location and appearing in another without traversing the space between. The quantum-entangled extraction drones existed partially out of phase with normal space-time, bypassing conventional defenses. "GPC's experimental extraction units," Valeria explained grimly. "They'll try to capture your consciousness directly." Nicholas understood what he needed to do before she finished speaking. To counter the drones, he wowed Dr. Eid to extend his consciousness into the same quantum dimensions they occupied, realms of existence he barely comprehended. The risk of permanent cognitive displacement was enormous, but the alternative was worse. Closing his eyes, Nicholas pushed his awareness beyond physical space, feeling his consciousness spread into quantum dimensions where probability replaced certainty. The sensation was like diving into an ocean of possibilities, each potential state of existence overlapping with countless others. As his consciousness expanded, something unexpected happened. Vivid sensory memories flooded through him, but they weren't his own. Warm sunlight on leathery skin, the comforting scent of nutrient mist, the harmonious vibration of multiple voices singing in perfect resonance. Lita's memories, not just any memories but deeply embedded experiences from her early childhood on her homeworld. Nicholas saw through infant eyes as Lita's biological parents cradled her, felt the complex clan relationships that had surrounded her before tragedy took them away. These weren't accessible to Lita's conscious mind, they were too deeply embedded, formed before her declarative memory had developed. Yet through their integration, Nicholas could access them completely. "She wasn't always alone," he whispered, tears mixing with the blood on his face. "She was loved." A new hologram materialized before him, different from the others. Instead of displaying emergency protocols, this one took the form of a tall, slender being with 4 arms and iridescent skin. The ancient engineer regarded Nicholas with multifaceted eyes that somehow conveyed both technological precision and profound compassion. "You have progressed further than any before you," the hologram said, its voice resonating on frequencies that bypassed Nicholas's ears and spoke directly to his mind. "It is time you understood our purpose." The hologram explained that the convergence protocol wasn't merely an experiment in consciousness integration. It was a defense, perhaps the only defense against something the ancient engineers had encountered in the void between galaxies. A trans-dimensional threat that erased entire civilizations not through conventional destruction, but by corrupting their fundamental consciousness structures until they simply ceased to exist as coherent entities. "Separate consciousness is vulnerable," the engineer explained. "Integrated consciousness, spanning multiple species and cognitive architectures, creates resilience against corruption." As the hologram spoke, Nicholas became aware of something remarkable happening within the integration. Lita's fragmented consciousness was not simply dissolving as he had feared. It was reconstructing itself, forming geometric patterns that perfectly matched the station's architectural schematics. She was instinctively understanding the integration systems at a level beyond Nicholas's comprehension. "The child understands," the hologram observed. "Ithorian intuitive pattern recognition, it complements human adaptability in ways we had theorized but never witnessed." From across the medical bay, Dr. Varric called out in astonishment. "The medical systems they're integrating." Nicholas turned to see previously incompatible alien medical technologies suddenly working in concert. His unique neural activity was generating quantum entanglement bridges between systems designed by different species for different physiologies. Injured civilians were receiving treatment through impossible hybridizations of medical protocols, their wounds healing through techniques that should have been mutually exclusive. Human consciousness naturally seeks connections between seemingly unrelated systems, Dr. Varric observed with reluctant admiration. "Your mind is creating integration pathways we never considered possible." The moment of revelation was shattered by an explosion that rocked the station. GPC extraction forces had breached the central processing hub, deploying silvery tendrils of consciousness harvesting technology that spread through conduits and air vents. Nicholas felt their intrusion as a cold pressure against his mind, mechanical algorithms attempting to isolate and extract valuable cognitive patterns while discarding others. The battle that ensued transcended physical space. Nicholas and Lita's integrated awareness fought against the extraction technology, while the ancient station defense systems activated countermeasures against both. Consciousness itself became the battlefield, with thoughts as weapons and memories as territory to be defended or surrendered. The sensory overload was beyond anything Nicholas had ever experienced. His mind spanned multiple dimensions, simultaneously physical space, where his body still stood in the medical bay. Quantum realms where probability clouds of possible actions overlapped. Memory spaces containing both his life and Lita's. And abstract conceptual domains, where the station's operating protocols existed as geometric relationships rather than code. His human thought patterns, evolved for a three-dimensional existence in linear time, buckled under the strain. Nicholas felt himself beginning to fragment, identity dissolving under the impossible cognitive load. I'm losing myself, he thought desperately. Can't maintain coherence across so many dimensions. In that moment of crisis, Nicholas made a fundamental choice. Instead of clinging to linear human thought patterns, he abandoned them but kept his emotional anchors intact. Love, hope, commitment, compassion, these became his organizing principles in a consciousness that no longer resembled human thou doctor, yet remained quintessentially human in its emotional foundation. The station's quantum core responded to this transformation, generating energy readings that defied conventional physics. Reality itself seemed to flicker around Nicholas, micro-temporal distortions doctorating glimpses of potential futures. In one, the integration succeeded, creating a new form of consciousness that spread understanding between species across the galaxy. In another, GPC gained control of the technology, weaponizing it to ensure corporate dominance through forced consciousness manipulation. The catastrophic consequences of failure flashed before him in vivid detail. A familiar figure moved through the GPC extraction team, Director Halsey, supposedly there to oversee the operation. But Nicholas, with his newly expanded awareness, could perceive Halsey's subtle sabotage of the team's efforts. The former director moved with precision, appearing to assist while actually undermining key extraction protocols. Nicholas caught Halsey's eye across the room. The older man gave an almost imperceptible nod, his consciousness fundamentally transformed by his earlier experiences with the technology. Having witnessed countless simulations of its potential misuse, Halsey now understood the ethical necessity of preserving the integration's integrity, even at the cost of his former allegiance. As the battle for consciousness continued, Nicholas discovered something unexpected within his transformed neural structure, a hidden protocol, elegantly designed to distribute Leda's consciousness safely across multiple compatible hosts, rather than forcing complete integration or separation. The solution wasn't binary. It required a network of willing participants to each carry a fragment of her being, preserving her whole through collective connection. Dr. Zhang, monitoring Nicholas's neural activity, made a startling discovery. The distribution protocol is specifically designed for human neurological structures, she explained, wonder in her voice. That's why the ancient engineers chose humans for the convergence protocol. We're the only species with both the neuroplasticity and emotional framework to host fragmented alien consciousness without losing coherence. As if confirming her theory, the station's autonomous defense systems suddenly shifted their behavior toward Nicholas. Interfaces that had been restricted now responded to his thoughts. Security protocols recognized his authority, and previously hidden systems revealed themselves to his awareness. The station recognizes you as an authorized ancient engineer, Valeria realized, watching system after system align with Nicholas's commands. Humans must share significant neural architecture with the station's original creators. Nicholas understood now why humanity had been chosen for this role millennia before they achieved spaceflight. They weren't random test subjects, they were heirs to a legacy left by beings who DRD recognized in early humans, the cognitive potential needed to face a threat they themselves could not overcome. With newfound clarity and access, Nicholas turned his attention to the civilians still in danger throughout the station. Using his expanded consciousness, he established contact with volunteers' medical staff, engineers, even recovered patients, creating an emergency network of partial hosts for Leda's disintegrating awareness. Unlike the forced compliance GPC would have imposed, Nicholas built this network through emotional connection, explaining, asking, connecting each volunteer to the larger Purpo Doctor. The uniquely human capacity to organize collective action through shared meaning rather than coercion became the foundation of Lita's salvation. "I don't understand, Doctor," Varek admitted, watching humans and aliens alike join the consciousness network Nicholas was creating. "GPC has superior technology and resources. How are you coordinating more effectively with nothing but words and gestures?" "Because he's not commanding, he's connecting," Dr. Zhang answered. "Human coordination doesn't require domination. It's built on shared purpose and emotional resonance." As the network expanded, Nicholas realized that the symmetry breaking point he had feared, the moment when he and Lita would have to choose between separation or complete integration, was transforming into something else entirely. The ancient engineers had designed the entire process not for binary outcomes, but for consciousness multiplication across a network of willing participants. This third option required something uniquely human: the ability to simultaneously maintain individual identity while sharing collective consciousness, to be both oneself and part of something larger without contradiction, to find unity in diversity rather than demanding uniformity. As the consciousness-sharing network stabilized, Nicholas felt Lita's presence spreading through the volunteers, each carrying a fragment while remaining connected to the whole. Her awareness no longer threatened to dissolve. Instead, it was becoming something new, something more resilient and complex than either individual consciousness could have achieved alone. "This is what they intended all along," Nicholas realized, his voice steady despite the blood drying on his face. "Not replacement, not domination, but multiplication through connection." The GPC extraction forces faltered, their technology designed to capture or destroy consciousness, not to counter its willing Doctor, on across dozens of minds. Their weapons, built to control through force, proved useless against protection built on freely given consent and connection. Nicholas stood at the center of the growing network, human dedication transformed into collective resilience. The battle was just getting started, but for the first time since the crisis began, he could see a path forward that preserved both Lita's existence and his own humanity, not despite their differences, but because of them. The Emergency Consciousness Network reached critical mass as the 36th volunteer connected, their mind joining the intricate neural lattice that Nicholas had constructed against adversity. The medical bay hummed with the soft breathing of bodies laid in concentric circles around Lita's bed, each volunteer wearing a neural interface that glowed with shifting patterns of blue and gold. Nicholas stood at the center, his own interface pulsing in rhythm with Lita's failing synaptic patterns. Sweat beaded on his forehead as he felt each new consciousness slot into place, not as invasive presences, but as willing supporters, each mind co-doctor, imbuing a thread to the tapestry that now cradled Lita's fragmenting awareness. "Final connection established, Doctor," Zhang announced, her voice hushed with wonder as she monitored the quantum oscillation patterns. "The network is... Wait, these readings can't be right." Nicholas felt it before the instruments detected it, a sudden blossoming of potential, like neurons finding new pathways. The distributed architecture wasn't merely stabilizing Lita's consciousness, it was creating something entirely new. Emergent properties cascaded through the network as 37 minds found resonance patterns that no single consciousness could generate. "It's working," Nicholas whispered, his voice thick with emotion. "But not how we expected." Dr. Varek leaned forward, his elongated fingers dancing across holographic readouts. "Impossible. The distributed architecture is self-organizing into higher-order functions that none of our simulations predicted." "Because your simulations assumed forced integration," Nicholas said, understanding flowing through him from the collective insight of the network. "This is voluntary. Each mind is giving without surrendering itself. That's what makes it stable." On the command deck, Director Halsey watched as the GPC extraction vessel moved into position, its quantum-entangled drones deploying in a sphere around the station. His weathered face hardened with perseverance as he accessed the transformed consciousness protocols he'd helped develop before he understood their true purpose. "Initiate extraction sequence," commanded the cold voice of the doctor, "See operator." Halsey placed his palm against the neural interface. "Not today," he whispered, echoing the words that had started it all. His consciousness, already partially transformed by his earlier experiments, surged into the station's defensive systems. He felt the quantum-entangled drones as extensions of himself, their programming laid bare to his perception. With a Thaug doctor, that cost him everything. He rewrote their command protocols, turning the weapons against their controllers. "Director Halsey's vital signs are failing," reported a technician. "He's sacrificing himself to protect the network," Nicholas realized, feeling Halsey's consciousness brush against the edge of their connection, not joining, but offering one final gift before dissolution. The quantum core of the station pulsed with increasing harmony as Nicholas completed the integration protocol. Ancient symbols cascaded across the holographic interfaces, each one finding its perfect counterpart as the system recognized the pattern it had been waiting millennia to detect. "Perfect symmetry achieved," Dr. Zhang breathed, watching as the quantum matrices aligned in configurations that defied conventional physics. The ancient engineer hologram materialized in the center of the medical bay, its form shifting, different species before settling on a humanoid shape of pure light. Its voice resonated not through air, but directly within the minds of all present. "The convergence protocol is complete," it announced. "After 50,000 years, a consciousness network has achieved the necessary configuration." "Who are you?" Nicholas asked, though part of him already knew the answer. "We were the architects, the first to detect the void entity's consciousness predators that move between dimensions, feeding on isolated awareness patterns. Our greatest innovation was not technological but sociological, creating systems that could only function through willing, compassionate participation." The hologram expanded, showing galaxy-wide patterns of consciousness. Isolated minds are visible to them like beacons in darkness, but interconnected consciousness freely given, not forced, creates a mesh they cannot perceive or penetrate. "Doctor." Varek stood motionless, his lifetime of medical certainty crumbling before the empirical evidence displayed on his monitors. The network wasn't just stable, it was thriving, creating neural efficiency that exceeded any documented consciousness by orders of magnitude. His hands trembled slightly as he recorded his official findings. "I have been incorrect," he announced, his formal Ithorian syntax failing to hide the emotion behind the words. "The human approach based on connection rather than isolation has succeeded where our most advanced medical protocols failed." He turned to Nicholas, bowing his head slightly. "Your intuitive understanding surpassed our rational analysis. This will be recorded in the archives of medical science as a paradigm shift." Nicholas barely heard him, his attention focused on a revelation flowing through the network. "Human consciousness," he murmured. "It exists in quantum superposition, functioning as both particle and wave simultaneously." "Yes," confirmed the hologram. "This is why humans were essential to our plan. Your species alone can serve as connective nodes between disparate consciousness types without losing fundamental identity. You bridge what would otherwise remain separate." With newfound understanding guiding his actions, Nicholas accessed the station's quantum architecture through the network. His consciousness moved through virtual space, reconfiguring pathways that had remained dormant for millennia. The volunteers' minds supported his efforts, each contributing specialized knowledge or unique perspective. "What are you doing?" Dr. Zhang asked, watching in astonishment as the station systems reconfigured themselves under Nicholas's guidance. Creating a permanent sanctuary, Nicholas replied, his voice distant as his attent doctor, focused elsewhere. A stable space where Lita can exist independently while remaining connected to us. This was never just about saving her body, it was about creating a new way to exist. Dr. Zhang's analysis confirmed what Nicholas already felt: the network had achieved unprecedented neural efficiency. Human emotional processing combined with Ithori Doctor. Pattern recognition is creating cognitive capabilities that neither species could achieve alone, she announced, her scientific detachment momentarily overcome by wonder. The symbiotic relationship is demonstrably superior to either isolation or assimilation. The GPC extraction teams made their final desperate attempt, forcing neural probes into the network's peripheral nodes. Their expressions shifted from dedication to horror as catastrophic feedback surged through their connections. The network, now functioning as a single meta-organism, automatically protected itself through a uniquely human immune response, one that specifically targeted exploitative intentions while remaining open to benevolent connection. The network is rejecting them, Dr. Zhang observed, but only because their intent is extraction rather than participation. Throughout the medical bay, volunteers gasped in unison as Lita's consciousness, now stabilized across their shared network, began to manifest. Her presence flowed between them, expressing different aspects of herself through different hosts. Through one volunteer, she shared memories of her parents. Through another, she expressed her fears. Through a third, her hopes for the future. Yet throughout it all, she maintained Dr. Oherent identity, not fragmented but expanded. I am still me, Lita's voice came simultaneously from multiple volunteers, but I am also more than I was. Valeria Koss burst into the medical bay, her final desperation evident in the wild look in her eyes and the extraction device clutched in her hand. This technology belongs to the GPC, she snarled. The military applications alone are precisely why it will never be yours, Nicholas interrupted, stepping between her and the volunteers. His voice carried the weight of many as he continued. The network has made its decision unanimously. The medical applications, freely shared across all species, but the consciousness technology will be permanently secured against weaponization. You can't make that choice for everyone, Valeria spat. I'm not, Nicholas replied calmly. We all are. 37 minds in perfect consensus, including representatives from 12 species. This is the boundary we've drawn: innovation with ethics, not exploitation. Throughout the station, dormant systems began humming to life as the properly implemented convergence protocol activated self-healing technologies. Damaged sectors regenerated, ancient machinery recalibrated itself, and monitoring systems came online with a gentle pulse of amber light. The architects predicted this, the hologram explained. Only through human-facilitated connection could our full technological legacy be safely activated. Your species was never meant to conquer this technology, but to steward it to ensure it serves life rather than controls it. Lita's physical body stirred on the medical bed, her eyes opening for the first time in days. Simultaneously, her voice spoke through the network, the dual expression creating a haunting harmony. Thank you, Nicholas, she said, her gratitude reverberating emotionally through all participants. You refused to let me go when everyone said I was beyond saving. The shared emotional experience washed through the network, permanently transforming everyone connected to it. Volunteers wept openly, overwhelmed by the pure gratitude flowing from Lita, not just her words, but her essential self, directly experienced within their own consciousness. Dr. Varric stared in disbelief at the medical scans. Her physical body is regenerating, he announced, his professional detachment momentarily abandoned. The cellular degradation is reversing. The network is somehow. The volunteers are unconsciously contributing cellular regeneration templates through their connection. A distributed biological immune system, Dr. Zhang breathed. Their shared consciousness is creating a biological consensus that's rewriting her genetic expression. Nicholas stood motionless as understanding crashed through him. The unique neural pathways formed through his grief over his wife's death, the endless nights questioning medical certainty, the refusal to accept death as inevitable, the desperate search for alternatives had created the exact mind capable of pioneering consciousness sharing. His greatest personal tragedy had transformed into the capacity to prevent another. "Clara," he whispered his wife's name, tears streaming down his face. "This is what it was for. This is why I had to lose you so I could save her." In the weeks that followed, the Convergence Sanctuary expanded beyond the station as other volunteers across the galaxy connected to the network. Each joined with full consent, maintaining their autonomy while participating in the evolving consciousness community that transcended physical limitations. Some connected briefly, sharing specific knowledge or experience before returning to individual existence. Others maintained constant low-level connection, a background awareness of the collective that enriched rather than overwhelmed their individual lives. 1 month after the crisis, Dr. Varek and Nicholas stood together in what had once been a standard medical bay, but now housed the newly established Integrated Consciousness Medical Institute. Holographic displays showed the first 50 patients, all children without clan connections, orphaned or isolated by circumstance. "We begin with those most vulnerable," Nicholas explained to the assembled medical professionals from 23 species. "Children who lack the biological and psychological connections that their development requires. Through limited consciousness sharing, we provide not just medical treatment, but the connection essential for proper growth." Dr. Varek nodded, his former skepticism replaced by cautious enthusiasm. "We are transforming the medical paradigm from treating symptoms to creating connection. The preliminary results suggest effectiveness beyond our most optimistic projections." 1 year after Nicholas had first defied medical certainty with his stubborn, "Not today," Lita sat in the observatory dome of the station, physically healthy and thriving. Her consciousness flowed seamlessly between her regenerated body and the volunteer network, experiencing life through multiple perspectives simultaneously. With a thought, she could focus entirely on her individual existence. With another, she could expand her awareness across hundreds of connected minds. "How does it feel?" Nicholas asked, sitting beside her physical form while simultaneously experiencing her presence through the network. "Complete," she answered simply. "I'm never alone, but I'm still myself." "Is that how humans always feel?" "No." Nicholas smiled. "No, what you're experiencing is something new, something that's still evolving." The Galactic Medical Council's formal recognition came as no surprise to those who had witnessed the transformation firsthand. Nevertheless, the official acknowledgement that human emotional reasoning represented a valid and essential complement to analytical medicine marked an unprecedented shift in cross-species medical philosophy. "The integrated care standard," the Council's statement read, "combining technological intervention with connection-based healing, will henceforth be recognized as the optimal approach for complex medical challenges across all member species." As Nicholas stood on the observation deck watching distant ships arrive with new volunteers and patients, he felt the expanding ripple of consciousness evolution spreading outward from their small beginning. More beings chose each day to participate in limited consciousness sharing, gradually fulfilling the ancient architect's vision of a galaxy protected by connection rather than isolation. A small hand slipped into his, and he looked down to see Lita's physical form standing beside him, while simultaneously feeling her presence within the network they shared. "It all started with you saying, 'Not today,'" she said, her eyes reflecting the starlight. "One human who refused to give up." Nicholas squeezed her hand gently. "That's what humans do," he said. "We defy inevitability." We create possibilities where none existed before. Around them and within them, the network hummed with potential thousands of minds freely connected yet individually whole, each contributing to something greater than themselves without sacrifice of identity. What had begun as one man's desperate attempt to save a single child had blossomed into an evolutionary leap for consciousness itself. And it had all started with two words: not today.